Good morning.
Good morning.
The Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Board of Trustees is now convened in a regular board meeting on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, in the boardroom of the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District Mark Henry Administration Building, located at 11440 Matsky Road, Cypress, Texas, at 9 a.m. I want to welcome the members of our audience and our television viewers to this meeting of the Board of Trustees. As the Cypress-Fairbanks Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals, listen to reports, approve budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. It is not the role of the board to make day-to-day operational decisions. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. We have policies and procedures in place to resolve concerns and issues. This is a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, not a meeting of the public. The meeting is open to all who wish to attend and hear the matters discussed. Audience members may not participate in the meeting outside the designated agenda items for citizen participation or public comment. Disruption of the meeting by any person, including the audience, is inappropriate and will be addressed by the board president or the board's counsel as the meeting parliamentarian. Continued or repeated disruption of any board meeting by words or actions may result in removal or loss of the privilege to attend the meeting. Prior to this meeting, board members received information related to items on today's agenda. Agenda items will not necessarily be handled in the order listed on the notice. During the course of this meeting, the board may determine that a closed session is necessary. In that event, the board will meet in closed session to consider matters duly posted for this meeting as permitted by sections 551.071 through 551.084 of the Texas Government Code. These proceedings are airing live on the district website. They will also be available as video on demand on the district website following today's meeting. For the video to adequately reflect the proceedings, I respectfully ask that you please refrain from talking while others are speaking, and that you do as I do and turn your cell phone off in silent mode, which I have just now done. Thank you for taking the time to join us today and for your interest in the Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. With us today, we have one Boy Scout, Timothy Elmore of Troop 277. Are you in the audience? Here you are. We also have Claudia Ornelius out of Congressman Hunt's office. I need to say that 2 times fast, I think. Thank you for being here with us this morning. At each open meeting of the board, patrons who have registered in accordance with the procedures established by BED regulation may address the board during the designated agenda comments period prior to the board's consideration or action on the item. Unless the agenda is otherwise rearranged by the board president during the meeting, agenda comments will generally be taken prior to each agenda item. Also, in accordance with the procedures established by BED regulation, patrons may address the board during citizen participation on any matters of interest or concern that are not posted agenda items. Unless the agenda is otherwise rearranged by the board president during the meeting, citizen participation will generally be held after reports and action items. For detailed information and instructions on registering to speak under agenda comments and citizen participation, please go to the district website at www.cfisd.net. Patrons who have registered to speak today may see the order of the names listed on the screen behind me. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the 2 reserved seats on the front row over to my right. When you approach the podium, and as you can see, there are 2, one to my right and one to my left, you will see a monitor inside the podium. When it is your time to begin speaking, a digital presentation timer will be displayed at the top of the monitor. The timer will be set in accordance with the number of speakers registered today. The timer will begin when you start speaking, and when you see a yellow flashing light at the top of the monitor, you will have 15 seconds to wrap up your comments. The invocation for today's board meeting will be given by Tim Hill, Executive Pastor, Bear Creek Baptist Church. Tim is a graduate of Stephen F. Austin State University and Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary and has served churches in Texas for over 33 years. He has lived in Cypress since 2008 with his wife Jennifer, a librarian at Hamilton Middle School, and their daughter, Caitlin, a 2018 graduate of Cy Ranch High School and a graduate of the University of Texas in Tyler. Thank you, Tim, for being here today. If you would, sir, the microphone is yours. Everybody, please rise.
Well, Father, it's a privilege to call this community my home, and I'm thankful for these leaders who do such a great job of not only seeking to do what is right, but what is best as they serve and as they lead and as they make decisions. So I pray for all those in attendance, those that will be listening, those that will be presenting. And God, I pray for our board. I pray that you would give them wisdom in this full day of making decisions. God, we trust you. We know that if any point in time we lack wisdom, you tell us to ask and you'll grant it to us. So, God, we seek you this day and we give you thanks. And as I conclude, God, I want to thank you for Dr. Henry and for his wife, Cindy, and for the impact they've had on our community. God, I pray that you'd bless him in this transition. And God, I pray most of all for Cindy as Dr. Henry transitions. And God, I pray that as they invest more time into their kids and their families, that you'd fill them with joy. And God, we thank you for all that he's done and that this is his home and he'll continue to have an impact in our community in the days and the years ahead. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And while you're standing, if you would, the American flag, if you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Board member Dr. Blassingame will read the district's vision and mission statement for the benefit of the audience.
Our vision at CFISD is formed from the acronym LEAD, to learn, empower, achieve, dream. LEAD. Our mission is to maximize every student's potential through rigorous and relevant learning experiences, preparing students to be 21st century global leaders.
We will now proceed with the remarks and recognitions portion of the agenda. There are no speakers under remarks and recognitions today. Superintendent Dr. Mark Henry will make remarks and announcements regarding the honors and achievements earned by staff and students in recent weeks and provide information regarding district and community events or items of interest. Dr. Henry?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Unusual to have a morning meeting like this, but I'm glad we're having it in the morning because we may be here most of the day. So, and certainly I appreciate our volunteers up here on the dais and the time that they give without any pay. So thank y'all for also volunteering. Had a great year in CFISD, so just a quick recap video of the 22-23 year.
Got nothing to lose. Oh my, gonna shake it off. It ain't no thing. It ain't no thing. Oh my, doing what I want. Gonna do my thing. Do my thing. Put it up high and take it low. I'm feeling right from head to toe. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready? Ready for me? Oh my. Final four! Final four!
As always, we certainly appreciate the talent of our communications team, and many students also help with these videos, so we appreciate all of their work. The class of 2023 graduation ceremonies took place between May 23rd and 27th at the Berry Center. A total of 8,956 graduates from our 12 high schools walked the stage. Nearly 58,000 guests attended the class of 2023 commencement exercises, while 65,000 others live streamed the graduation ceremonies. In addition to earning their high school diplomas, 511 seniors from 10 of our high schools also graduated with their associate degrees from Lone Star College Cypher through the CFISD College Academy. Please enjoy this brief recap of our graduation ceremonies. The first summer class of the CFISD Police Department's Junior Police Academy took place June 5th through 9th at Campbell Middle School. Please enjoy this video highlighting a great program.
It is a program that we run during the summer. It introduces elementary age students into the life of a police officer. We do physical activities, we do classroom learning. We invite our other community helpers out to explain their jobs, such as the fire department, DPS helicopter comes out. We are having HPD SWAT. So just to have kids look at us and see that there are different realms of things that we do within our job titles. So every morning we go out to the football field, we stretch as a unit. They jump over a 6-foot wall, and it's basically teamwork, getting their bodies used to working and moving.
One of my favorite parts about Junior Police Academy is the drill that we do. You'll practice drill like left face, right face, about face. It'll get progressively harder as you go.
The drill is something that we learn every day, and it is to give the kids a look at like military style.
I get to meet new friends over the summer, and I get to meet like police officers. I learn like new things. It's important to me because you never know like what's gonna happen. So then that's when you actually save somebody's life.
We have had a fingerprinting class, crime scene, and we will have K-9 come out, social media, bullying laws.
Some people just don't know really what they do, and it's not all about arresting criminals. They do a bunch of stuff with the community. It's probably one of the best choices I've ever made.
Junior Police Academy is so much fun. I get to learn a lot of new moves, and I get my exercise in. I have trouble making friends, so JPA is something I can connect to. It'll teach you discipline. The officers here, they're great.
To be able to give back to the community, to show that we're not just a police department, we are community helpers.
CFISD Human Resources Department will hold a paraprofessional and support staff job fair on June 29th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Berry Center. We have several positions, including paras, community programs, maintenance, operations, nutrition services, transportation, and Cypher Police Department available. On-site interviews and application assistance will be available. Visit the district website at cfisd.net for more information. CFISD schools and facilities will operate under different hours throughout June and July. The district will be open Monday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and closed on Fridays. This week, with Monday being a holiday, we are open Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. During the week of July 4th through 8th, schools and facilities will be closed on Tuesday, July 4th, and operate under normal hours, 7:30 to 4:30, on Monday, July 3rd, and Wednesday through Friday, July 5th through 7th. As mentioned, the district will be closed Tuesday, July 4th in observance of Independence Day. A reminder that fireworks are prohibited on district property. The CFISD Police Department will patrol the district's premises during the holidays. Please, if you observe anyone violating those requests, contact the Cypress-Fairbanks Police Department at 832-237-2373. We recently named 2 principals, so I'll turn it over to Roy Garcia for these and his last announcements.
Thank you, Dr. Henry. President Jackson and Board of Trustees, it is always exciting when we have the opportunity to announce new principals to you and to the CFISD community. And as Dr. Henry said, we have 2 principals to introduce to you today. And we will begin with our new principal for Lee Elementary School, Miss Lori Johnson. It's okay. Lori has 22 years of experience in education, all in Cypress-Fairbanks. Lori started her career as a 5th grade teacher at Sheridan Elementary, and in 2002, she moved to Burks Elementary, where she served as a 2nd and 5th grade teacher for 10 years. She has served as an assistant principal for the past 10 years at Burks. Lori received her Bachelor of Science in Education from the University of Houston and her Master of Education from Sam Houston State University. Lori is a former Teacher of the Year, has served as a summer school principal, served as a mentor for new assistant principals, and participated in the Aspiring Principal Institute. Lori and her husband, Brian, have 3 children: Tatum, who graduated from Cypress Ranch and the University of Texas; Cassidy, who will be a senior at Langham Creek High School; and Sam, who will be a sophomore at Langham Creek. Lori's hobbies include traveling, reading, and attending musicals, although she shared that most of her free time is spent as a dance and theater mom. Please join me in congratulating Lori on her new leadership opportunity.
Good morning. President Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, thank you so much for this opportunity and privilege to be the next principal at Lee Elementary. I have been able to meet with the parents, staff, students at Lee. They have welcomed me with open arms. They are fiercely proud of their successes and their traditions. And I am honored to move forward and continue to be a part and become a part of their successes and in those traditions and carry on what they love. Thank you. So I have with me today, I don't know if I'm too far away, my family. So this is my husband, Brian, my daughter, Cassidy, my son, Sam. My daughter Tatum lives in Chicago. She's in school, so she can't be here. My mother, Barbara, my sister, Leanne, and my aunt and uncle, Mary and Roger Rivette. Thank you guys for being here. Without them, you don't get anywhere. So they are all in for everything that I do. So I always love and appreciate everything that you give. And then I know Ann Melanson was here for me this morning, and just to say thank you to the people that, that are here, like Ann, that has been a wonderful mentor, and Carla Brosnahan, Stacy Everson, people that I couldn't do without. So just a thank you to all of them. I love them as well. Thank you.
Our final principal announcement for today is for our new principal at Cook Middle School, Miss Danielle Sebastian. Danielle has served in the education profession for 18 years. She started as a middle school adaptive behavior teacher in Bryan ISD and also served as an elementary special education teacher in Katy ISD. In 2010, she joined CFISD as a campus content instructional specialist at Truett Middle School and later served as the Director of Instruction Helping Teacher at Truett. Danielle has served as the Director of Instruction at Cook Middle School for the past 9 years. She received her Bachelor of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies from Texas A&M University and her Master of Education Administration from Lamar University. Danielle is a former Teacher of the Year and a certified trainer for blended learning. She served as a summer school principal, participated in the Executive Education Academy at Rice University, and participated in the Aspiring Principals Institute. Danielle and her husband Doug have 2 children, Dean, who will be a junior at Langham Creek, and Adam, who will be a freshman at Langham Creek. Danielle's hobbies include traveling, camping with her family, and simply exploring new places. Please join me in congratulating Danielle on her new leadership opportunity.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, thank you so much for this opportunity to continue to serve the Cook Middle School community. It's been my absolute pleasure and joy to be a member of that Ranger family for the last 9 years, and they are an absolutely amazing group of kids, staff, and community. And so it's my absolute pleasure to continue to work with them, to continue their traditions and their commitment to excellence. I'm excited about collaborating with the staff there because they are a highly dedicated group of professionals, and there are kids, the Rangers are like no other kids there are. I would invite all of y'all to come out and meet them. They're lovely. I also want to take a moment to thank my family and introduce my family because they are our biggest supporters, and I know that they have been on this journey with me since I started as a classroom teacher. So I want to start first with my husband, Doug, of 19 years. Our wedding anniversary was actually yesterday. And I like to tease the middle school kids. I met him in 6th grade. So you never know. So be nice to everybody. And then from there, my oldest son, Dean, who is going to be a junior at Langham Creek. He's a member of the marching band. And then my next son, Adam, who is going to be a freshman at Langham Creek and is also going to be a member of the marching band. And so without them, I wouldn't be able to do all of the things that I do. And then I have a few people here that mean the world to me. So I want to start with just saying thank you for the mentorship of the previous principals of Cook Middle School, Ms. Maggie Wiley and Mr. Martin Drayton. Thank you for all of the opportunities and the learning and the growing that they provided to me. And then these are several fantastic Rangers here, and I appreciate each and every one of you. And so again, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I am beyond words and beyond thrilled to continue to serve this community. Thank you.
We will continue our announcements, and Christina Cole will take care of the next one.
I'm delighted to introduce Irene Ruiz as the new Assistant Superintendent for School Leadership. Irene will work alongside our dedicated principals to assist in supporting staff and students. Irene has more than 20 years of service in education. With most of those years in CFISD, Irene began her career as a bilingual teacher in Northside ISD before moving to Arlington ISD as a teacher and then being promoted to assistant principal. Upon joining CFISD in 2010, Irene served as an assistant principal at Moore Elementary and then was promoted to principal at M. Robinson Elementary in 2013. While at M. Robinson, she and her staff achieved incremental growth each year and earned 5 TEA distinction designations for the 2016-2017 school year. In 2018, she was named to her current role of Director of Community Programs. In this role, she has led more than 400 staff at 56 campuses and 5 early learning centers, while managing a budget of more than $10 million. This year, nearly 4,000 students were positively impacted by the leadership of her exceptional team. Additionally, Irene created a leadership institute to develop future leaders for the early learning centers. Irene earned her Bachelor's of Science Communication and Communication Studies from the University of Texas at Austin and her Master's in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies from the University of Texas at Arlington. Irene and her husband Mario have been married for 12 years with 3 loving children, Brian, Yasmin, and Victoria. During her spare time, Irene enjoys running, watching sports games such as Cowboys, Longhorns, and Astros, and traveling to visit her family. I look forward to the contributions and positive impact Irene will make supporting our team, our elementary campuses, and collaborating with district departments. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Irene.
Good morning, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be here serving in this role, supporting our outstanding principals and campuses. When I joined the CFISD family 13 years ago, I knew I was joining a great district, but I never imagined the incredible opportunities I would have to learn and grow under such impactful leaders along my journey who invested in me. Leaders like Laura Harmon, who hired me into the district at Moore Elementary and took me under her wing as I began to learn all about the great things in CFISD. Stacy Everson, who was my awesome AP partner. Together, a Longhorn and an Aggie, office divided, but oh so united as AP partners. Roy Garcia, who entrusted me with a principalship at M. Robinson Elementary, and who always encouraged us to lead with kindness and be the model. Dawn Tryon and Nadia Stovall, who served alongside with me to help lead M. Robinson to success along with our team. Donna Shepard and Dr. Carla Brosnahan, who supervised and guided me through many firsts as a principal and many unique situations. Gina Guidry, who served as my mentor and answered my calls anytime I needed her. Betty Rennell, who is actually here today, who served as my coach during my first years as principal and shared so many of her nuggets of wisdom with me during that time. The many, many department and principal colleagues at all levels that I've been blessed to work with and collaborate with over the years. Teresa Hull, who believed in me and entrusted me with the Community Programs Department. Sharon Barnes, who supported me as I transitioned to my director role. Christina Cole, who supported me through both my principal and director positions. Leslie Francis, who trusted my decisions, asked me those tough questions, and quietly cheered me on along the way. And of course, Dr. Henry, our fierce leader, who always reminds us why we are a destination district. Because of the people here who love students and truly believe in opportunity for all. I must also recognize the incredible staff at Moore and M. Robinson Elementaries for allowing me to learn, lead, and grow with them as we worked hard for our students, staff, families, and communities. And most recently, our community programs team, starting with our administration team, Christy Richter, Nadia Stovall, Adam Leal, and Stephanie Bates, our curriculum coordinators, Tracy Peters and Jairo de la Torre, our phenomenal ELC directors, and our fabulous Club Rewind coordinators. Together with them, our department staff and our program staff who make the magic happen at the ELCs and in Club Rewind. And to my future school leadership team, Kenneth Henry, Sarah Hardy, Dr. McCaig, and Christina Cole, thank you for already embracing me and welcoming me to the team. I look forward to learning and serving with you. I would like to recognize my family and some special people who are here supporting me. My husband, Mario. Our dear friend, Dr. Ike Agba, he has been through many highs and lows with us, especially during my mother's cancer treatments. He was there nonstop for us. Brian, our son Brian, and his girlfriend, Becca Watsky. She is they both went to Cy Ranch, and she is also a teacher at Woodard Elementary. And of course, Betty Rennell, my phenomenal principal coach, so we appreciate her. And then we have a lot of our department staff here as well, our community programs team. I see Melanie Dobney over there, who was so crucial when I first joined the department, and Melissa Lester, of course, all of our current community programs team on both sides. So once again, thank you for this incredible honor, and I look forward to continue learning, empowering, achieving, and dreaming in CFISD. I promise to pay it forward and continue investing in others just as many impactful leaders have invested in me. Thank you.
I think Matt is next.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, I am very proud to introduce Jesse Claiborne as the next Assistant Superintendent for Facilities and Construction. Jesse has worked in commercial and K-12 construction for 21 years, including 8 in CFISD. He started his career as a project manager for urban construction in Denver, Colorado in 2002. In 2008, he became an estimator for Heartland Acoustics and Interiors. Jesse came to CFISD in 2015 as a project manager. He was promoted to Senior Project Manager in 2016 and Director of Technical Field Services in 2018. Later that year, he became Director of Construction Field Services, where he was responsible for leading a team of 7 project coordinators, 1 special projects manager, and 1 warranty manager. In 2022, Jesse moved to Director of Project Management, leading a team of 8 project managers and 3 project secretaries, overseeing the construction of new projects and renovation projects. Jesse graduated from Texas A&M University. I was waiting for the whoop. Did you do that, Jesse? With a degree in construction science. In his free time, Jesse enjoys spending time with his family, playing disc golf, and working with children at their church. I couldn't be more proud to introduce Jesse, and just working with Jesse over the years, if you look at his bio, he has been promoted and moved from leadership position to leadership position. I have very high expectations of Jesse. He does a fantastic job. I'm so proud of him. So please join me in congratulating Jesse on his new leadership role.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry. First, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this incredible opportunity. I'm honored and thankful to be named the Assistant Superintendent of Facilities and Construction. I'm looking forward to supporting and serving alongside the district's operations, maintenance, and facilities departments to provide the best educational environment possible for the students and staff of Cy-Fair. I'd like to thank Roy Sprague for his 26 years of service and leadership to Cy-Fair's facilities and support departments. Next, Matt Morgan, thank you for trusting me with this leadership opportunity. I look forward to continuing to work with you. Additionally, I would like to thank the maintenance, operations, and facilities teams and everyone who works so hard day in and day out, often late into the evenings and at night, to keep our facilities in great shape. Most importantly, I'd like to thank my family for their love and support. Here with me today is my wife, Hunter, my daughter, Hannah, and 2 sons, Eli and Ezra. Also, my mom and dad, Howard and Sandy Claiborne, and my sister, Ashley Claiborne. Thank you all again, and I look forward to working with each of you.
We will now proceed with other recognitions. Out of Congressman Wesley Hunt's office, we are privileged to have Claudia Ornalius here to recognize Dr. Mark Henrys for his years of service to CFISD. And Mark, during this recognition, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and step down on the floor as opposed to staying seated, because not everybody can see you when you're hiding behind that computer screen. Claudia?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Dr. Henry, President, trustees. I am here on behalf of Congressman Wesley Hunt to present a congressional proclamation for Superintendent Dr. Mark Henry for his outstanding achievements over the years. So if I may read the proclamation. In honor of Superintendent Dr. Mark Henry, whereas Dr. Mark Henry is retiring after 12 years as superintendent of the Cypress-Fairbanks ISD and 42 years in public education, becoming one of the most distinguished superintendents in the state of Texas. And whereas Dr. Mark Henry is recognized for his extraordinary efforts in educational leadership by promoting high-quality academics, facility renovations, prioritizing student safety, and expanding a victorious athletics program, winning 7 state championship titles and leading Cyfair ISD to emerge as the state's largest A-rated school district. And whereas Dr. Mark Henry's innovative strategies have overseen the passage of 2 separate billion-dollar bond programs from 2014 to 2019 that provided funding for student growth, transportation upgrades and safety, expanding the school district from 84 to 93 campuses and 10,000 students. And whereas Dr. Mark Henry is a recognized champion of student safety and helped to establish the Cyfair ISD Police Department, which has now over 120 police officers patrolling the schools. And whereas Dr. Mark Henry is a true public servant known for his community involvement, having served in 2018 as the chairman of the Cyfair Chamber of Commerce, and is currently a trustee for the Cyfair Educational Foundation Leadership Committee, remaining selflessly committed to the Cypress community. And now, therefore, I, Wesley Hunt, Member of Congress, representing the 38th Congressional District of Texas, do hereby declare May 8th, the day that Dr. Henry announced his retirement, as a day to recognize and honor Superintendent Mark Henry. Signed, God in Texas, Wesley Hunt, Member of Congress.
And Mark, if you would, stay on the floor. Trustees, I want you to join with me down on the floor for this photo opportunity. This opportunity really only happens once every decade or so. This is very special. Mark was previously recognized at our state capitol by a resolution signed and proffered by every member of our delegation committee, but also representatives from other districts where Mark has served. So trustees, if you would, please join me. I would also mention that the congressman has reached out and would like to have a meeting with the entire Board of Trustees. And so I'll visit with Mark and also Marnie. If the entire board comes together, that means we have to have a posted board meeting. But there are certain exceptions for educational situations. And so I will visit with Marnie to make certain we cross our T's and dot our I's. And Marnie, thank you for waking up. I always appreciate it when council is awake. And Claudia, thank you once again for being here. Very special occasion. 1C, the board will recognize students who won first and second in state at the UIL State Track and Field Meet. Our presenter for the first time in a new capacity is Virginia Flores, and I would ask trustee and baseball coach Gilbert Sarabia to step down and help with the recognition.
This was made for shorter people. Have to lean over a little bit. President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry, it is my pleasure to be here this morning representing our athletic department to present to you a group of athletes and coaches that achieve the absolute highest levels in the UIL competition in boys and girls track at the UIL State Track Meet held on the campus of, yes, the University of Texas, May 12th and 13th. I truly appreciate the time that you are affording to us to publicly recognize these highly deserving individuals. The first young athlete that we would like to recognize is Lily Harden. She is a junior from Bridgeland High School. She was a silver medalist in the 100-meter hurdles. Lily had an outstanding junior year at Bridgeland, and we are so excited to see what her senior year has in store as a Bridgeland Bear. As Lily is being recognized, I would ask that her principal, Mike Smith, and any of his administrative team and her coach, Tom Kennedy, as well as any of her family members that are with us, please stand to be recognized. You have to take a picture now. Nice try, Gil. Our second athlete to recognize is Miss Celeste Robinson. She is a sophomore from Cypress Ranch High School and was a gold medalist in the 100 meters. Celeste is a two-time state qualifier, and as a sophomore, we're excited to get to see Celeste compete for 2 more years as a Mustang. As Celeste is up here to be recognized, I would ask that her principal, Dr. Mike Manis, and any of his administrative team and her coach, Chris Hoffpower, as well as any of her family members that are with us, please stand to be recognized. And I will point out that Mr. and Mrs. Robinson who are here, make sure you stand. I know they're also employees here in the district. So Mom is a speech pathologist at Cypher High School, and Dad is one of our campus athletic coordinators at Campbell Middle School. So excited for them too. Our third athlete to be recognized is Alex Ornelas. He is a senior from Langham Creek High School and was a gold medalist in the 300-meter hurdles. Alex is a 2-time state qualifier and has been a fixture on the medal stand throughout his career. Alex will be taking his talents to the University of Illinois, where he will compete for the Fighting Illini. As Alex is being recognized, I would ask that his principal, Dr. Martinez, and any of his administrative team, I know his coach recently took another job up in the Round Rock area. We're going to try to get him back. But I did see his coordinator, the campus coordinator, Coach Thompson, is here. And I would ask that any of Alex's family members to please rise to be recognized. One of our state champions could not be here today, but we are going to recognize her at our August board meeting. That is Miss Riley Hampton. As we conclude this portion of the meeting, I want to thank the board and Dr. Henry's administrative team for their support of our athletic programs. Celebrations like this would not be possible without your collective efforts. Thank you.
Item 1D, the board will recognize NASA's HUNCH program. HUNCH stands for High Schools United with NASA to Create Hardware. This program is one of our many valued industry partners with students in CFISD. Our presenter is Denise Kubeka.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry, while other items on today's agenda will give us the opportunity to celebrate student success at state contests, we submitted this agenda item to give us the opportunity to celebrate student accomplishments stemming from one of the many partnerships we have with local industry. These partners play a key role in CFISD's ability to offer robust programs of study in more than 30 career fields. Having these partnerships in place benefits both our teachers and students. Connecting with those working in the industry allows teachers to stay in touch with what is current as they select materials and design lessons. While our CTE teachers are masters at their craft, students being given opportunities to collaborate with those currently in industry only accentuates their learning. Across the district, we have teachers and students working side by side with experts from hospitals, veterinary clinics, automotive service centers, architectural firms, real estate agencies, and the list goes on. This provides opportunities for student learning to go beyond the traditional classroom. This organization partnership we spotlight today is unique in a couple of ways. One, it impacts students in a wide variety of CTE programs, including areas like architectural design, engineering, fashion design, culinary arts, and manufacturing. Two, it not only takes the learning beyond the classroom, it takes it out of this world. That organization is HUNCH, High Schools United with NASA to Create Hardware. While I could have come with a PowerPoint full of facts and figures, we figured it was best to allow some of those closest to the program to share their insights and success stories. Please enjoy this short video.
HUNCH is High School Students United with NASA to Create Hardware. Basically what they're doing is they're partnering with over 500 schools throughout the United States.
NASA HUNCH gives us a problem and we have to come up with a solution. We had people in culinary, fashion design, there's a bunch of different people who work on this.
When we first got introduced to NASA HUNCH, it was pretty exciting because we had multiple projects to choose from. Like it was like a table, a chair, and then you could investigate how insects would be on the moon. I decided to choose the lunar habitat chair.
Last year when I was in Fashion 1, they told us that we would be working with NASA. So I decided to take Fashion 2, and we are making these pockets for the International Space Station. So each pocket goes on like a bigger toiletry kit for the astronauts in the space station. So we make the pockets and sew them, and another school is going to put them on.
Really valuable for NASA. So because our high school students are involved, we have people here that went to Cypher ISD. So the fact that they are seeing people that work at NASA, hopefully it brings them up to the idea that they can start and do their same kind of engineering that they want to do here as well.
I think it's neat that we can partner with NASA HUNCH. It gives me a little taste of how engineering really is.
I will be working with NASA over the summer, 5 days out of the week, to work and sew with the ladies who come to our school.
Throughout the school year, the teachers work with the students, and we end up picking the best students to stick with us and work through the summer internship. It has to meet our tolerances and standards that NASA set for all flight hardware. And so that's what the kids learn here, hands-on.
I feel like you get a grasp on what it'll be like if you ever get into the engineering field.
Everyone I talk to, they always say like, oh, I wish I had something like that in my high school. And because I did, I mean, it led to me getting my current job at Oceaneering Space Systems.
Essentially, I worked for NASA, you know what I mean? It's really cool to see something that I built with a bunch of my friends is gonna be made and put in a place for the public to see.
to be as semifinalist, as well as just getting that signature from Glenn Johnson and the NASA team, I feel like it puts me over a few other students.
During my time at CFISD and Hunch, it really taught me more than just the basic level of being a machinist. So whenever I entered the workforce, I was well above what most people are. Jump-started my career probably, 10 years.
When you add on the extra opportunities, like we got to go see the youngest female architect in Texas who went here. We got to go to her firm and talk to her, and then you add NASA to that. It's amazing.
Wow. The excitement in the student stories we heard in the video reminds us of why we do what we do, and that student success in CFISD goes beyond state test scores and trophies. The students interviewed are just a sample of the countless students across the district who are getting a jump start on what comes next by taking advantage of opportunities to learn with industry equipment and materials, earn nationally recognized certifications, and train side by side with experts, all at a fraction of the cost. Congratulations to these students and other students who padded their resumes this year, and thank you to organizations like Hunch who helped make it possible. In CFISD CTE, we encourage students to stop asking, why would you, and start asking, why would you not take advantage of all CFISD has to offer? Thank you.
Something that was missing from the video, I was permitted to make a video a few years ago on our CTE program, and so I literally spent hours seeing what we had for CTE, and I learned about Hunch. My son, when he was at Langham Creek High School, participated in the program that preceded Hunch and went to NASA with other high school students from around the state. But what I always found interesting, these students have made products that are at the International Space Station. That's pretty amazing. But when I spoke to the students, I expected them to be thrilled that what they made was in outer space. And what they told me they liked most about the program: teamwork, completion of a project. So it's always interesting when you talk to students that I, as a trustee, I think we're doing one thing, which is producing future astronauts, right? But the students were more, had a different view of the value of this. I do think that once they're older, they'll look back and say, wow, we really did build something that literally went to outer space. A wonderful program, but Denise, as you pointed out, this is not just our only program that excels at a very high level. And so we now move to 1E. The board will recognize the cosmetology and fashion design students who place best to show, first or second, in the Skills USA state competition. And before you start, we have about 26 students. So I am going to ask my trustee, Julie Heineman, if you will step down and help recognize the first 13, and then I am going to ask my trustee and colleague, Dr. Blassingame, to step down to recognize the second 13. And I'll let the two of y'all try and figure out how to count to 13? Right, how to count to 13.
We did have a few who couldn't make it today with the time change from 6 p.m. to the morning, so it's fewer than that. But we do have representatives here from our state winners.
Very good. Please proceed.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry, it is a pleasure to present to you the first and second place winners from the Cosmetology and Fashion Design Skills USA state competition held March 31st through April 2nd in Corpus Christi, Texas. Some of these students were able to join us today. Students, please come as I call your name. And as I'm doing all of these, I'll just apologize ahead of time on the pronunciations. I'll do my best. From Cypress Lakes High School, the cosmetology teachers there are Danica Reyes-Smoot and Diana Torres. The students who distinguish themselves are Maura Manning, Karen Cornelio, Jewel Aguilar, and Tristan Sinville. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Cypress Lakes High School please stand to be recognized? You want to do a big one? Okay. All right. From Cypress Park High School, the cosmetology teachers are Darla Drake and Norvell Curry. The students who distinguish themselves are Audrey Eccles, Jada Eccles, Destiny Presta, and Jaden Solomon. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Cypress Park High School please stand to be recognized? From Cypress Springs High School, the fashion design teacher is Danielle Cager. The student who distinguished herself is Kelsey Patterson. Would the instructor, parents, and administrator from Cypress Springs High School please stand to be recognized? Do a group photo. We congratulate these exceptional students, and we thank the board and Dr. Henry for honoring our talented cosmetology and fashion design students today.
Item 1F. The board will recognize the Technology Student Association, that's TSA, students who placed first or second at the state TSA competition. I will ask Lucas Scanlon, Scott Henry, and I will join the two of my colleagues. My son actually was recognized by the board when he was a graduate at Langham Creek. For winning first place as well as best at show at TSA. So this will be a privilege to see other students with this honor. So Scott, if you and Lucas will join me.
President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry, it is my pleasure to present to you Cypress-Fairbanks ISD Industrial Technology students who placed first and second at the Technology Student Association State Convention held April 13th to 15th in Fort Worth, Texas. Several of these students were able to join us today. Please come when your name is called. From Bridgeland High School, the industrial technology teachers are Josh Simmons, Devin Murphy, David Laughlin, and Jesse Puente. The students who distinguished themselves are Ilion Alana, Christian Valadez, Jonathan Van Duzen. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Bridgeland High School please stand to be recognized? From Cypress Creek High School, the industrial technology teachers are Tracy Blackman, Michael Daniels, and Clyde Salzman. The students who distinguish themselves are Ariana Dixon, and Isabel Utai. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Cypress Creek High School please stand to be recognized? From Cypress Park High School, the industrial technology teachers are Cornelius Cooley, Spencer Heasley, Louis Islin, and Bob McIntosh. The students who distinguish themselves are Atta Awanda, Angela Carranza, would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Cypress Park High School please stand to be recognized? From Cypress Springs High School, the industrial technology teachers are Michelle Delday and Glenn Winstrig. The students who distinguish themselves are Sharon Amah, Anjali Bazaldua, Leonel Guzman, Laura Nussbaum, and Jeffrey Salas. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Cypress Springs High School please stand to be recognized? From Truett Middle School, the industrial technology teacher is Jeff Osborne. The students who distinguish themselves are Carson Gray, Caliburn Mann, Oluwajanilo Oluman Finn. I think I left a syllable out. I apologize. That's close. Would the instructors, parents, and administrators from Truett Middle School please stand to be recognized? I think we're blocking Mr. Scanlon.
Somebody pick up Lucas.
Hold him. Okay, make sure y'all can see me. All right, okay, here we go.
We congratulate these exceptional students, and we thank the board and Dr. Henry for honoring our talented industrial technology TSA students today. Thank you.
We will now take a brief 5-minute break so that anybody who does not want to stay for some of the more scintillating aspects of the board meeting can leave, but we also have time to recognize and congratulate our new principals. Welcome everybody back. That 5 minutes always tends to be a little longer than 5 minutes or so, but it's well worth the time. We will now proceed with board comments. Let me start to my right. Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good day to all of you. I hope you each had a very wonderful Father's Day and a great start to summer break. As the summer unfolds, I encourage you to make the most use of your time, whether it's catching up on courses at summer school, indulging in a good book, or simply reconnecting with your loved ones. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the individuals being recognized today, from the new principals to new assistant superintendents to all the kids as well. Your achievements are commendable, and I truly am proud of your accomplishments. Also like to congratulate our recent graduates and wish you the very best as you embark on a new chapter on their lives beyond high school. The ceremonies at the Berry Center were executed flawlessly. I must acknowledge the tremendous effort put by the individuals and teams involved. This event truly reflects the hard work and dedication of numerous individuals. Since the last board meeting, I had an opportunity to attend several school board-related training sessions, both national and regional levels. These experiences have been incredibly enlightening, as I had the privilege of listening to experts engaging with my fellow board colleagues on a range of topics, from student outcomes to reading improvements. One particular insight was a class focused on accountability to responsibility. And let me share with a couple of takeaways that this individual talked about. He said one of the reasons boards veers away from a strategic role is because of due to lack of sufficient or accurate information. He says another bullet point was by prioritizing our growth and accountability plans, we can address issues of retention and enhance our capacity issues. And the last was that we crucially recognize the community as our customer, and that 70% of the people who don't have kids in school pay 90% of the school taxes. He went on to comment that we often talk to them only when we want money. Before concluding, and I'll keep this brief because we have a lot to do today, I'd like to express my gratitude for the transparency demonstrated during our superintendent search. As a result of the decision, we made available online the presentations we're being received today from the search firms. And rest assured, because I hear this from the public a lot, that we'll continue to keep the public informed throughout the process via our dedicated webpage. In closing, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for unwavering patience today in our lengthy yet very essential board meeting. Your presence here and your dedication to this cause is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Blasingame.
I just want to share that it's my sincere privilege to serve my community, the parents of our students, our staff, our community members, our local businesses, all the citizens of CFISD. We truly are a destination district. We truly are the strongest district around, and I'm committed to serving our district with that excellence and to make sure that each patron, each individual student reaches their full potential in our system. Es mi privilegio servir a ustedes, a mi comunidad, a los padres de familia, a nuestros alumnos, el personal del distrito, miembros de la comunidad, los negocios, todos los ciudadanos de nuestro distrito. Les doy mi compromiso de servir con excelencia, pensando en cada alumno cada alumno del distrito. I also want to just offer again congratulations to the 8,956 graduates of Cy-Fair. It was a beautiful, I want to congratulate the staff, the team, the district, Deborah, your team, everyone. What a beautiful, professional, and honoring process for our graduates. And that is part of our goal. Our goal is to graduate students that we send ready to fulfill their full destiny, their full purpose. So thank you to the team, and congratulations to those students and all those behind them at our schools, our staff. You could see the incredible care and professionalism of our high school principals, our high school teams, our entire district team through the graduation process. So again, congratulations to all. As a trustee today, as we do embark upon the process of budget and all the other ways of aligning resources, I too, like Scott, am reminded of training that I've been given and participated in. And one of the things that's most near and dear to my heart is our improving and evaluating student outcomes so that we can ensure that students reach their full potential. And so I'm very excited as data will be coming in. We know we've had a shift in the testing program, but to really be able to dive in and see data and understand how we'll get that data throughout the year and really drive to ensure that each child is on track to reach their full potential. And I thought I would share a little bit from training that I've participated in. Our job, as a board, obviously, is to adopt goals and priorities and monitor success. And school systems exist to make sure that the students are successful. And so I've been trained that our jobs are to clarify our priorities, which is to identify community vision and values, to adopt board goals and restraints. A second job is to monitor progress, to have board goals that spend time really looking at a continuous improvement culture around student outcomes. Our job is to align resources. We set our goals and they align in evaluation of the superintendent, in the budget, in our board time use, and educator distribution. And finally, to communicate results. Our job is to make sure that our board goals and our progress towards them is shared with the community, that we do community engagement regarding that, and we do board self-evaluation. And our board has really good, I want to congratulate Tom and the team that's been around and serving. We are ahead of many systems in really being able to set board superintendent evaluation and board evaluation and self-evaluation to really make sure we're driving our progress. So I really look forward to the opportunities to continue that culture of that professionalism. So we make sure, and that is why I mentioned this, because today we are looking at the budget. And our job as the board is to look at student outcomes and align our budget towards those goals and make sure every student carries off everything they need to be able to fulfill their potential in this world. So I'm excited about today's meeting because, yes, it is not the fun part, as Tom said. It's the business of school, and look, the room cleared out, so yay, those who are here for the grunt. But that is I take my responsibility very seriously, and this is what I'm here to do today. And so I thank you for all of you who are here. And I also just want to close on a statement. When it comes down to it, the parents of our students, actually, Scott and I were discussing training at TASB, where really what works for all families, what works for Latino families. And families want the same thing. Families want safety. They need to know their children are safe. And so that's something I intend to continue to ask questions around and be able to support. My own child is in these schools. Our children are there. But more than that, it is a peaceful thing to allow children to reach their full potential, that they know they are safe. And families look for opportunity. Some families like mine, I'm a first-generation immigrant. We came to this country for opportunity. But every child, doesn't matter how many fifth generation, sixth, whatever, American, every child should be able to achieve. And that's why I do stand committed to opportunity for all. Para las familias que hablan español, mi compromiso es la seguridad y oportunidades para sus hijos. For everyone, that is my commitment for safety and opportunity for all. Thank you so much.
Gilbert Sarabia.
Welcome, everybody. Congratulations to our graduates. Again, I echo my trustees' words there. Iffy and Deborah did an outstanding job along with the Berry staff and the admin group here. Our graduations are second to none. I've been to a few around the last few years. And that's credits to Mark, the superintendent. If you guys don't remember, a few years ago, in the height of the pandemic, and a lot of other districts were not doing graduations or doing through Zoom. We had ours. We had ours outside, and they had a schedule in the morning and the evening, and we had the kids walk across. It was trying to get the right weather. At times, when it even would sprinkle, we had Teresa and her admin staff out there trying to dry out chairs of 800 chairs before graduation and making sure the waters were all placed, running out there with cases of water to make sure that the kids and the families were taken care of. That's dedication. And again, our graduates, congratulations, but the staff, second to none, as always, Deborah and Iffy and the rest of the team. I like to, this is a good part of the time when we have the celebration of the kids and their achievements. Gold medal winners, the senior Langham kid going to Illinois. One girl that's only a sophomore and still going to run again. Another one, a junior. I mean, those are unbelievable accomplishments, along with the Bridgeland softball girls who went quite far, and the Sidewoods baseball team, and then all the other young men and women that were participating in their various events. I congratulate them all. I want to thank, there was somebody I saw here today, hadn't seen them in about, let's say, 25 years, and it's the Howard Claiborne, the father of the appointee here. He helped train me 35 to 40 years ago in what was then Southwestern Bell. And when I saw him, he was working with my brother Richard, who passed away in a terrible accident in '83. And it was nice seeing him again. His son and daughter have certainly took charge, and that shows good family bearing. And Howard is a great person. And I saw Roy Sprague talking to him. He's a good man. And I just wanted to acknowledge him. I hadn't seen him in a while, but he is of good people, and his son and daughter are certainly taking right after the family, and their congratulations to them. Today we're going to be in a long meeting. Hopefully this wasn't the highlight of our meeting, and we'll continue to go through the process and get our work done. We're going to be, give us a chance. It's going to be a little rocky at times, but give us a chance. There's always the sun always comes out the next day. For safe travels for everybody. When you're traveling and seeing your family or wherever you're going, safe travels to everybody for the summer, and our summer school students and our educators who are working those summer camps and schools. And congratulations, Mark, on your distinguished award here and at the Capitol. And lastly, this is Roy Garcia and Roy Sprague's last board meeting. And these two gentlemen have helped shape this district and community over the years. When you go, I said it before, when you go by the district somewhere, you're going to see Roy Sprague, not only at his namesake school that maybe he put special attention to, I'm not sure, and stuff. Yeah, put a close watch, but he's all over the district. And this is going to be his last board meeting. I want to wish him the very best and his family. LSU Tigers and all. Yep, and also Roy Garcia, who has helped shape this district with appointees over the years of numerous principals and whatnot, and shaped those families. He has also, moved families in one way or another, and always for the positive. These two gentlemen will be sorely missed, but as mentors and great leaders themselves, they have shaped their predecessors to take over, and I'm sure we have as much confidence in them as we did Roy Sprague and Roy Garcia. Your last board, congratulations on your retirement or wherever you may go, Mississippi State and LSU and stuff, so we'll be hanging in there. I won't say Cowboys, though, so I won't say Cowboys.
Can't go that far.
I can't go that far, though. Anyways, thank you, Tom, and again, congratulations, gentlemen.
I will now go to my left, Lucas Scanlon. Is your microphone working?
Is he blocked?
Scott, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, all. And so I call in from sunny Florida, and pardon me as jets fly overhead because I'm not too far away from an Air Force Base. Amazing timing. So first, I want to say congratulations to all of our graduates. It is always a pleasure for me when I come out to the community with my own family. and I see a young person behind the cash register helping me check out, or, working in any of our local businesses, I ask, are you in school or did you just graduate? And so I find out that they did, and I'm always greeted with warm respect, beaming smiles, confidence, all the things that we would hope for. And I know that there's so much more behind those smiles, but I'm always so excited to meet our graduates and look forward to hearing of your stories for those and your families. To all of those who are now retiring, Dr. Henry, the gentleman that I call Roy Squared, Roy Garcia, and, and the other Roy, and all the other people who are retiring. We went to the retirees banquet. Congratulations as you guys and ladies all enter into your next chapters. I look forward to hearing the stories. I am certain we will see you around because you will not be able to resist coming to support the Cypher ISD family, and we will welcome you back with open arms. Thank you for your many years of dedication, your heart, and your service. As someone who is a prior teacher, as we go into our budget discussions today, I understand working within the opportunities and the resources you have to do the very best for your kids, and we want to do our very best for you and for your family. So as we work today and we take in all the considerations and work with our own set of constraints, we're going to do so with all seriousness and do our very best for you and for your families, and for our community, our kids. So with that, I will keep my comments short and brief because we'll all be doing a lot of talking today, I'm sure. Thank you.
Debbie Blackshear.
Thank you. Good morning. And that seems kind of strange to open with good morning for a school board meeting. So this is a first in my 8 years to start a meeting this early. But I want to say congratulations also to all our graduates. If you know me and listen to me speak, you know how much I love graduation. And this year was no different. The graduation ceremonies were just absolutely amazing. And I remember at the first graduation was Cy Falls, and I was sitting beside Luke Scanlon, and I looked out there and I said, Luke, this is the why. This is why we do what we do, to see our students go through school, be successful, and be prepared for the next journey in their life. And I feel like we've prepared them. They're ready for the next chapter. And it is just graduation is one of my happy places. And I was so excited because last year, because of my COVID, I only was able to attend one graduation. And this year I was able to attend 9 out of 12 graduations. So for me, that was important. And I enjoyed every bit of it. I know people look at me when I say I love graduation like I'm crazy, because how can you sit through all those graduations? Each one is different, each is unique. The students' remarks are different, and it just gives you such promise for these young people to know that they will be our next leaders in this crazy world sometimes. So congratulations, graduates, you did it, and keep doing it. Go on to your next phase in life and be successful, and come back to Cy-Fair. I also, I want to address something I heard at our last board meeting. I heard one of our patrons, and I think maybe he was a parent, speaking about a fight that took place at one of our high schools. And I just want to caution everyone, please do not believe everything you see on Facebook. It's not true. This gentleman talked about it and said that the officers had to tase one of the students. Our officers do not carry tasers, okay? They do not carry tasers. I verified that. And so often the information is correct. And we even had an incident where one of our board members saw one on Facebook, and it didn't even happen at our school once we checked. So please check, if you see something on Facebook that's concerning to you, call up here and ask to speak to administrator and verify that it even happened, because they don't. And another thing, he was concerned about the fighting in our schools. You know, I'm going to tell you right now, we do not have a class, Fighting 101, okay? We don't encourage that in our schools, and we talk a lot about parents' rights. And I am all for parents' rights and parents being involved in their students' education. It is very important. But there's also something called parent responsibility. And we have to hold our young people responsible and accountable for their actions, because we don't encourage fighting. We don't want it to take place in our school. That, whatever that background is, comes from another source, whether it's the kids that they are hanging out with, think that's the way to resolve issues, or maybe I've heard parents say, you know, if you get hit, you better hit back, or I'm gonna hit you when you get home. No, that is not the way to resolve conflict. And so I guess, you know, I'm just saying, please verify information, because everything you see on Facebook or Instagram is not necessarily true. Then going on to something more pleasant, I want to congratulate all the people that that were introduced today as new leaders in our school district: principals, assistant principals, assistant superintendents. What an exciting time for these individuals. And the thing that makes me feel so good is that we have such a strong mentoring program for our staff. And Roy Garcia, I know you had a lot to do with developing that program and inspiring principals. And, you know, it is so good to see when you have, when our employees have opportunities to grow in our district, be successful, and then reach higher levels. So congratulations to all of them, and congratulations to Roy and Roy on their retirement. It's been a pleasure. I've known both of you for a number of years, going way back before I was on the school board. So thank you for your leadership in this district. We are a better school district because of both of you. Thank you.
Julie Heineman.
Good morning. Let me back up. Yesterday I had coffee with a friend, and I actually patted myself on the back a little for having my board comments well planned and typed out so that I could stay on task. And then I printed them this morning and left them at home. So, but it's okay, because I really only had one thing on there that I wanted, that's different than what has already been shared in regards to what's happening in our district. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the folks that are working on summer school, the administrators, principals, teachers, support staff that are working with our students over the summer to help kids who maybe need some time and some extra effort to catch up, or to stay, to maintain their progress that they've earned, or to maybe even get ahead. So just thank you to everyone who's working hard over this summer. I appreciate it. And then also, Dr. Henry mentioned that he was acknowledging the board as volunteers who are not paid. And what we saw this morning, that's how we get paid. It's recognizing and acknowledging the success of our students, whether they are successful in academics, athletics, workforce preparation. That is the payment. At least I feel that way. It's very fulfilling, not just to see them graduate and cross that finish line, but to know that they are so well prepared for their futures because of all the different opportunities that we we provide and that they take advantage of and make the most of, like working with NASA or architecture, engineering, all those things that we saw today. And so that's the payment in my heart. So thank you.
My colleagues have spoken eloquently about graduation. I would add that the graduations at Carlton and the celebration at Brodickham Center helps illustrate that truly we do have an opportunity and, more importantly, a helping hand for all students. I would encourage all of our trustees. I know you can't make all the graduations, but please put in your schedule for Carlton and Brodickham. The stories that you see move past you will both tear at your heart, but remind us why we make opportunities for all students. I would point out that of our peer group, which is the 5 largest school districts in the state of Texas, that Cy-Fair has the highest graduation rate at the 4-year level, but also at the 5-year level. Truly, it's an accomplishment, and it says that we are on the right track. Oddly enough, on June 7th, I was on vacation, and I went through the Anne Frank House. The reason why I mentioned June 7th is that's the day my dad came ashore at Omaha Beach. My dad's unit liberated a concentration camp. My uncle, who survived the war despite being in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, his unit also liberated a concentration camp. And it saddens me when students display symbols of Hitler's regime. It happens every year. It can't be stopped. But knowing the sacrifice of my dad and literally millions of other Americans, it always saddens me when that happens. We will be talking about the business of the district going forth. I too attended training, but what I remember is not the most recent training, but training I attended a few years back. It was the superintendent of Dallas who conducted the seminar. He's now the superintendent of HISD. He made a couple of observations. One, he scoffed at the CFISD business model. Our model has always been one of incremental improvement. He indicated that is not the correct approach, that you needed bold changes. Some of his changes included closing of schools, but he supported the concept that you constantly have to weed out the bottom 20% of teachers and principals. And of course, that was popular in the business world for a while, particularly at the firms Arthur Andersen as well as Enron. It did not turn out well for those two firms, and I don't know that the bottom 20% rule is the appropriate approach for business model. If you hire properly, then you want to retain every one of your teachers and every one of your principals. As a board, like all boards, we always struggle with what direction do we want to take. HISD, I have always said, has been a great laboratory for new ideas. And although I love their new ideas, I really don't want to bring their ideas, or at least most of them, into our district. HISD favors balkanization. They did this by opposing zoning. So HISD doesn't have zoning, rezoning, and the creation of specialty schools. Not quite a flavor of the month concept, but something along that line. As we know, their business model of education ultimately failed. Their concepts sound wonderful, but in practice, they have not been able to make those work. From my perspective, the vote we took on zoning in for this school district was, do we follow the CFISD model or do we follow the HISD model? The majority of this board said we will follow the Cy-Fair model and reject that. of HISD. A couple of closing comments. The CTE program that we highlighted today is exceptional. When I did my analysis of CTE, an interesting statistic that stood out, those students who took at least one CTE course graduated at a much higher rate than those who did not. And it reminds me of what the students in the Hunch program told me. Participation in that CTE course taught them teamwork, but also completion of a project from an idea stage to ultimate completion. And finally, of course, I want to say thank you to two of the people, one of them's gone on my left, who had the biggest smiles today, Roy Garcia and Roy Sprague. The work that you have given to this district has truly been exceptional. Roy, of course, you and I knew each other as band parents. And Natalie, yes, I will push the Langham Creek button one more time, yes. Right?
I've been counting. I think it's about 20. So.
Yep. But a simple thank you is never enough, but that's all I have to give to both of y'all. And with that, I will conclude my comments, and let's get on with the business of the district. We will now proceed with the public hearing portion of the agenda. Item 3A, the board will hold a public hearing on the adoption of the 2023-2024 budget at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. The presenter is Karen Smith. Prior to the presentation, we have two speakers who have signed up on this topic. The first is Melissa Rao. Mr. Secretary, are you ready with your timer?
We're ready.
Okay. It's 15 seconds now. Our next speaker is Tanzania Williams.
Good morning, President Jackson, Dr. McHenry, members of the board and guests. I'm Tanzania Williams, President of Cypress-Fairbanks, NEA. Ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm already nervous enough.
So just a minute while we reset the clock. Okay, ready, begin.
Good morning, President Jackson, Dr. Mark Henry, members of the board and guests. I'm Tanzania Williams, President of Cypress-Fairbanks, NEA. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I stand before you today to address the critical issue of staff compensation and advocate for a well-deserved pay increase for our dedicated educators. As a concerned member of the community, I strongly support the Texas State Teachers Association's call for higher salaries for teachers and staff in Texas, and I would like to highlight the key points they have raised. First and foremost, raising all staff salaries is crucial to attract and retain high-quality educators. An increasingly competitive job market offering competitive compensation packages will help secure and keep the best teachers in our district. This in turn will lead to improved student outcomes and overall academic success. Furthermore, providing fair compensation for all staff will help address the issue of staff turnover. It is important to note that while TA has not released a specific statement on staff pay raises, they have provided guidance to school districts on using federal funds from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to support student success. These funds can be used to attract and retain high-quality teachers and staff. It is worth acknowledging that Cy-Fair has received approximately $280 million. The district has already taken commendable steps to address the impacts of the pandemic on education and support for students. As I conclude, I urge the Cy-Fair ISD Board to seriously consider the need for a pay increase for all staff by raising salaries that will attract and retain educators, reduce turnover, and ultimately graduate top-notch 21st century global leaders. Thank you.
And Karen, before I give the microphone to you, I'm going to ask Dr. Henry if he has any opening comments he cares to make, and you may or may not.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I can say as a 32-year superintendent in the budget we've tried to prepare for my 33rd year as a superintendent. It's the most difficult ever to to be honest, the state has shown a lack of concern for public education in the state of Texas. They've neglected us because they're too busy fighting in Austin, and we've kind of been left out of the mix. And I can tell you, when I was in Galena Park a dozen years ago, and the state was facing a very, very difficult financial time, I was the first person that told our community and told our staff, look, there's no money available, but that's not the state's fault. It's just a downturn in the economy, so we need to just take our medicine and do the best we can to prepare a budget to take care of everybody the best we can. That's not an excuse this time. There's over $33 billion surplus at the state, another $15 billion plus in the rainy day fund, and again, the battle over whether or not to finance a voucher system that will have no accountability, and it'll just be handing people money, has got public education in the crosshair. And so Karen's going to present a very difficult budget today. Luckily, we've got some ESSER money that's going to help us for 23-24. And but I know that as Karen is presenting this, I just want to say the numbers ain't Karen's fault. We still do not have a major bill yet to fund public ed, and we've been told that it probably the special session won't occur into September. And you know why it's going to occur in September? Because teachers will not be available to come speak at the Capitol. They'll be back in the classroom. So I'll just say it. I'm going out anyway. It's irresponsible, insidious what the state is doing to public education right now. So with that, Mr. Jackson, those are my comments.
Well, I guess you did have something to say after all. Karen, you know, I always look for you on the left side where you used to be. It's kind of hard for me to find you over on the right side. The microphone is yours.
Thank you, President Jackson, Dr. Henry, for your comments, and Board of Trustees. Today I'll be presenting the 2023-24 proposed general operating budget developed by administration. School districts are required to have a public meeting to discuss the proposed budget. Unfortunately, the 88th regular legislative session that Dr. Henry alluded to ended without final approval of legislation to increase public education funding. I will discuss what has passed later in this presentation. We do anticipate the governor will call more special sessions, although we're hopeful that they may have some money allocated for public education since it is already earmarked for this purpose in the appropriations budget. There's still a concern, as Dr. Henry mentioned, about vouchers and it being tied to any additional funding for school districts. So until then, we must build a budget that is based on current law. The key areas considered during the budget process are to retain and recruit quality staff, to preserve the quality of instruction and services, as well as prioritize student and staff safety. And I went over some of these factors during the May presentation, and as you know, the legislative session will impact many areas of the budget. So I will only go over just a few areas here, key areas that I want to highlight, such as student enrollment affects the need for new teachers. So our budget is based on hiring all the teachers that are allocated in the budget. And then school districts are funded, however, on average daily attendance. Our average daily attendance has been down 2 to 3% since the onset of the coronavirus epidemic. ESSER funding is only available to offset our deficit for 23-24, as those funds expire, the use of those, as of September 30th, 2024. Also, we have included in the budget the opening of new facilities, and I want to remind you that when we build campuses, that comes out of bond funds. However, the cost associated with the operations of the campus That comes out of the general fund, so those costs are included in there. Those costs are some examples are like the principal and associate and assistant principal, counselors, nurses, etc. Dr. Henry already mentioned about the surplus. The comptroller estimated the surplus for this biennium will reach $32.7 billion. And they are also anticipating that the end of this biennium, the rainy day fund will actually increase to $26.4 billion. You know, that's a total of $59.1 billion with no additional funding provided to school districts. Last time I presented, I also shared with you the inflationary costs that the school district has incurred since 2019 when they last increased the funding per pupil. Inflation has impacted the district in areas such as transportation that increased 20% since 2019, as well as property insurance that has increased 72%. This slide shows the 2-year statewide total cost of increasing the basic allotment from $100 to $1,000. The board and the CLC's legislative priorities have asked for a minimum of a $1,000 increase in the basic allotment. With a price tag of $14.58 billion, the legislature would either need to put a majority of what has been allocated for property tax relief towards the basic allotment or agree to exceed the spending cap. You may recall in a previous presentation, I mentioned to keep up with 14.5% inflation since the basic allotment was increased in 2019, there would need to be an increase of $900 in the basic allotment. This was through 2022. However, the Texas Association of School Business Officials has updated projections through 2023 and indicated that we would need an increase in the basic allotment of $1,200 to keep up with inflation. Committee Substitute House Bill 1 is the biennial state budget appropriations bill, and it was signed by the governor on June 18th. As you may recall, the bill includes $17.6 billion for property tax relief, of which $5.3 billion was set aside for tax compression. And this is tax compression that is in current law that was passed in House Bill 3. No bills passed as the vehicle for allocating remaining funds, and the legislature is at a standstill on how to best provide property tax relief in the first special session. Also, $2.4 billion was set aside for an increase in the golden penny yield, which also is in current law that was in House Bill 3 that was passed in 2019. That amount, it yields us about $18.5 million. Also, $588.5 million was set aside to limit TRS active care health insurance increases to 10%. $1 billion was also set aside for TRS benefit enhancements, such as one-time supplemental annuity payment for certain retirees, and to provide a cost of living adjustment to eligible retirees contingent on enactment of legislation. There is $5 billion that was set aside for public education. However, the House and Senate could not reach a compromise on House Bill 100, which was the vehicle for allocating a majority of the $5 billion. House Bill 100 included a slight increase in the basic allotment, modification of several of the special program allotments from average daily attendance to enrollment, as well as modification of the special education allotment and several new allotments. Included in the $5 billion was $300 million for school safety, which was in House Bill 3, and then $500 million for quality instructional materials. Senate Bill 30, which is the supplemental appropriations bill, was signed into law by the governor on June 9th. This bill sets aside funding from excess funds in the current biennium. It's kind of similar what I would equate to our amended budgets when we bring to you budget amendments. $1.1 billion was provided for school safety grants, and then $2 million will be provided to TEA to regulate school library books. House Bill 3 on safety and security was signed by the governor on June 14th. The bill increased the school safety allotment from $9.72 to $10 per average daily attendance, which provides approximately an additional $30,240, along with $15,000 per campus. The total new funding based on these two items would be approximately $1.4 million. And as a reminder, the district spends approximately $43.5 million in the general fund alone on police, mental health intervention team, and counselors. There was discussion about increasing the school safety allotment to $100 per ADA, but that was not ultimately included in the final version of the bill. The bill does require armed school safety officers at each campus during the regular school hours. Board of Trustees may claim a good cause exception based on the lack of funding or lack of finding personnel, but there must be a plan in place for an alternative standard. Special session, what is being called the special session number 1, legislators are limited to passing legislation on property taxes and border security. The two chambers continue to be unable to compromise on the best approach for providing property tax relief. The House version included additional tax compression of 16.2 cents, whereas the Senate version increased the homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000, as well as additional tax compression of 10 cents. It is doubtful the governor will add any additional items until the property tax relief plan is settled. In fact, the governor has vetoed bills indicating the bills will be reconsidered at a future special session only after property tax relief or education freedom legislation is passed. As you can see in this slide, total property taxes and state aid funding has decreased from 2022-2023's adopted budget by $7.1 million, resulting in less funding available to cover expenditures. According to House Bill 3 passed in 2019, school district M&O tax rates will be compressed to the lower of the state compressed rate or the local compressed rate when property values per student increase by more than 2.5%. The more property values grow, the lower the compressed rate or the base M&O rate. Districts will report their property values in late July to the Texas Education Agency, and TEA will calculate the local district's compressed tax rate probably in the first week of August. The preliminary Harris Central Appraisal District values reflect a 9.91 increase in property values. Since CFISD's value growth exceeds the growth that the state had in their state compressed rate, the district's local compressed rate will be lower than the state's. Therefore, taxpayers will see a decrease in their 2023 tax rate. State aid is based on the current year comptroller's values versus the values provided by the appraisal district. This slide reflects the salary increases that the board has approved since 2013-2014. District employees have received a raise for the last 10 years. As a reminder, in 2022-2023, teachers were provided, and also administration, a 2% raise and a $1,000 stipend. Paraprofessionals and hourly employees were provided a 2% raise and a $2,000 stipend. General fund expenditures are 85 to 90% of payroll across the nation. For CFISD, payroll was nearly 90% of our budget in 2022-2023. As a result, you can only imagine raises have a significant impact on the budget. A 1% raise for Cypress-Fairbanks ISD costs $9 million based on our current pay scale. The cost included in the 2023-24 proposed budget are increase in campus staff of $14.6 million, of which $12.5 million is for various special education staff to provide specialized services to our students as required in the student's IEP and federal law. Other increases are an increase in benefits and teacher retirement of $4.3 million, an increase in insurance premiums of $2.6 million, an increase in utility costs of $1 million, and then the operating cost to open new facilities that I mentioned earlier of $9 million. The remaining $2.1 million is for net increase in Harris Central Appraisal District fees, election expenses, contracted services, general supplies, et cetera, due to inflation. The proposed budget tonight discussed is based on current law, the increase in the golden penny yield, which is in current law, as well as the cost in the previous slide, for an estimated deficit of $107.4 million prior to accessing the remaining federal funding available of approximately $65 million, resulting in a net deficit after federal funding of $42.4 million. The deficit assumes all positions will be filled and all budgeted funds will be spent. The general revenues consist of local revenue of $619.4 million, which is mostly property taxes, as well as state revenue of $423.8 million, which is comprised of state funding and the TRS on behalf, and then federal funding of $27.1 million, which is comprised of our school health and related services. That's our reimbursement for Medicaid expenses associated with services to special education students, ROTC, and then indirect costs on grants. Other sources of $200,000 represents revenues from auctions. Our operating expenditures are expected to be approximately $1.2 billion based on the expenditures previously discussed. 67% of expenditures go directly to the classroom in the form of teachers, aides, and other items to support the classroom. If you include instructional support and district operations to support the classroom, then it is 96%. Only about 1.8% is spent on administration. In addition to the general fund, the district must also adopt a budget for the debt service fund and the food service fund. The debt service revenues consist of local revenues, which are tax collections to make the district's bond payments during the current year, and then state revenues consist of the hold harmless the state provides when voters approved increasing the homestead exemption. Federal revenues consist of the subsidy for the district's qualified school construction bonds, and the expenditures are for the current year bond payments. Food service local revenues consist of a la carte sales, and then the state revenues reflects a small state meal matching amount that, for reimbursable meals from the prior school year. Federal revenues consist of the federal reimbursement for free and reduced meals and commodities, and expenditures reflect the cost to run the food service program and utilities for our kitchens. The debt service expenditures that you see here relate to the requirement for governmental entities to separately track leases and software subscriptions. So what are the options for the budget for 2023-2024, and really 2024-2025 also? It is to increase the basic allotment and or other funding. That would require a special session for that to occur. Just to highlight, one of the amounts that had been mentioned by the legislature was increasing the basic allotment by $50, and that would provide about $7.3 million. Also, to modify the adjustment to the state property values for the optional homestead exemption. And what this would be is our state aid payments that we receive assume that we do not have an optional homestead exemption. Therefore, if they modified it, then our state aid payments would take that into consideration. This would require legislative action, and there really was no appetite for this during the legislative session. But if they recognized 100%, it would provide the district about $62.1 million. The other option would be to remove a portion or all of the 20% optional homestead exemption. This would require board approval and notification to the appraisal district by July 1st. The district loses approximately $49.2 million in the general fund alone by providing the 20% optional homestead exemption. Other options is to increase the maintenance and operations tax rate. This would require the board to call a voter approval election, and also for the taxpayers to pass the election. A voter approval tax rate election of our remaining 12 pennies that we could access that by state law would provide us about $105.8 million. One thing to note on this, though, with all the taxpayer relief being discussed, the last time taxpayer relief was passed, the legislature did not allow a VATRE in the year following unless you had already been in the process of pursuing a VATRE. Also, we could utilize the remaining stimulus funds, which was shown in our proposed budget, to help offset the deficit. This requires the Board of Trustees approval, and it would give us about $65 million. We could also use a portion of fund balance, and what is recommended by whether it be the general, like Government Finance Officers Association, as well as our bond rating agencies, is a minimum of 4 months in expenditures and fund balance for school districts that have a June 30 year end. We could also, the district is also planning to form a committee to discuss efficiencies, sources of new revenue, and potential budget cuts in preparation for the 2024-2025 budget and not having federal stimulus funds available. As I mentioned earlier, the district has experienced 2 to 3% reduction in average daily attendance, similar to other districts in Texas, since the coronavirus. A 1% increase in average daily attendance would provide the district an additional $7.4 million. Our expenditures, it's very difficult when 90% of your budget is payroll. So that is something that we would have to be evaluating. So the message to our legislators still needs to be some of the items, these items listed here, because relaying these messages with the special session, such as increasing the basic allotment. It is critical for all districts to have additional funding to provide the necessary resources to the classroom and raises for our staff. There was initially a 6th golden penny that was in the bill, the House Bill 100, and that would be is helpful to the school districts also. Also, costs outside the classroom are increasing, so they need to realize it's not just the costs within the classroom. Budgets, as you well know, are being built now for June 30 year ends, and school districts with the August are building their budgets, and teachers are making their employment decisions now. So without increased funding from the legislature, cuts could be on the horizon for school districts throughout the state of Texas. So now I am open to any questions that you may have regarding the presentation.
Karen, thank you. And I'm going to do what I did last time we had our budget discussion. I'm going to turn to the more senior side of the board first. Julie Heineman, if you would start with any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. President. Karen, and to your team, I know you've been working nonstop on running all these different numbers and scenarios, including many that I've been sending to you over the last 2 weeks, and I do appreciate that very much. I mentioned I left my notes on the printer. That's what happens when you stay up till 12:30 running numbers and scenarios yourself. But I do have some of my notes with me, so I'll try to work through what I have here. I appreciate all that you're doing to try to show us the full situation, the scenario. Debbie and I just mentioned to each other on the side that, I mean, this makes us sick to our stomach that we're in this position. As Dr. Henry said, we don't have to be in this position. The state has so much money. They just haven't made the choice to fund public education, which is Article 7 of the state constitution, is that the state will fully fund public schools in Texas. So I encourage us all to hold our elected officials accountable to the state constitution, that they are responsible for funding public schools, and they are currently not fulfilling that constitutional requirement. With that said, I still remain optimistic. I think we can figure this out. Obviously, our expenses are up and our revenue is down, so that puts us in a deficit. So the challenge is, how do we create a budget that will support our priorities, our goals for our students? I know you've presented a budget that does not include raises. We must have raises in this budget moving forward. So we have to have raises. So in looking at all the numbers and all the scenarios that you provided, they answered all my questions, Karen, and thank you again. I feel that we need to have a 3% raise across the board, and then we need to figure out how to pay for that, okay? I asked Karen and her team to run different scenarios, as if we did like a tiered structure where we tiered our raises, if we didn't provide raises to our administrative level, our executive administration. I'm sorry, team, I just wanted to know what the number was. It's $250,000. It doesn't save us, so I'm sorry, but I did want to just see what the numbers would be.
I'm only here half a year.
Yeah, I know, right? It doesn't affect you much, but it affects a lot of other people who spend so much time and energy and effort pouring into our school district. So I just wanted to see, like, that number. It's more important that we look at providing raises to all of our employees, especially teachers, to make sure that we do continue to recruit and retain the best in our classrooms, because that's what impacts our students the most. So looking at the options, Karen, that you provided, obviously increasing the basic allotment is the number one choice we would have, right? And that we don't have control over that, our state legislators do. Mm-hmm. So we need to hold them accountable to do that. But we're gonna move forward assuming that they are going to fulfill their state constitutional requirements. That's how I feel. That's the optimist in me, that they are going to come through. In terms of modifying the adjustment to state property values, and I'm on slide, I don't even know what number this is. Mm-hmm. It's the first slide where you talk about options for the budget.
Let's see.
Oh, I just saw my face up there. That's a weird feeling. Keep going, one more. No, one more, yes. Okay, so the second one, modifying adjustment to state property values for OAG. My personal opinion is I do not want to make changes to the OAG, which is the third option at this time. I don't feel that during a legislative year that it is appropriate for us to be removing property tax relief from our taxpayers. That's the state legislature's responsibility, and they need to get their act together on that. We provide property tax relief to our taxpayers, and we want to do that. We're doing what they should be doing. So I don't feel like we should do that third option, personally. In terms of modifying adjustment to the state property values for OHE, what that means is that because we offer property tax relief to our taxpayers, 20% off your property tax assessment, what you pay your property taxes on, the state penalizes us by $62 million. That would close the gap on our deficit and almost pay for a 3% raise. I ran the numbers last night. That we would almost close the deficit and have enough for a 3% raise if the state would remove the penalty for the property tax relief that we give to our taxpayers. Karen, I know you said that there's no bill has been filed yet. There was no interest in that. Mm-hmm. When our board went to visit Austin and visited our elected officials, we met with Senator Betancourt's office, and Senator Betancourt's office is aware of this penalty, and they acknowledge it. So I guess I would call on, I know Scott has a relationship with Senator Betancourt. Maybe there's still time. One of the good things about the state not getting their act together on property tax relief is it's not done yet. There's still time for Senator Betancourt to add this to, isn't there? Right? There's still time, right, where he could add that to this, to property tax relief. Look, Teresa's giving me this look like, oh my.
I think the call is limited on what they can include related to property tax relief. I think that's
Yes,
for the special session.
1. But what about
Correct.
for special session 2?
Well, they haven't called that, so it would depend on the call that the governor, what he includes in the call for the special session.
Well, I guess I would ask our Senator Betancourt, who lives in Spring Branch ISD, who's also impacted by this penalty, that perhaps work on a call or a legislative action that would remove this penalty, so that we could continue to provide property tax relief to our taxpayers, but without the penalty that's creating this deficit in our budget. Okay, that's one thought. I personally don't support having a TRE at this time. Obviously, we'll use our leftover ESSER funds. And Karen, thank you for reserving those funds. You stretched those ESSER dollars over as long as you could, knowing that this fiscal situation could possibly happen. So thank you for that foresight. Those funds are going to expire, so now is the time where we will use them. And thank you for maintaining that long-term perspective. I appreciate that. In terms of utilizing, now I'm on the next page, in terms of utilizing the portion of the fund balance, what is the dollar value of 1 month of fund balance?
Based on looking at the proposed budget, let me pull that for you. Just
Sorry, I
actually have that right
Okay.
here. Based on the proposed budget, it is 98,160,996, or basically 98.2 million.
Okay,
is
it's
1
1 month. So because of our fiscal year being July 1, it's recommended that we maintain 4 months.
Correct.
So I have 2 questions, or maybe I'll probably have 3. But one is, does that 4 months, is it at one moment in time, or is it an average over the year?
We typically, what we look at, we look at it, what is it at year end? Because that's how the Texas Education Agency looks at it when they're looking at things like the financial integrity rating system of Texas.
Right.
So at the end of 23-24, based on the proposed budget, that would be $392.7 million.
I just want to add one thing to that on a positive note.
Yeah.
If the state does decide to fund for enrollment,
That was actually my next.
that's a huge help to us.
Yes. Yeah.
And then I would also remind the board that fortunately or unfortunately, we have 400 or 500 positions every year that go unfilled because we just can't find people.
Right.
Which on average, I think Karen told me is another $20 million.
Yes, sir.
So.
That's correct.
Well, and that goes, and absolutely. Why I'm asking about fund balance is, I know we want to, the board has expressed we would like to maintain 4 months fund balance. And we've received that guidance from our financial advisors. My question is, how much can we pull out of fund balance if we need to pay for these raises now until the state comes through for us?
Well, we would be able, I guess you could say, with a raise, we
Yes.
would still be within 4 months of fund balance in 2022, at the end of 23, at the end of 2024, June 30, 2024.
Right.
However, we would not have 4 months in fund balance in 24, 25.
Right.
Because we would no longer have stimulus funds to offset it.
Right. So you're looking at a 2-year cycle. I'm looking at just this year, how we can pay for this. Okay, that makes sense. Before I leave the fund balance question, school districts who have an August 1 fiscal year start, they only have to maintain 3 months fund balance. Is that correct?
It's the recommendation. It's not
Okay.
a requirement, but it's the recommendation. And it's because we have to wait 2 months longer for
Right, we have to
property
pay-
taxes
we have
to come in.
Right. So how hard is it to change our fiscal year date?
Well, We could do that.
I'm just trying to find money. I'm shaking the couch cushions for
We would have to do that in adopting the budget, and we would have to let TEA know. I can't remember what the deadline is. But one of the things that happens with that, when you do that, you have additional months, so it actually is a one-year hit to fund balance. So it doesn't, it really doesn't help.
Okay. Again, I'm just trying to, I'm looking for golden pennies, silver penny, any copper pennies, any pennies I can find.
And that's one of the reasons, Ms. Heineman, a few years ago, a lot of districts went from August 31st to June 30th because it bought them a little money.
Got you. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Okay, I think my last thing I was going to mention was exactly what you just said, Dr. Henry, is if in a future special session, if the state legislature will reconsider funding schools on enrollment versus attendance, that would be a huge help too, because clearly our fixed costs, our payroll costs are all based upon full enrollment, is based upon enrollment, not attendance. We have to make sure we have teachers and classes and buses and everything as if every student was coming to school every day. So that would be something that, again, we would encourage folks to share with our elected officials. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. Okay, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Debbie Blackshear.
Well, is there anything left?
I'm sorry.
You did an awesome job, Julie. I probably have more comments than anything, and I too support Julie in the 3% raise for our teachers and our staff. And looking at this budget, I just want to point out to teachers that, let's see back and let me find the slide. Senate Bill 30, which the governor has already signed, has 1.1 million, I think, in there for safety, which I totally support, but it has $2 million for library books, for TEA. I'd just like to ask our teachers, how does that make you feel that while our governor and lieutenant governor talk about supporting teachers, our governor has already signed a bill more concerned about library books than he is about funding our schools and paying our teachers adequately? What does that tell you about the priority in our legislature? It really, just as Julie and I were talking, it makes me sick at my stomach to see sometimes the priorities our state government places rather than on what is truly important, which is funding our schools. So just like Dr. Blassingame says, we're interested in outcomes of students. We've got this big surplus in our government, and they're playing games, and I'm sure part of that is that he's holding, I feel like, this is my personal opinion, he's holding us hostage because he wants other things, and his priority is charter schools, and that impacts funding of public schools. I don't care what they say. Anyone that, has anything between their ears knows that public schools will be impacted by charter schools if we give money to charter schools. No accountability. It doesn't make sense. We passed a bill so TEA can look at library books, but the most important thing is our teachers, our students, and there's seems to be no priority there. So, I don't know. Our people have to start really getting involved in elections, because you can see the impact on our district today as we talk about budget and money and looking for sources. I don't want to take away the homestead exemption either, because that's important to our taxpayers, and it's hard to take away something that they've had for years, and I think that's also part, I know people move to Cy-Fair. It's been proven through the Cy-Fair Chamber of Commerce because of our school district, but also the fact that we have a homestead exemption is important to people too. So, Karen, you and your staff have done an outstanding job with what is just a monumental task before us with the budget, and with there being not knowing what is going to happen with funding, we do have to pass a budget today. So hopefully we'll be able to come back maybe in August or September and relook at that, and things will look better. But I'm really truly disappointed in our state legislature and the insignificance they have placed on funding our classrooms and giving us funding so that we can pay our teachers adequately, because we know how hard they have worked through, the pandemic, and things have changed since the pandemic, and we have needs. We have a lot more needs for our mental health services. Those have become critical after the pandemic, and I would just encourage everyone to please get involved and contact your representative and talk to them about this important issue. And I'll quit rambling. Thank you.
Lucas Scanlon.
Thank you all. So my comments will be brief. So we have to maintain a competitive district. I support examining what we need to do in order to approach a 3% raise. And I say that in the spirit of our teachers, our administration. The 3% doesn't come close to tackling the inflation problem that we've all felt, but it does acknowledge that we're doing our best. And I want to see what we can do creatively to find a path to get there. Two, I don't wish to disturb our homestead exemption. I don't support any changes there personally. Making that decision would impact people and their ability to stay in their homes when they're also, our community is experiencing the same inflation pressures that everybody else is. I do appreciate the recommendation to form committees regarding where can we find new efficiencies. I like the suggestion by Ms. Heineman on looking at what could we do to change our fiscal year. That's an interesting option. We've just mentioned it. Dr. Henry, I'd like to hear and better understand what are the pros and cons. We've just discussed it for a couple of seconds in this meeting. Perhaps this evening or later this afternoon, we can hear more about what those pros and cons might look like. So generally speaking, we need to find a way to tackle this year. So I would support working through this year with the assumption that we're going to use our federal funds, remaining federal funds, to tackle the ability to cover our deficit as well as provide for that raise. And then having a longer time period in the coming year to better understand what do we need to do in 24, 25. Those are my comments for now.
Gilbert Sarabia.
Karen, thank you for your and your staff for the tough job that presents you. What do we have right now in our fund balance?
Our fund balance is about 520 million.
That would be approximately.
It's under, it's around it's around 5 months, a little over 5 months.
Yeah, 5.5.
It used to be higher, but as our expenditures go higher, then it reduced the number of months of expenditures and fund balance.
Right. I totally agree with Julie, hoping that whoever's in charge can take away our penalty. That would greatly help our district. I'm usually quite positive, but in this one, I'm not sure if that will come to fruition. We do have a chance, like Debbie said, coming back in August and September with hope that things have changed and stuff, and we're certainly hoping for that. I would like to see the 3%. I mean, the question to Julie, if you're looking at the 3%, does that consist of a stipend also?
Gilbert, Karen can answer very specific questions, but based upon the numbers I was running and with her answering many of my questions over the last few days, it does not include a stipend because a stipend is a one-time bump. I was trying to focus more on a long-term raise for employees, and 3% to me is a minimum. To me, that's a minimum. I wouldn't suggest if we're going to do a raise, it has to be at least 3%. Ideally, we would want it to be more. But at this point, we're just adding to the deficit, right? So we're trying to, until we can increase revenues, lower expenditures, which is going to be very difficult to do, or ideally have some relief from the state legislature.
Right. If I heard correctly, the 1% raise would roughly come out to almost 10 million.
Yes, it's 9 million, assuming the same pay structure scale now and no increase in starting teacher salary. That would change if we increase starting teacher salary.
Right, and I know it's a tough situation. I would love to see the 3% raise, but the ESSER funds that exist that you're going to use, that can be used as we had before for a stipend. Is that right?
It could, but then it would reduce the amount of money offsetting the deficit.
Right, I understand that part though, but that could be a stipend where it's usable in that regard if we find the money somewhere else.
Yes, and it would change the months in fund balance that we would have to recalculate.
Right. So I do like Julie's idea. I like to see the 3% with a stipend, if we can work through that. And it's going to be a lot of work looking into the numbers and stuff if that comes up. So anyway, voting has consequences. We have to get our community out to vote. They have to come out to vote and make sure that they are held responsible, the ones who are basically holding us hostage, as Debbie said. Thank you, Tom.
Natalie Blassingame.
Thank you for the hard work preparing this, and really good little education that you gave us in summarizing the action to this point in Austin and our local situation. I have two priorities personally as I represent our district. I would say teachers are the most important people in our school system. Teachers are who brings the rigor, relevance, relationships. Teachers are the face of opportunity for all. And so I would support the most generous raise we could give to teachers and paraprofessionals. As a school leader, I could not, most of the glue of what happens in a day is also the functions that are held by teacher assistants and paraprofessionals in our building as well. I would support a raise for all staff. I could see a differential one. I've lived that before, where maybe administration could have a different amount or percentage at a threshold of earning to that potential. Can you please put up slide 5? That shows the cost of inflation. School cost inflation 2019 and 2022, slide 5.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get.
No problem.
Moving slowly.
It has a little lag.
Sorry. It has a delay. This one, or, sorry,
That's it, okay.
sorry,
There's maybe one behind you.
went back. Okay, I apologize.
Why my top priority would be making sure that our staff, our teachers, our paraprofessionals, and our staff are able to access a raise is right there on the screen. Everything that happens at our macro level of the school system is happening. I bought a car this year. I paid more than sticker. Teachers are paying insurance on their houses, on their cars, on their health. Teachers have to live in a home as far as construction costs. Teachers have to eat. Teachers we work at trying to get the health insurance costs, moderated, but I know my kid went just a quick little checkup last week, and I know how much I spent. So as parents and as individuals, and so that is why I supported everything that is inflation to our system is inflation and as a teacher, I worked a second job. I read water meters every other weekend in Austin so that I could, buy the things I needed to buy. That was before I had a family and a house and all those things. So I would say that that's a priority. And then a second priority for me is our taxpayers. Teachers are also our taxpayers. And we're hearing, Scott and I were having a conversation about teachers who are being priced out of their homes, basically. We may be able to stay up here that we decreased tax rate, but we did not decrease taxes for the people in our system. That's the teachers, but that's all taxpayers. So I definitely want to prioritize those two things, making sure there is relief to our taxpayers and making sure that our teachers, we are the destination, as Dr. Henry always says, for teachers as well. And that is our most critical resource, and that's where, that's just a business decision at some point. So I do have several questions, and one is, let's see, I have many questions. So the $520 million in fund balance, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. They were really great questions. I brought that up, I think, last year at this time, and we were very emphatic about why we needed a large fund balance. And so I know as the financial person, there was reasons why you stated that we wanted to have, I think we said at that time 6 months. I know we're saying recommended for, and this June budget year is new news to me. I don't really know about that. I probably need more explanation. But is it 3 months required and 4 recommended?
There's not an official requirement. There is the financial integrity rating system of Texas pretty much concentrates on the equivalent of what I would call 3 months of, they look at number of days cash on hand as well as where it should be. Like I said, the 4 months has to do with just the fact that it takes longer before property taxes come in for a June 30 year end.
And Dr. Blassingame, if I could add to Karen's response, also the 4 months is important because it affects our bond rating.
That's where I was going to go. I would never want our first rating. We cannot afford our bond, especially with the new state situation where the funding is not guaranteed and the rates are not guaranteed. I really appreciated what you've done, and you've done as far as what you shared a meeting or two ago about how we've maintained a rating there. So basically, I'm hearing you say 4 months. If we want to be safe and make sure our first rating is what it is, then it's 4 months.
Correct. And the thing is, I'm so glad Dr. Henry reminded us of the bond rating, because when your bond rating is good, then it's cheaper when we sell bonds, and therefore it reduces the impact to the taxpayer.
Yes, to my second priority. So okay, then in my mind, to me, 4 months is the requirement and the minimum. I'm intrigued, though, at the, I feel like we still are, after 32 years in education, we never had money like we did with ESSER, ever. I'm afraid it came so fast that sometimes the way you could use it towards student outcomes is never that efficient, and that always kills me. But the fact that we still have it, it's not lost on me that $65 million in ESSER is 7 times what we would need to give. If a 1% raise is $9 million, then we're still not even spending all our ESSER just on teacher raises, right? Am I doing the math right?
Correct.
Right. So that's just something that this could have been so bleak. But I'm just thankful that we still have that little cushion, and because we still absolutely are dealing with the effects of COVID. You mentioned attendance, and I think that's an incredible opportunity for us I'd like to hear more from administration on plans for how to really impact and communicate with our public and ask them for their help and bring them in, because kids did learn different habits during COVID, and families did too, about, really going to schools is necessary. I'd also like us to look at creative instructional arrangements that allow attendance to be counted, even for kids who don't maybe want to come to a building every day. I think we have to get creative around that. Virtual options and such as that could be something that serves kids and still gives you choice to families, and also gives you, ADA or attendance, credit for attendance for a student. Makes sense.
I think that would require legislative change, though.
Okay, explain.
To get any, right now, there's not the ability for us to get counted for attendance for virtual education.
Wow.
It's only allowed with the, what's it called, the, Dr. Henry, that virtual school, that there's only one scenario allowed.
CXVSN only?
Yes.
Which, that's interesting. Okay, and is that something we can apply for, do you know? Is that anything allowable in any pathway?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, that's just a second question. I know we're doing budget, but I just, how we provide choice and make sure we capture as we really dive in and have a committee and look at how we can increase attendance and work with our community. I think we will find some people decided that going into a building isn't there, like, maybe there was some other arrangements. And so just being able to really exploit what would work for families. Okay, back to budget. Sorry, that was program a little bit. Karen, you mentioned, and now I think Julie or Debbie asked the question, what were our budget versus, I know we're coming to the close now, June 30. What do you think is the budget versus actual total expenditures? What was that gap, that delta between what we actually budgeted, like Dr. Henry mentioned, the teachers and positions we can't
For 2023?
Ending this school year.
Okay, I just want to be sure I would.
Yeah, I know, I'm always leaving with you. 22, 23, ending now.
Okay, our original deficit that was adopted was 109 million. The deficit before accessing ESSER funds is about $70 million, of which that difference, what that difference reflects is unfilled positions plus moving the stipend from the general fund budget to ESSER funds.
So $39 million basically in difference between budget and actual?
Correct. But like I said, 22.7 million was moved to ESSER funds, so it's probably, a little bit, it's under that amount, probably closer to 25 to 30, right in that little range.
But, and this is, my own head's catching up with my own head, so I need your brain. So the idea of this, because we have this year the 65 million in ESSER still, that scenario as far as moving and the deficit, it's fair to apply this idea that, in essence, if we were not able to hire, I hope we can, but that it could be similar next year.
You're correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
39 million. So I'm just in my head, that's a sort of a play on.
Well, no, that's not the unfilled. I would say 20 million related to unfilled.
And then the other costs and savings and other things. Great. Okay. Can you also give me an amount on the enrollment versus attendance amount?
I'm not sure.
Well, how much was it we lost in attendance, and then how much more would it have been at enrollment?
Our average day, if we were where we used to be pre-COVID we ran between 95.5% to 96% average daily attendance. If we were at that level, depending on the year that it's happened, it would be about 14.7 to 21 million more dollars, depending on where we fall in our average daily attendance.
Thank you. I'm not sure it's necessary to the grander decision-making in the original decisions we'll need to make, but have we, can I get budget information by school and student outcomes? Like how much we spend? I know we had a discussion a couple months ago, for example, the high schools that were smaller, when we couldn't fix the zoning necessarily like we wanted to, the efficiencies of scale to make sure that opportunity for all was there. For example, an art teacher, maybe if a school's smaller, they can only have one that does the CTE courses, but maybe not the other courses kids want just in their program. So that, is there a and I've had this question with Linda before, you know, the schools with most poverty have the hardest struggles overcoming like literacy challenges and math challenges. And so I'd like to see the spending, I'd like to see that we don't just go gross in how we spend as a system. Can we get efficiencies in how we spend around need and making sure the kids with most need are also getting how the budget looks? So a school level by outcome, like school did this, their outcomes were this, and the budget was this.
And I don't have that particular information, but we do budget more towards schools that are economically disadvantaged. And that is part of our, actually in our budget book on the per pupil allocation that we provide more to the campuses that are economically disadvantaged than to the campuses that are not economically disadvantaged.
And do we know if it's working?
I believe it is.
I believe it would, but I'd like to know, like, how do I know, where's the data to track and know, which ones of those should we adjust more or less or do more of or less of?
So Dr. Blasingame, when obviously Karen provides the budget for all of our schools, but then any additional funding that we have, for example, State Comp Ed. State Comp Ed is provided to campuses based on their needs. So we look at their data, we look at the reading level reports, we look at the state data, and then based on that, we assign so many State Comp Ed positions to them. The same thing happens with the ESSER funds. It's not by chance that we have ESSER money. We took that ESSER money, especially that 20% that was required, and divided over 3 years to make sure that we had money each of the years for systems and programs that we were going to implement. So it's always done based on the academic data that we have for kids.
So a couple things. One is, that raised a second question. Let me decide which one to address first. Okay, so first is, I think it's the right thing to do, and I think I trust you as a professional, and the things that what you bring and do in programming are excellent, and you were thoughtful. And so, but I need data. I would like to have a report for every school. What were the end of the year reading levels? What were the end of the year STAR scores? Knowing that this year's a new STAR, so I'm not going to be. So I'm not going to jump and scream about that. I understand us compared to others, and we need to look at that. And then I want to know, did it work? I know when I walk campuses, I see an incredible amount of interventionists and people helping kids, but I need to know if it's working or not. That's how we make it. So then as we make final decisions about are those enough? Is that enough for those campuses? Then the second thing is, right then, we just said we spread the ESSER funds over 3 years, which thank goodness it was unimpetuous. That's why we're sitting here. And the first thing I asked was, wow, ESSER could actually cover 3% raise. However, that means I'm taking that directly away from that intervention that I'm not sure worked or didn't work yet with data. So I need more data to be able to really see, are we hitting the needs of the kids who need it most? And then what are we doing? What's the impact of if we spend ESSER on raises? The teachers are the most important person to help student achievement go up, but what other factors mattered? And so, what will happen as far as our student outcomes if we shift some of that money? That's maybe Karen.
I can share with you that if we get the direction from the board to provide a report regarding, you get the reading levels already, and if you want us to add, Mr. Jackson, the number of additional positions that they get and what positions they're for, we can certainly put something like that together.
And I would formally request of my president, I hear that often if the board wants to, so I'd really like us to see if we could get data.
Yeah, I can't get that for you today.
No, never, it's huge, I get it.
And we don't have the state data yet either, but we can, if the board directs us, we can certainly put something like that together that shows the additional positions that they get. I think for this past year, the 21-22 school year, I think the fact that the schools performed so well with all of the obstacles, I think tells you that the resources were put in there for them. Obviously, we're waiting for results for this year with a different type of obstacles that we were hit with. But we could do something like that.
I visited one of our schools that was under improvement, Ms. Gorey back there, and the most beautiful principal. And what I was most impressed about the campus was really the relationships with children. Kids were so happy. They knew everyone's name. They were celebrated. So that's what made that school work. But I asked the principal, what board action could be supportive? I try to ask that when I go, and it was like they did have some positions, and she did cite that's why their campus was able to come out of low improvement and into high improvement, to high outcomes. And so that's my decision. I wouldn't want to shift. I need to know what's working, not working, and if those are in place and it's enough, then we would have to be careful that we didn't make inadvertently make a decision that didn't continue to give us those outcomes, because we're here. Remember, I said our priorities are, that's what's my thing. We are here to clarify our priorities and monitor the progress of our students, and school ultimately is about their academic outcomes. And so that's why I asked this question. So it would be wonderful. I hope that the board can support a request just to see. I think we're doing amazing work, and that campus was an example. And even those campuses that end up needing that support, there was such a positive report on the ground for that work, just making sure we don't impact it. Okay. And especially given we know what's going to come back with new outcomes. Any new test given online, with writing done the way it is, we expect there to be a need everywhere, a greater need suddenly, because we changed the game on kids and schools and us. So, okay, another question I had, I'm trying to keep them at the big budget level and then just some specifics that are program related. Changes in the tax rate. Trying to form my question, Karen. Actually, I'll have to leave that question to later. I think, let me shift to a question about,
Natalie, if I may, we're not proposing anything on the tax rate right now. That won't happen till September or October.
Perfect. I did have then, just let me ask a question, and I don't want to talk too long, give my colleagues a chance, and then maybe I'll ask more questions afterwards. The money, the safety dollars, Debbie alluded to those, the $1.1 billion in school safety grants, the other, House Bill 300 million for school safety. I'd like to hear, I have questions just about how that's intended to be spent, or where the planning happens, and how I, as an individual board member, can get more information about the plans around safety as a priority for our families.
I'll answer it general, and then if somebody wants to step up and be more specific. But we way outspend the money that we're going to receive, so we're way above and beyond what the funding that the state's going to provide. Just to give you an example, we spent well over $200 million in the last 10 years making our schools more secure. So if you took that $200 million out of the $1 billion they're allocating across the state, we would have one out of every $5. So I think we're going to use it to help offset a lot of the great things that we're doing already. Anybody want to add to that?
We do have a safety and security presentation on the agenda today, so we'll be able to get a little more specific about the expansion and enhancements that we're making to our safety and security measures. But as Dr. Henry mentioned, it's such a minimal amount that we're receiving with the safety and security allotment that I don't know that we have it earmarked specifically to one intervention or one measure, but just to continue to offset the costs that we currently have. And you'll see the very extensive plan that we have.
Oh, good. So I'll just plant these questions, and probably they'll be answered there, because it did pass that we have an officer on.
HB 3 did pass, and it was signed by the governor end of last week.
Every campus has an officer, and we did the math when we visited Austin, and it's large math. Yes, and then the second thing is some of those dollars were given to very specific interventions, correct, in the way the money was earmarked at the state?
We're really continuing to try to analyze that. As far as the officer piece, you're correct that there is language in the bill that specifies that an officer be present at each campus during the day. But there is an exception. There is a standard as far that the district or board can adopt as an exception to that standard that allows when there are no funds are not available or qualified personnel is not available, that the board can approve an exception. And in speaking, and Chief is not in the room, but he had the opportunity to speak with John Scott, who's the Chief safety and security officer for TEA and kind of shared with him our current plan and model where we have the zones and patrol officers that monitor our elementary campuses, and he felt confident that that met the standard that is included in HB 3.
But that's good to hear, because I felt very good about the safety plan, and I do want to compliment Dr. Henry's comments around the spending and the priority. As a parent over the years in this system, before I was involved at this level, I could tangibly see and feel the measures that were put in place, the excellence by which it was done, and far ahead of the state's requirements, far ahead of those new Senate Bill 11, was it 7 or 11, that put more requirements about committees and reporting in place. So I'm commending the commitment of this system to the safety of our children, which is a priority for our parents. I felt like I was concerned about within this and prioritizing teacher raises and how that might impact our ability to do that. So, okay, I look forward to the safety presentation. And I just have another one that maybe doesn't need to be addressed super fully today, but I am intrigued by, on page 16, the increase in campus staff, the 14.6 million, that's 12.5 million for special education. I just would like a little more detail about exactly, I don't know that any federal law changed. I'm hoping we just see that there's more need for kids to make sure we're giving a level of service to all students that meets their IEPs and allows, I know I've had concerns, around options of advanced coursework for special ed students and, how that is impacted by being able to have staff that supports kids in classroom and that kind of stuff. And so if I could get a little bit more information about that 14.6 million.
It included like special education teachers, adaptive behavior, as well as life skills, dyslexia, the visually impaired, some high-intensity paraprofessionals in classroom support, speech pathologists, diagnosticians, psychologists.
And Dr. Blasingame, just to kind of give you a little perspective on that, our special ed numbers have grown tremendously. So in 1 year, we grew by 1,633. That's like from April to April. And then just through the end of May, we grew another 462 special ed students. And then you probably know that there was a change, I believe in the law, Barbara, that speaks about all dyslexia identifications have to go through the special ed arena first as they're being identified. So it's the needs of our kids, and as you know, it's not one teacher to one child always. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 teachers or a parent to a child. So it takes a lot of staffing, but that is a significant growth in our special ed population.
I fully support this, and I understand, especially given the federal push on Texas and the cap that was kind of placed upon schools. And if we have every child reach the full potential, opportunity for all, I fully support that need. I'm glad to see it. What I would love to be able to have access as a board member to the kind of analysis that happened there. You said that we looked at life and dyslexia and impairs and speech and just that level of information about what the numbers were, where they're going, how many are this, that, the other, because it's going to take, that kind of level of work and people on the job doing it. So thank you for the work you have done on that, and any more visibility for us on those things would be amazing.
Well, and Natalie, if I may add, it's so important for us to remind our legislators to fully fund some of these areas. The state funding that is provided for special education is $80.5 million, and we spend $126.1.
Yes, when we took our tour in Austin to talk to our delegation, those numbers were staggering. I thanked you last meeting for providing it in such a visual way. Our CLC was another group that was putting it out there, but that is a staggering difference, and there's so many things that are not funded at that level. So thank you for that explanation on special ed. I think that might be, let me just double check. On to the optional homestead exemption. I really like the idea. I would hope it could be, I'm not sure the legislative process either, but that it could be discussed because there was some hope. There was attention. There were some people who had statistics around those who were under that optional homestead, those that were under recapture or not. And so, I don't, also would not want that, as that second priority, as I said, taxpayers, the taxpayers being considered in our budget. And I would look at efficiencies and those kind of things before I want to look at the optional homestead exemption. Okay, I think that concludes my questions. I may have others as others ask questions because, iron sharpens iron. I appreciate it.
Scott Henry.
Thank you. And thank you, Karen, very much for your time. I'll try not to duplicate my questions, but I have some clarifying questions maybe you can help with. And I do appreciate the handout we got earlier, which talked about the state allotments. This might be a good document to actually put online so people can understand how much we are paying towards things the state does not fund. On that special education, kind of follow up on Natalie's question, I know, I think someone mentioned 126 is what we spend, and the state provides us 80 million. This 12.5 million, is that additional? Will we get any recapture back, or any money back from the state on that?
You're talking about the payroll related that's in the budget?
Is this mainly payroll?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
That's no additional funding. That's just
I didn't
additional
think
cost.
so. Want to make sure, just to clarify that. As to the 3% raise, I figured that out as what, around 27 million, is that correct?
That's correct if we don't change the starting teacher salary. If we change the starting teacher salary, then it'd be a little more than that, depending on what the board recommended on that starting teacher salary.
And what I remember correctly is $42 million deficit, so that's about around 69, 70 million, somewhere in that range, is what we need to make up. Is that correct? What's the total we need to?
Our total deficit that's part of the budget right now without a raise is 107 million.
107 million.
So if you added, before ESSER, though, that's before ESSER. If you add ESSER with it, you're correct. Now I'm following you. I'm sorry, Mr. Henry.
No, just trying to get,
You
so
know,
I have
no,
all the
you're right.
details in front of me so we can make good
So
decisions.
you're right, the 42 plus the 30, which would be over 70. Yes, you're correct.
So in regard to HP3, I know you put in here that we can qualify for not getting the extra police officers at each school as is mandated. And you said, did I hear you right, it's 1.4 million, is that?
Yes, the additional funding from HB3 is estimated to be about 1.4 million, and our current school safety allotment, that's just added to our school safety allotment, is about $1 million. So that's $2.4 million when we spend over 40 million in our general fund towards police officers, the mental health intervention team, and counselors.
Thank you for just making sure I had that written down. What other questions I have? I think that's it. The one thing I will say is, for the board, legislators are watching, by the way, our meeting today. So I will just suggest maybe your comments you make towards them, give them constructive comments of how they can make changes. Might be a good thing for us. We can tell them and direct them in the right way. It might be a suggestion I would make going forward. Just an FYI on that. But thank you.
And I do think one constructive criticism has been fund the OHE.
And maybe talk to what programs also, like special ed is a big thing for us. I know for us, safety, I know that's the 1.4 million we didn't get received, unfunded mandate. Those are things they need to hear is, it's the unintended consequences of their actions sometimes, or inaction, and how that affects us, especially like recapture and things like that. How can we help them help themselves? Because it's a big animal.
It is a big animal, but the most constructive criticism, and I've told this to all our legislators, I'm not being secretive, is inflation, as Karen has shown over the last 4 years, what's happened to us, and there's been no increase in the basic allotment. So that's the biggest thing they could do for us is increase the basic allotment, and it'd be one thing if there was not funds available, but there are funds available.
Thank you.
I have a number of questions as well, but first, I want to go back, take a look at the big picture. Trying to see some board consensus. One of the board decisions we have to make is, do we want to use the federal stimulus funds to help offset the deficit? So I heard some supportive comments. I heard, and when I mention specific names, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard supportive comments from Julie and Debbie about using the federal stimulus funds to offset the deficit. Gilbert, I don't remember hearing anything from you on that. So is that a concept that you support? Because we will take these vote by vote, but I want to understand, do we have a consensus?
I do support the funds being used to offset any deficit, but I was also asking if those funds can be used as an additional stipend, which would take away from the balance, but looking if we could fund the balance through another option, maybe, if we look into it, where we go 3% with a stipend. That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Just a possibility. And my next question to Karen would be, what would a $1,000 stipend to all the employees look like, and a money issue? What would it look like? So I know how much money would be taken away from that ESSER fund. If we could do that, that may help the following year, the 24-25 year.
Be an additional $16 million.
For the 1,000, and then for 500 would be 8 million. Then I would imagine. Okay, that's my question.
Scott, I don't remember hearing you mention support or no support for that concept.
I would have a support for it if it's what finance agrees is the best option. That was a question I was going to follow up later on the end. Is what are the pluses and minuses of these options? What put us in a good position going forward based upon unknown terms of what the legislature may or may not do? And what would set us up for success versus get us in a pickle later on?
I would say, using the stimulus funds to offset the deficit would definitely be the route to go, because that, it reduces the current year deficit and the impact that would affect us in 24-25, and be less money that we have to look at. What do we do if the legislature doesn't do anything? Because right now it's just unknown.
Then I would be supportive, Tom.
Natalie, same question.
I think I'm going to ask the tax rate question and then come back to the answer for that. So what change in the tax rate would it take to cover the deficit?
Well, the deficit right now, without ESSER is 107 million, and that 12 cents in the tax rate would give us 105. So it would take doing a voter approval tax rate election for the full 12 remaining pennies available that we
Just have a couple million to cover at that point, if you did that.
Correct.
Okay. So Tom, it's a complex question to me, because I have not been given data enough to know the causality of the money being spent that's ESSER for student interventions and how that would be impacted in order to understand. I want teacher raises, and then it would come down to sort of the only way then to keep our amazing staff and make sure they're empowered to continue to have the students grow and attain and achieve. It might be that we'd have to dig deeper into our instructional strategies, how we teach kids to read, who teaches kids to read, how we cohort kids, how we structure, classroom time, even the things the state puts on us for how much time must be spent doing social studies, science, this and that, which are not, reading and math. And so I feel like it's a bit complex for me, but ultimately in the end, teachers are the answer. And so if the question is, would I be in favor of using the ESSER funds for the budget deficit because we're giving teachers raises, or just in general?
It is however you wish to address it. I just want to get the board to focus on this one specific item.
Yes, I think I made in my comments the statement that I would support using ESSER funds for budget, yes.
And Lucas, I think I heard you indicate that you supported the use of the remaining federal stimulus funds to help offset the deficit. Is my memory correct on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Your memory is correct on that. I did mention that.
Mr. Jackson, can I clarify one thing, or maybe it might help Dr. Blassingame? Dr. Blassingame, there is a required 20% of the ESSER that must be used for the instructional needs that you just spoke about. That is still in place for next year.
Excellent. So of this money that Karen's talking about, this 65 million, does that already have the 20% taken out?
No.
Is that correct, Karen? That
No.
money is to protect it for next year.
That 65 million is after the 20%. So
Oh, good.
what we looked at is what was already allocated out of the ESSER funds, such as the 20%. And that's the remaining unallocated, unspoken for is the 65.
What wonderful news. Okay, that's an easy yes. Yes.
So I also support using the remaining stimulus funds to help offset the deficit, particularly because we are in fact using that which we should to enhance academic attainment on behalf of our students. I'm not asking for a vote on it right now, but I think I have general consensus to move ahead on keeping this in the financial framework of using the $65 million to offset the deficit. I will make an observation, and I'm going to ask Mark this question. I saw what Tomball did. I also saw what Pasadena did, and I've seen what some of the other districts have done. I'll make another comment. 15 years ago, our predecessors were in a position similar to this. And I think one of our predecessors is sitting in the audience now, I think 15 years ago, or maybe 17. Our predecessors were very financially prudent and were able to restrain cost. But what happened is our salaries drifted from being at the high end in the region down to the middle and slightly below the middle. And so for the past 12 years, we have made a concerted effort to increase salaries for Cy-Fair to try and bring them up to the top end of a competitive range within our region market. And so the question I have for you, Mark, and Tomball's a small district, so they are not going to dictate. However, the new superintendent for Dallas is certainly making waves with pronouncements of salary increases. Do you anticipate that we need to increase our starting salary? And if so, what are different decision points for us?
Well, certainly to stay competitive. Now, I will say Tomball did give a very, very nice raise in their district, but all that did was catch them up to us. So they're about equal with us now, maybe a little ahead, a little behind. I'm not sure the exact figure. And then Klein just voted, you may have seen yesterday, I think, to give a 4% raise. Now, that moved them ahead of us. And certainly we do compete with Tomball and Klein and Spring Branch and Katy and HISD. We compete with them for teachers. But we've managed to stay in the top quarter over the last decade. And, you know, personally for me, I think you have to up that starting teacher pay if you're going to give a raise. You need to go ahead and expend that little bit of money, because when we go to college fairs, you want to have that starting teacher pay that is competitive with people around you. Certainly the budget deficit has me concerned, but I can say of all the districts that I have visited with, they're all in the same boat we are, but they're trying to hang on to their people. And I know when Stewart was here, We used to have budget planning 5 years at a time. Now we just try to survive from year to year. So I think that's what we're trying to do now, is balance a fair employee raise, being conscious of the deficit. And I can tell you, I was on the other side of town when we did it last time, but Cyfair had to go through some pretty serious cuts. We're already in the process. We know how to do that. We're going to have a committee together, and we're going to lessen the impact of the deficit in 23-24 so that we're in better shape in 24-25.
So a couple of comments. One, I remember the cuts because I chaired that committee to come up with the cuts, and then I had to face people later as a trustee whose budgets I cut sometimes as much as 20%. So your recommendation to the board is that we increase starting salary. Do you have an idea as to, or should I go to either Linda or Karen, as to a recommendation for us to think about for an increase to starting salary? Are we talking about a $1,000 increase or $1,500 increase?
My recommendation, and you're looking in that 3% range, is to go to 62. I think we're at 60.5. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And I, Dr. Henry, you had asked me to look at the several options, and a 3% raise, if we go to starting teacher salary of $62,000, would be $31.2 million compared to 27. And at 61.5, it would be 27.6. But the reason it's so much more when we get to 62 is we're dealing with some of the not enough difference in the steps, on the teacher scale when you go up to 62. So that's why it's that.
Okay. Yes.
I'm glad you mentioned the scale and what that does to impact. I have been a person recruiting teachers, and I definitely know that we have to have a number that looks good in those fairs. But I also want us to be, every time we say that, our experienced teachers, which if I can tell you, the magic of Langham Creek High School is teachers that have both experience teaching the content and know how to build relationships, and no message that we send to our experienced teachers in this budget process would be worth it. So yes, both. What are the sacrifices? What else would we have to do in order to make sure all teachers are given, because we looked at the inflation is happening to your teachers that have 25 years experience as much as the one who's coming in off this, into the profession. And we want to keep them in the profession.
So Karen, I have, now that I have a sense of what the board consensus is, one, that we want to use the federal stimulus funds that are not already allocated to offset the deficit. There is a general consensus for a raise. I have, counting noses, I think to my left, there are three that support a 3% concept. To the right, Gilbert, I know you were specific. Natalie, although you were non-specific, you generally supported. And Scott, I think I heard the same from you, that you were generally supportive. So I hit Karen with a series of step-by-step questions saying I may or may not ask these. And that's really what I'll share with my colleagues. I do for every board meeting. I hit the associates, and when I look at something, I say, I may ask this. Then again, I may not. But I don't want them to be blindsided as much as possible. So I think these step-by-step will get us to a manageable decision point for the big numbers. So let's roll through these. And of course, I have to chuckle. Whenever I ask a question, I always come up with my own answer. And generally, my own answer is right on target. This time, it was not, which is kind of embarrassing. But let's go through the questions. First, what is the current year fund balance as of June 30th, 2023.
Mr. Jackson, that should remain at the $520 million, or 520.2 million, because of offsetting the deficit with the stimulus funds.
However, a portion is restricted, resulting in spendable fund balance of how much?
Of 509.5
Okay.
million.
Now, to go back and remind us, total expenditures for the year ending is how much?
For what we expect for, or what they were at June 30th, 2023, they were $1,124,758,152.
1 month of reserves is approximately how much?
Let's see, 1 month of reserves, because you have to take into account the proposed budget.
Right.
Which does not include a raise at this point in time, would be 98.2 million.
Okay. 4 months of reserves is approximately how much?
392.6 million.
Okay. Next question. How much in reserves do we have above the 4-month level?
Let's see, based on the proposed budget, once again, because that's all I had to look at the time, it's 75.2 million, which does not include the raise at this
Right.
point.
How much is the 23-24 deficit after federal funding?
It's 42.4 million based on the current proposed budget that I presented.
How much of reserves over 4 months do we have after offset of the deficit?
Let's see, I want to be sure I'm understanding what you're saying there. We would have, after offsetting the deficit,
So above 4 months at June 30th, looking at June 30th, 2024, we're looking at 75.2 million, which includes the deficit net of ESSER of 42.4.
correct.
The deficit in 24-25 is approximately 116 million, and that includes the additional cost you gave us to open an elementary school and then some other miscellaneous items.
That's correct, in 24-25.
Now, eating into the 4-month reserve and giving a 3% raise, just like I did last year when I talk about a raise, just like I've talked about every year as a trustee, it's one thing to talk about the raise current year, but then we have to find out, is it sustainable?
Yes, sir.
So I'll let you carry us to the finish line. I know in general what that number is, but let's see, what does it look like when we roll that 3% raise in and where we are on that reserve number at the end of June 30 of 24, and then we'll chat about where are we June 30 of 25.
If you did it based on not increasing the starting teacher pay, it would be 4.39 months. And I think I have it here. If we increase the starting teacher pay to 62,000, let's see, it would be make sure I have that right. But, you know, I did do it at that, 4.39 months. That's correct.
And then at June 30 of 2025, assuming stasis on new money coming in, we would be roughly at 3 months of reserves.
That's correct.
And so I think we can assume that something is coming in from the state. We have no idea how much. But this tells me that if the board wants, it would not be financially imprudent, that's almost like a double negative, for a 3% raise and an increase of starting salary, because at June 30 of 25, we'll have reserves of approximately 3 months, and there's a lot of good things that can happen between now and then. So do I have the numbers right?
You do have the numbers right.
Okay, so that is what, those are the numbers that I wanted the board to have in your mind when we approach making a decision. And I love to focus on the reserves because it's, you know, it's that big picture number, but as a board, that's really the only thing we can grapple with. Natalie, I'm like you, I want to be down in the weeds. You know, I want to know how many people we're buying. But for these decisions, unhappily, we have to be way up in the air. I'm not going to call for a vote on that. What I do want at this point, since we've moved forth to the numbers both at June 30 of 24, but more importantly, June 30 of 25, let me see what other questions the board members happen to have, and this time I'll go in reverse order. So let me start with you, Scott.
You're asking for questions, Tom? Just make sure.
Right.
Clarify.
And from a board focus standpoint, and we can change it, but what's on the table is a 3% raise and an increase to starting salaries of how much?
To 62, from 60,500 to 62.
Okay. And the fact that at June 30 of 25, we'll have 3 months of reserves. And so the microphone is yours, sir.
And just to clarify that number as well, and that's with a fully staffed, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Which won't happen.
Right, well, that's why I want to ask that question. And so, and I know Deborah doesn't always do it, no. And 2 Roys are leaving, so that leaves us a couple of.
Funny.
With 600, let's just say it's, that number is 600, what is that, what's the delta on, what's the?
I'm sorry?
If we don't fully staff, just because of economic reasons or reasons, what would that, what number could that be for a year?
The number that has been running the last several years is around 20 million.
20 million.
Which would help get us, you know, help us out with, you know, with where we really are, you know, being above 3 months.
Okay. That was my only question on that. Thank you.
Natalie.
I always think to the worst case scenario out front and then we make the decision. So I think priority is teachers being well compensated and tax, you know, not overtaxing our citizens. Given we made decisions about boundaries and rezoning to equalize our schools out till a certain year that seemed like it was nice. I was happy since it was my first one that we weren't gonna have really tough things too soon. So really, what is going out for bond? If we have 4 months of bond, if our first rating could be impacted by this decision, what kind of bond forecast, or how many bonds are we going out for to where if we got a lesser, what would it cost us in the rate that we got for our money in the bonds if we went to 3 months, not 4 months of reserves?
We actually have an item where we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but our schedule is probably in 2025. We'll need to go out for another bond program.
Time for the state to help us out a little bit. Okay,
Yes.
I love that answer. Thank you so much.
Gilbert.
Yes, of course, I was looking for 4%, but in lieu of the 4%, there is going to be a bump in starting, hopefully a bump in the starting teacher pay. So I can totally accept that concept of compensating our teachers and being able to go to I can't, not battle, but to go head-to-head with our neighboring districts with a good starting point and not losing out on the better educators coming up, that we are a district of destination. And so I can live with that. I think that's good. We're working together, and that's even more important.
So let me go to my left. Lucas?
Wake up, Lucas.
I'm awake. I'm awake. So one, thank you for your question, Natalie. Where my head was going, Dr. Henry, was if we do go with the 3 months, what is the potential negative impact for our bond sales? And so recognizing the state has the opportunity to give us aid between now and then. But what I heard earlier was that we're not crossing a line that we should not cross regarding calculations for our fees and our risk rating. Is that correct if we go down to a 3-month reserve?
I'm not sure the exact impact it would have on our bond rating. They recommend 4 months in fund balance based on, a lot of times if you can explain a healthy plan, it doesn't affect it, but I honestly, unless I was going through a ratings call, could not tell you that. They do always ask me our reserves and how much we're going into fund balance. So that is a common question that we get every single time. And we have, I guess we have one more bond sale left out of the 2019 that would occur in 2024.
Dr. Henry, can you give us any perspective on the months of reserve that you see among other districts our size in the state?
We have a much healthier reserve than most large school districts. We made that a conscious effort over the past decade. In all honesty, Mr. Scanlon, we've done that to prepare ourselves for the situation that we're in right now. You know, just like you do at home, we've been putting money back for a decade for hard times. The difficult, what's difficult for us right now is there's really not a reason for there to be hard times. So that's what we're having to come to grips with. Yep.
And so asking a further question, Dr. Henry, is that us moving to a 3-month reserve, what is the risk that you see right now when we contrast or compare across other districts in the state? Where do we fall? Are most folks going to the same type of approach with a 3-month reserve?
Well, I think that, again, as Karen said earlier, that's kind of across the board, whether you have a July 1st or a September 1st budget year. But I would say most districts shoot for a 3-month reserve. Certainly you would like to have a little more than that, but in this day and time, 3 months is a very, very healthy reserve. And so I feel confident that in all honesty, Mr. Scanlon, even though I won't be here in this role, I'm very confident that that number will be larger than 3 months, although I probably just gave Karen a stroke. I think it's going to be much larger than 3 months because the beauty to me is the legislature has a chance in 2023 with a special session, and they have another chance in the winter, spring of 2025 to address this situation. So we got 2 bites at the apple before June 30th of 25.
Okay. All right, thank you. So generally speaking, Tom, I support our approach that you described of moving to a 3-month reserve.
Debbie.
Well, Mr. Jackson, I really don't have any questions because I feel like they've all been addressed. Just a comment that I do fully support increasing starting teacher pay and a 3% increase. I wish that we could do a 5% like we did a few years ago, but, you know, we do have to be financially prudent with our taxpayers' money, and I think 3% is what we can manage to make happen, and that's what we need to do.
Julie.
First, to answer your question, Mr. Jackson, yes, I support the current discussion on increasing starting teacher pay and the 3% raise. and utilizing the revenue sources that we know are available now. One thing I just want to share, if there's some question about bonds and our bond ratings, all of our bonds are guaranteed by the state, and in the history, no ISD has ever defaulted on their bond payments. So there's some security and safety in that. We went to our Washington, D.C. and advocated for an increase in the IRS for the cap on that. So I feel confident that even with the 3% reserves, which is not until the end of 2025, we would still be financially secure and able to meet our debt service requirements. Also, just when we talk about reserves, this is really, I mean, I think of our fund balance as a cash management account. We use that to make payroll during those months when we haven't received our property tax revenues and our state funding yet. So it's not, that's why I asked, is it a fixed moment in time, or do we look at it over a period of time or as an average? And I understand that we look at it at the end of our fiscal year, but knowing that that number can fluctuate throughout the year. My final comment is I was able to attend the first day of the leadership conference that we held here at the RRR at the Berry Center, and one of the sessions I went to was about servant leadership, and it talked about collaboration. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize that our board has done a great job today collaborating and sharing ideas and thoughts and listening to each other and working towards a solution that we can all support moving forward. So I just want to acknowledge that collaboration. Thank you.
Yes.
Earlier, if I could just do one quick follow-on, is that I support the 3-month reserve approach as well as the increase in starting teacher pay and teacher pay.
Very good, thank you. On the 3-month reserve, I would remind my colleagues that one of the school districts that was taken over by the TEA, one of the citations was that the reserves had fallen significantly below 3 months. So I always have that 3-month mark, not even as a reserve balance, that's kind of a zero balance that we really should not drop below. Now, I will note, when our colleague who's in the audience, when they had to live through a 20% budget cut, the reserve balance dropped tremendously. It's hard to cut 20% when you're a salary-driven entity, and reserves were rapidly used up. That's not where we are today. I will disagree with almost everybody on the board on the question of the OHE. As I mentioned last year, we should have reduced our OHE by 3%, 5%. Our taxpayers would not have felt it because of the increase in property values and the compression. They would not have paid any more in taxes. I know when most of us went to Senator Betancourt's office, his was the only office that acknowledged that there is, in fact, a penalty, the way we trustees use it, for the OHE. And staff at his office did indicate that perhaps there might be some form of, for lack of an appropriate term of art, some type of reimbursement of that penalty. And as I mentioned in that meeting, you have to start with conversations before anything that can happen. But I disagree with my colleagues. The CFO, putting my CFO hat on, and certainly I was one for the bulk of my professional career, the right thing to do is to cut the OHE by 3 to 5%, but there is absolutely no support for that idea. I have looked at the numbers. If we cut it by 5%, it wouldn't give us that much money. It would give us about $10 million year over year, but it would not increase taxes at the at the standard average house rate of 300,000. So by making that change, we wouldn't be driving anybody out of their house. However, I brought this up last year, and so I gave everybody on the board the opportunity to speak up and indicate some degree of support for the idea, and there was virtually none. So the way that I structured the agenda for today, I went ahead and took this off as a voting item for today. Today's the only time we can vote on it because the decision has to be made prior to June 30th. But as I said last year, we had an opportunity that we missed, and I guess my persuasive skills are sadly lacking because I couldn't convince anybody else on this board that it was a good idea. I do think we have consensus on how to address raises and how to address the federal fund, the application of federal stimulus funds to help offset the deficit. It does not appear as if there's any appetite to require a voter approval tax rate election, and these are all the big items. Management's indicated that they'll be forming a committee to take a look to see are there ways that we can reduce expenditures. I already know all the easy ones. You know, so all we have to do is go back to the report that I gave to the board, I guess 13 years ago now, and there won't be many new items in there. Basically, you cut positions, you cut stipends, and then you cut programs. But this board did not take the HISD approach during that 20% cut, and fine arts and athletics were not cut at any school. I will note that we do not have a small school exception, which HISD has, but we do send more dollars to those schools that are Title I schools. So now let's go around for the next round of questions and our comments. Uh-oh, Marnie is falling asleep over there, but that's okay. We don't need counsel just yet. So let me start to my right. Scott, do you have other questions, comments?
I have one last question. Sure. Let's say the legislator goes ahead and gives us $1,000 increase on the basic allotment. Could we come back months from now and then maybe give a stipend or give another pay raise at that point, whatever that might be?
Yes.
How would that look?
In fact, we've actually got it in the language when the budget is adopted to allow for that. That if there's something legislatively that changes, then we could come back and do something, and we would just have to amend the budget. And in fact, the language in the bill initially, when they were looking at, I can't remember if it was House Bill 100, but they did have language in there to allow school districts to basically adjust because of legislation. And catch up, so to speak. So there was some language at one point in time. So I've heard that if they do something in September that they would probably have something like that. But then we also have the language that when the board adopts the budget also.
Thank you.
Natalie.
Such a great question, Scott. I just I was being reminded of the very compelling argument I was given here a year ago about why, even when COVID hit, why having that large fund balance was such an asset for us. And so Scott's question kind of helps me answer that thought about could we make sure, especially the first reading, that if they would be able to be adjusted. I hear incredible support for public education from the legislators I speak with. And this year I spent time in Austin with our group and separately with different things. And I don't see people being anti-education. I see people wanting us to make sure kids can read and do math and shift from social constructs, more to just doing the job of being, the public school system, educating children so that they can reach their full potential and have opportunity. And be safe. And we saw a lot of funds be approved for safety. So I will say, I believe money is going to come. That's why I'm a little, even though you did convince me, Karen, last year, that having a little bit of a fund balance was good. So I would love to see that we would get the money flowing in. We'd be able to make sure our children achieve well. And then we'd be able, and the funds flow in these directions once we see data per school about our kids and the efforts we've had and if they're working. And then we also shift a little back over to fund balance to make sure we're safe there. So I'm very hopeful for what's going to come to us from Austin, and so anything we do in the budget, maybe even that's some of what we start to prepare. Tom, I think you have excellent questions and ways of thinking about it to see what would it look like and how could we answer taxpayer concerns we'll have in this budget, that we're passing, because I think some people would not like to see, it be so close or that we're not even addressing changing spending at all. So I think that would be really smart foresight for us to do. But I do feel like truth is, this budget, we all thought about this fiscal cliff. I thank ESSER funds because what you did, and I lived it as an educator, as a school leader, trying to figure out how I was going to do the work for kids and make sure we had every child able to read without those people, those key roles and people. So I feel pleased, actually. I think the task before us is not as difficult as it could have been. But I also commend our colleagues. It's a great questions and a great group that has the kids and the teachers at first in their mind.
Gilbert?
No questions.
Going to my left, Julie, you started this off.
No questions.
Debbie? No questions. Lucas?
No questions. Echoing some of the sentiments, and thank you for your question, Scott. I believe we'll be able to, I have hope that we'll be able to see an improved outcome in special sessions coming up and in our second bite of the apple. So I think we're taking a good approach for now, and it's going to be sound fiscally and get our families moving in the right direction.
So that concludes the public hearing portion.
Mr. Jackson, can I ask a quick question? Just to be
means.
sure I understand. So I will move forward, just to be sure I understand that we're moving forward with the 3% and the 62 starting teacher salary, because what we have to do is come back to you.
Correct.
And show you the information by function, because that's what's required of the board. So that's what we need to move forward with, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is the overall consensus.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Thank you, sir.
And for the viewing audience, it will take Karen's group between 4 and 5 hours to prepare those numbers to come back to us for us to have a vote. And for the board, sadly, the way it is, we get only one bite at the apple. So if anybody has any objections to my instructions that I just gave to Karen, now's the time to speak, because when she comes back, we only get to vote yes or vote no. We don't get to make any more changes. Okay.
Okay,
Karen?
thank you, thank you.
Time for you to get to work. Okay, it is 12:57. Marnie, now that you've awakened again, and I appreciate it, is this a good time to take a break for lunch?
Yes.
No. So we will not take a break for lunch. We will proceed with the agenda. And I'm glad you were awake to answer that question. As stated earlier, agenda items will not necessarily be handled in the order listed on this notice. We will rearrange the agenda to begin with discussion item 6A, followed by action items 5Y, 5Z, 5AA, and 5H in that order. 6A, the administration will discuss the district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. After a brief presentation, this item will be discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 551.076 of the Texas Government Code. There are no speakers on this topic today. The presenters, in no particular order, Chief Mendez, Scott Hudson, Teresa Hall, whoever's going to grab the microphone. Chief.
I believe it's me, sir. Good afternoon, President Jackson. Board of Trustees, Dr. Henry. We're going to cover the intruder detection audits. Let's get that right. For this last go around with the state, as you can recall, we've had this occur all school year long, where the state has sent inspectors out to do intruder detection audits. And so if we could go to the next slide, since the state audit started in September, 73 campuses have been completed, 45 elementary schools, 16 middle, and 12 high schools. 40 campuses have passed all 4 phases. 22 corrective action verified and approved, 11 corrective actions needed, closing out the school year, and that's part of what's happening today. The Safety and Security Committee has met on the final campuses that we need to bring before you today, and you have received that information. And again, if you need to discuss it, we'll do it in closed session. During the time period of April 14th through May 19th, 20 campuses completed, 9 campuses passed all phases, 11 campuses with findings. Again, the District Safety and Security met and reviewed and approved the corrective action plans for all findings on 6/6/2023. So that is where we are to date. It's my understanding that these audit detections audits will continue into the new school year. And so we can expect to do this all next school year at every board meeting. Any questions? All righty.
And Gilbert, just as a reminder, these are questions that are appropriate for the public as opposed to closed hearing.
Very general in nature.
Okay, for our viewing audience and for our attendees here, our district is compared to in the state as leading in this area, or?
Well, I don't know the results of other districts. So every school district is the same as us. They get their results and their findings are in closed session. I know that we make every attempt to lead the district in safety and security, and the state. And so we want to be that leading agency as we move forward across the state with every school district, that they rely and look to us for answers on how to provide safety and security for our students the best way possible.
Right. Have you been approached by other districts on how we do things here?
Several. It's not uncommon for us to get, or for me to get, phone calls from other school districts, not only in the state but across the nation, on how we handle safety and security for a large school district. You know, being the 3rd largest school district in the state, and based on our numbers, we're pretty large compared to most school districts across the nation. It's not uncommon to receive phone calls for guidance and advice on how we provide safety and security and help other districts.
And am I correct in that what the legislature was asking for all districts to now adhere to, we've been at the forefront with this for a few years already?
Yes. So the way we provide our safety and security, we do it in a layered approach. And so everything that we provide to a campus is done with the mindset of keeping an intruder outside of the academic areas of a school. And so this board and previous boards in the last bond elections, with putting in different levels of security, with fencing, with the security vestibules, with academic doors, with bullet-resistant glass, with intruder locks and walls, and separating open campuses into a podded environment so that there's walls and doors protecting them, is all in order to provide time for first responders to contact an individual who means to cause harm outside of the school.
Yes, thank you, Chief, for your time and all your staff, and for taking care of our employees and students. Teresa, with all the money we have spent over the past few years, in my opinion, way ahead of what other districts have done, is there any chance of us getting reimbursement on that money?
Karen and her team, there are some security grants that were included, that allocation or allotment that's included in SB 30, which is the supplemental budget bill. That is grant funds that allow for some reimbursement to school districts for completion of project facility upgrades, those kind of things. But there was a certain window of time, I believe, that is applied. So some reimbursement, not full reimbursement, because we started this so long ago. But Karen, you may have the amount that we've received, and then I'm not sure if we're going to be eligible for any additional.
Yeah, I would have to check on that because I think that's actually maybe a separate grant amount because there was some money allocated already that we've already applied for, and this may be a little bit different money, but I can check on that and find out and have that
Yeah,
money.
we're trying to get clarity, obviously, on the specific requirements for the different funding allocations. I will say that there was another bill that passed, and I think Mr. Morgan and his team have been looking at that language that's requiring panic alarms or alert buttons in all classrooms. And as you know, that is a part of our safety and security. But in our elementary floor plan, we only have the panic alert buttons in the pods and not in individual classrooms within the pod. So I think until we get more clarity on the rules and the standards we're uncertain of whether or not we're going to have to add additional ones, but I know they're looking at it already. As far as trying to see the feasibility and the amount that would be included.
Okay, thank you, Teresa, for that, and Karen for that information there, and of course for our police staff here. Thank you. Tom.
Yes, Natalie?
I definitely appreciate all the work. It's an incredible lift with how many humans we have in schools, big humans, little humans, down to every single classroom door. These audits are extensive and a high standard of safety, and so I appreciate all the work that's done. I do have just a question on when it says 11 corrective actions. Are there any schools that had findings that have not had corrective action plans reviewed yet, like after the June 6th special called meeting?
So you're asking if any campuses have not been done yet?
Well, I said like there's 11 corrective actions needed. Were those addressed in what we had at the safety meeting, or there's still some more that we're going to see?
No, ma'am. We made sure to get everybody covered because of the timeline that was required. And because there's not a board meeting in the month of July, our campuses did a fabulous job in making sure that their corrective actions were taking place or taken care of within that last day or two of school, and even a day or two after school had ended, to ensure that we met the timeline to get before the board so that we could provide our report to the state as required.
Great job. And I do have another question I'd like to ask, but I'll ask that privately. I'm not sure if it crossed the line of Tom's line of what's.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
5Y, the board will consider making a determination that good cause did not exist as required by law for Mariah Henry and Kristen Tolliver to resign their respective employment contracts. This item will be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 551.074. 5Z has been removed from the agenda. 5AA, the board will consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to Nicole Graves that it is proposed her employment with the district under a term contract be terminated. It is further recommended the president of the board notify the teacher of the proposed action to terminate her employment contract pursuant to 21.211 of the Texas Educator Code. This item will be discussed in closed session pursuant to section 551.074. 5H, the board will hear presentations from the superintendent search proposal finalists and consider taking action to select a consulting firm to conduct the superintendent search. After the presentations, this item will be discussed in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074. Presenters today, Marnie Collins Sims. She is now finally smiling at me, which is always nice. JG Consulting and Thompson and Horton. Marnie, the microphone is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to invite, because I see Mr. Guerra sitting in the audience and Dr. Fraley, I'm going to invite you to the podium to be our first presenter. And as you are aware, and Mr. Wright has your clicker, I'm sure it's got a, a more formal name. And I think you are active from the podium here on the right. Oh, no. Is that, oh, you got it, Leslie? Thank you.
Yeah, it's on.
Thank you.
Is there a timer?
You
Okay. Asking
started
as a
to say,
matter
you
of
may have
courtesy,
noticed
it's been a long half day for everybody. So anyway, nonetheless, good afternoon. As Marnie indicated, I'm James Guerra. I'm the president CEO of JG Consulting. Joining me this afternoon are two of my colleagues, the Honorable Mr. Alton Fraley and Mrs. Holly Maria Flynn Villaseca. So members of the board, Dr. Henry, who stepped away, want to acknowledge your service and also wish everybody in the audience a happy belated Father's Day. It's an honor to be here with you this afternoon. I'll be brief in my remarks because I'm really third chair in this process. Mr. Fraley and Ms. Flynn Villaseca will serve as your principal consultants, but we are Texas-based. I reside in Georgetown, but we have representation here in the Houston area. So I'll go through a quick overview and a high-level kind of walkthrough of what we do and our core competencies and give you a little more insight into who we are. Oh, and it jumped ahead, way ahead. Let's see if I can go back to the beginning. Sorry, thanks for indulging me. I don't know how it ended up so far ahead. Okay, so this is the team. I indicated that Mr. Fraley, Mrs. Flynn Villaseca, and myself will serve as your primary consultants. All right, a little bit about us. This is our mission statement. It's very straightforward and to the point. There are a few words I like to underscore and highlight as it pertains to the search process. One, we provide an equitable process, not only for you as trustees, elected officials, for your community members, your staff, and your students, but we also adhere to a very inclusive and transparent process. We believe in inclusivity and transparency as it pertains to our process. So nothing that we do will not include and will always include your input. So it's a very collaborative process in nature. We will seek your input and your directive as we support you in this endeavor. We work at the will of the board. So it's important for us to acknowledge that our representation to Cy-Fair ISD is to you as elected members of the board and ultimately the community members and students and staff that you serve. Impact can be measured in many ways. I think one of the greatest attributes that you have working in your favor and in your advantage as a school system in a community is that you have a superintendent with a storied career. It's something to be said this day and age with the sitting superintendent who has served as long as Dr. Henry. We've had the good fortune of representing other superintendents, other school districts who recently retired and who have left the profession and joined Mr. Fraley in the recovering superintendent environment. Most recently, the A-Leaf Independent School District, Mr. Chambers, we conducted their superintendent search. Just finished with Killeen Independent School District, where Dr. Kraft served for more than 11 years. And the list goes on and on, Dr. Thomas Randall and Lamar Consolidated. So we have good representation in the state. And I like to use baseball analogies since the Astros and others are doing so well here representing us, but we're batting 1,000. So we have never failed a superintendent search. And that's something we're very proud of. And as the owner of the firm, incredibly proud of the team for holding that shingle very high. I mentioned some of the districts and jumped ahead, but most recently you can see some of these across the state. I mentioned A-Leaf, Killeen, represented my hometown in Austin ISD, San Antonio Independent School District, Houston ISD, and Socorro ISD. A lot of stories can be shared with you this afternoon, but want to be mindful of time. But we'll share with you that hearing some of the remarks today about Houston ISD, there were some trying times during that search. We conducted that search in its entirety during the pandemic. Myself and Mr. Fraley and others on the team conducted more than 200 community engagement stakeholder meetings during the onset of COVID, because it was still hot and heavy where there weren't many engagements like this where we can convene in person. So we had to use all of our resources available to engage the community, engage students and staff to solicit their input as we developed a profile that was reflective of all voices. So really proud of the effort that my team put in to conduct that search. Some of the differentiating factors that you'll hear from us today include those 4 bullets on the right side. Earlier I mentioned an inclusive and collaborative process. We utilize what we refer to as an on-demand interview portal. We subscribe to a platform called Modern Hire. They were recently acquired by HireView. If you're familiar with some of these tools, they're very common in the private sector, but essentially what they do as a board, they enable you to review and to vet and to screen candidates along with us and our team to better understand what skill sets, experiences these superintendent candidates possess. So we're going to present to you not only the artifacts of the application materials, which include letters of interest, resumes, academic credentials, verification forms, all of the above, all of the standard items that you would normally see. Each of you will receive an iPad. When we present the candidates, you'll have an opportunity to review all of those digital artifacts. In addition, you'll have access to the interview on-demand interview portal. There's simply 4 or so questions. One question might be, what drew you to the position of Cypress-Fairbanks ISD, and how does this support your long-term goals and aspirations? So it gives you an idea of who the candidates are. It's treated much like a standard interview without replacing the in-person interview. So this is just a preface or a preliminary to the traditional interview experience. But it gives you an idea who they are before you choose to bring them in for an in-person interview. The second component, this is at your discretion. By no means do you have to use the second differentiating feature for us. We have a cognitive test which identifies 3 key areas: their cognitive ability, their motivation, and their personality. It's also known as the Wonderlic assessment. But it's just something that we use as an aside, but again, by no means do you need to use that. The surveying tool that we use is through our own subscription through our CRM. We subscribe to Zoho. We can administer as many surveys as you wish applicable to this community. I'll give you a recent example. In Killeen, who we recently supported in their community, we had 4 different surveys, one in English, Spanish, Korean, and German. Being that Fort Cavazos, formerly Fort Hood, is there, a lot of foreign languages spoken in that community. In real time, we could administer as many surveys as you like, working closely with your staff, your communications department, and creating a unique search page accessible on your district's website. I noticed that you've already taken some steps in securing and developing a web page. We would simply create a complimentary supplemental page that, again, in the spirit of transparency, gives your community, your staff, and your students an opportunity to see where we are in the major milestones of the superintendent search. And then the other piece that I failed to mention, we just recently, in the last couple of months, launched superintendentsearch.net. So we are the owners of a new job board, a new platform. We are Texas-based, but we are a national firm. We've conducted superintendent searches, executive level searches, and the like across the United States. There are 22 representatives of the firm in Texas with more than 50 across the United States. So we will leverage every resource that we have to recruit the best talent to serve as your next superintendent. This is a screenshot of what the on-demand interview experience looks like. Those are the 4 questions that we utilized. In this case, this was Houston ISD when Mr. House was hired by the Board of Trustees there. Very direct, very simple. They're timed questions. You, again, will have access to that experience when we present the candidates to you. This is a screenshot of what the one-score Wonderlic assessment looks like. I mentioned that there are 3 areas. If you think of a stoplight, green shows that the candidate performs really high in that level. Yellow is considered somewhat cautionary, and red is a hard stop or a no. The superintendent search portal that I mentioned is our new website, and again, it just enables us to cast a much wider net. But as I stated early on, we work at the will of the board. So one of the questions we will ask you when we begin the process, what is your appetite for conducting a national search? Do you prefer local, regional candidates, or are you open to us recruiting talent from afar? And again, that's at your discretion. The survey simply looks like this. We can disaggregate all of the data and provide it into a very meaningful report. When we create the leadership profile, and for us that's synonymous with the job description, we will present the draft profile to you publicly, so that way, again, everybody can see what we're doing. And then we'll also, as a supplement to that, provide you with a summary, a synopsis of everything that we've heard from the community engagement meetings. So the first part of the executive search process will be to understand what it is you're looking for and the qualities, characteristics, and traits of your next superintendent. And as we start to learn from you, we'll also ask you who in the community, both internally and externally, can we hear from? Who should we listen to? As we gain all this incredible input and feedback, we'll begin to synthesize that information, create a profile that is meaningful and reflective of this community. And then all the while, we'll have a number of surveys, and again, as many languages as you like. So that will work simultaneously as we're working with your staff, with you, the students, and also your community members. Here are some recent statistics. I'm sure you're very aware of the challenges and complexities of the superintendent role today. As I stated earlier, you're in a very, very good place. You've had a long-standing superintendent. You're one of the most renowned districts in the country. I've heard a lot of tremendous things today that we can take away and use as selling points when we're recruiting talent. And it's not lost on us all the tremendous work that you're putting into this, but these are just some statistics for you to reflect upon, but by no means is this something that is necessarily a correlation to what you're experiencing now. It's just something that we have to acknowledge in the work that we do. Just in the state of Texas alone, there are 70 superintendent vacancies. So we, as a firm, are very intentional with the school districts we serve. I mentioned that we had just completed the Killeen ISD search. We have 2 other searches right now that we're conducting across the country, and they're rounding third. Again, to use a baseball analogy, that's Las Cruces Public Schools in New Mexico, and then the Hutto Independent School District in Central Texas. So this team is fully dedicated here. I mentioned that we have a number of faculty members and representation. When we dedicate ourselves to a particular job, it's the folks that you see before you. So that way there's no overlap and we're not competing with one another. Our recruitment channels, again, can be very varied in terms of our exposure and how far and wide we want to reach. Most common will work within the traditional sectors, so recruiting educators, those who have served as teachers, principals, central office administrators, sitting superintendents. We've conducted more than 30 superintendent searches across the country during the last 8 years, and all but 2 times have the boards that we've represented hired what we would consider a non-traditional candidate. That's somebody who might have served as a CFO, an attorney, or not the traditional pathway that we would normally see here in the state of Texas. We also work with business leaders, philanthropic leaders. We're currently being considered to potentially represent a nonprofit in education for their CEO, and then other public sectors. We are a diversified group. We've conducted city manager searches in the past. We've represented other entities within education as well. We have strong ties with all the national organizations and their affiliates. AASA, the American Association of School Administrators, the Association of Latino Administrators, Superintendents, Council of Great City Schools, National Alliance of Black School Educators, you name it. So East Coast to West Coast, we represent all of these groups plus their state affiliates. Now, the timeline that I put together, this is simply working backwards, understanding that we haven't met with you individually. So getting an idea of what your backwards mapping and planning looks like. Theoretically, our searches generally could take anywhere from 4.5 to 5 months. We understand that there is a runway according to Dr. Henry's imminent departure, but we want to be mindful of what your intentions are and your plans are. So I want to be clear that this is just suggested. It's by no means written in stone. But for us, 4.5 months to 5 months is typically the kind of the full length of time that we would need to be consistent with our best practice. One of the things that is a bit unique to us as well is we work very well in the earned media space. That screenshot that you see on the left is me and the board and Colleen. They did a preliminary press conference because it had been some time since they had to go through the same process that you're embarking on now. So as Dr. Kraft was leaving to take his new post in Northside ISD, they wanted to be very deliberate and intentional about how to communicate what their plans were with their community members and their staff and their students. So they did a very good job of setting up a press conference. So they had certain media outlets that are there local in their community. We entertained and fielded questions, and we were just very forthcoming with what the intentions were. And the screenshot you see on the right, that's the work that we did with Houston ISD. Myself, Mr. Fraley, and Dr. Flores were in the audience and supporting them. So this was at the tail end of their process, but utilizing the resources we have and being transparent, and again, in the spirit of collaboration, was very helpful. So I will pause there, and if I can ask if we could play just a quick clip of a recent testimonial, that would be helpful. I don't know who's, there we go. Thank you for indulging me.
This is my comeback. Start yours at purdueglobal.edu.
JG Consulting is a powerhouse. They put you in a position to compete at very high levels. And I've been a superintendent now going on my 6th year, and I still have a very strong relationship with the firm. So it's a long-term family type environment with JG Consulting. My name is Dr. J.A. Gonzalez, and I'm superintendent of schools for McAllen ISD. We're a high-performing school district. We have approximately 21,000 students in our district, 2-time A-rated. We earned the post-secondary readiness distinction, and we also earned the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. We have multiple blue ribbon schools, so very proud of the community and the staff, and we're excited about the future in McAllen ISD. If you look at the number of superintendent positions that are available in the great state of Texas or across the nation, they're extremely limited. So you're getting into a very, very highly competitive environment. So my experience in working with the firm was one in which I felt like I was important, and I felt like I can ask any question that I wanted to, and all my questions were important to them. So that was good to know. And when I went into the process, I knew that it was going to be a process that was well thought out. If you look at the individuals that work for JG, there's a lot of practitioners, so they truly understand the intricacies of the education process because they've been in the game. So that makes it one in which when you're an educator and you're applying for a superintendency, you want to work for a district that you fit with, and this firm's going to make sure that they're going to put you in a position to get you there.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that concludes the quick overview. So I think if it's appropriate, we'd like to answer any questions you might have, and I'll invite my colleagues to join me.
Let me start to my right. Scott Henry.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned earlier, I think I heard you say 70 current people are looking for superintendents right now. Of that, how many do y'all have, do you think, around that number?
So that's a statistic, at least that I'm aware of here in the state of Texas. So right now, we only have one, and that's the Hutto Independent School District.
And who will be the lead consultant from your firm?
Mr. Fraley, second chair, and then respectively third chair.
To make sure.
Yeah.
And currently, how deep and wide is your pool of candidates you have today? I mean, what is your, I know we hear that, but can you talk to that, please?
Absolutely. So our respective network across the United States is in the thousands. Typically, a district this size will generally draw somewhere between 50 to 60 candidates. And again, without having a crystal ball, that number could vary. But this is the 3rd largest district in the state. It's, again, filling big shoes, but that is attractive to many sitting superintendents, not only here locally, but across the U.S.
So one of the reasons why we selected y'all to come speak is because of your public engagement. your process for engaging the public and getting them involved. Can you maybe talk to that just for a few minutes of what y'all do and how y'all engage the public to get information?
First, I come to you all as a former Cypress ISD parent and elected member to this august body as well, 1999 State Honor Board. So really appreciate seeing you all here today, Dr. Henry, and congratulations to you for your long career and your exit of choice. One of the things, very unusual nowadays. One of the things we do, we first begin by meeting with each of you individually and getting your perspective on the profile of the superintendent. I love to lead town halls with your permission in the community. We will ask you to identify individuals and organizations and maybe even facilitate hosting some at different sites around the district that will be open to anybody who wants to come. And we use that to build a profile draft that we'll give to you all as a board that you will finalize as the profile that we use to post the position. We get a lot of input from the community, and that helps begin generating the ownership process because the superintendent works for the community on your behalf, and they need to have ownership in that process of that profile so that when you decide, because it's totally your choice who you hire, it is your choice. They have input in kind of saying, we look for these types of things. We have certain questions that we ask, and they provide feedback. We draft it, bring to you all, you edit, and then ultimately you approve it, and then we post it. And so, but that engagement process is very extensive, as extensive as you want it to be, and depending on your timeline.
And the last question, I'll leave it to other people, is do y'all offer training or coaching for us as Board of Trustees to ask questions, to maybe say screen out people? And I know y'all do a lot of screening beforehand, but do y'all give us some anecdotal information that might be helpful to give us the good information to ask questions?
We can, at your whatever you guys want, you can do. I'm a certified TEA trainer, board training, but also just having the conversation with the board to talk about those things, and we can coach you with that, certainly.
Thank you very much.
Natalie.
Thank you. Great presentation. Actually, I think it was Prezi, and it didn't show up in here very well, so I definitely would like us to get a copy to be able to consider later. So some of my questions are along the line that 200 engagements in a large district next door. Talking about the size of our district, you talked about a typical 4.5 to 5 month timeline. Town halls are something I've been very interested in seeing us doing, really having two-way communication with the community. So I'm very excited about the opportunity. Have you done those in such a way where it just becomes, I'm not sure if all of our community, our Latino community, maybe this idea of superintendent search versus like just saying, hey, what's working in our schools for your kids and what else do you want to see? What's the flavor of those town halls, and can they be I know you're creating a job profile out of it, but really are you creating a referendum to us as a board about what our community wants us to set our goals around?
The questions that I've used in the past have done just that, where they've gotten the community to talk about, beginning first with their aspirations. We don't begin with problems, it's aspirations, because problems are in the context. Aspirations that they have, we ask for those types of things. We ask them for celebrations. Then we ask them for challenges and opportunities. Then we ask them to kind of talk about the characteristics of a potential candidate as well. And that does give a good message to the board, I do believe.
Sounds exciting. And then those engagements, to me, is there a way for any single, not just chosen people that we know and have relationships with, but that each single parent, citizen would have a chance at some point to have had multiple opportunities to engage with us? And then the timeline question on that comes up.
Yeah, what we did recently in Lamar Consolidated, we had in the colored track town hall meetings that were open to the public. We had those folks live in the audience. We had some that could come in virtually as well. So we'll have not only the groups such as maybe your chamber of commerce, folks like that you identify, maybe local pastors organizations, folks like that as well, but also just open town halls as well.
And I noticed you said software in multiple languages. Do you also have opportunities in multiple languages for community input in those town halls?
Yeah, we do, absolutely, and Ms. Flynn Villaseca speaks better Spanish than me, so.
Sí, entiendo.
Good afternoon. I would be more than happy to help co-facilitate some of those town hall meetings in Spanish. I'm fluent.
Okay.
And the one thing I'll add, just for clarity's sake, so with like Lamar Consolidated, Houston ISD, and others here in the Region 4 area, due to the size and the complexity of these town halls, we create a macro and a micro kind of environment. The larger group meetings, if it's appropriate and at the will of the board and with your staff's support, we can consider a hybrid format where we're there engaging the community in person live, all the while those that can't be there physically can join us virtually. We've used things like YouTube, Facebook Live, what other format you deem appropriate with certain guardrails and constraints to maintain an effective meeting. We can do all of the wedding planning and get those details coordinated, orchestrated to where it's an effective meeting. This week, where I'll be working in Las Cruces, we're doing public forums because in that state, it's an open meeting state, so open meeting laws. So we're actually required by law there to interview candidates publicly. So that kind of environment, we've learned a lot because Mr. Fraley and I have done quite a bit of this around the country and some of the best practices we can share. So it's a good question.
You gather digital feedback as well as spoken feedback in those sessions, so you have that. And then do board members, it's a listening tour of the system, are board members typically part of those engagement sessions?
Some yes, some no. It depends. We had one community where they felt the board would be too intimidating for the staff of the folks who would come, and others we had board members there to kind of provide a welcome.
Next question on the interview portal on demand. Are we able to customize questions? Because I think someone having to think and share their on the spot is very powerful, and so those can be customized. Because you've already given sample questions, so there's things some people could anticipate, but we'd be able to ask questions that maybe were very specific to our system.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a bespoke kind of opportunity or process where we can customize those questions. And they are timed. One thing I did fail to mention, as a candidate, you're allotted 2 to 3 minutes to respond. So you have to think quickly on your feet, and you treat it like you would a standard interview. However, it is a timed exercise. And there's no one on the other end, so the three of us are not there to ask the questions. Use your device, whether it's a laptop, a desktop, a tablet of any sort, because it's device agnostic, but the candidate is required to answer in a timed response.
Back to, all of you avoided the timeline question. I'm not sure the last time we had town halls, I don't know if they did it when Dr. Henry was hired. You may have been, I don't know when you were on the board versus Tom was. I'm not sure, so knowing that has not, we haven't gone out broadly across the system and spoken with people, how does that impact the timeline that you think in that 4.5 to 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever month process that we're talking about?
Yeah, it's a fair question. And again, it really depends on looking backwards. So if you had an end goal in mind of when you would like to name a superintendent to serve in this role, we typically work from the backwards kind of point of view, working backwards. However, a district this size, it could take 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a full month of community engagement, depending on the number of groups. Mr. Fraley referenced, faith-based groups. You have your chamber, other elected officials. Again, the macro, micro, both internally and externally, because we'd like to hear from your principals, both at the elementary, secondary level. If you have student advisory groups, we'd like to learn from them. We're going to meet with each of you for an hour at a time to understand what it is you're looking for. It's a lot of information. We can meet upwards of 200 different groups over the course of 3 weeks. Could be 4 weeks, again, dependent on what your vision is. We're going to customize the timeline according to what your aspirations are.
And I would say July, frankly, we don't even have a meeting in July so I don't see that as a month we can use because everyone's away, there's holiday vacation, principals, elementaries get 3 and, high school principals get 2 or 1 week. And so I feel like engaging staff and families in July isn't very effective. I'm not sure if that's the first part of the process, but that's part of why I asked that question. Then I'm interested in this Wunderlich. I guess if it's required, people do it. That's pretty interesting. How much have you found that played a role in who ended up being searched, or how many districts use that part of the process?
Very few. We were looking at other avenues to differentiate our process because it is unique. It's not something that most of our school board partners choose to utilize during the vetting and screening. For us, and I'll just speak for myself, I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues, I like the cognitive piece of it because the artificial intelligence of the assessment does align to the job profile and the job description. So it picks out certain characteristics or attributes that we will define together. And it'll call out some of those things where they're spot on as a candidate, or maybe there's some areas of weakness perhaps. But ordinarily, most of our school board partners choose not to. But again, it's an option in the menu for you to choose from.
We had 3 kids mention ChatGPT in their graduation speeches, so AI is here, I guess, in all these processes. Okay, I just have one, let's see, I'm trying to not take my colleagues' time, so let me see if I have one more question. Actually, I'll leave my questions there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gilbert.
Thank you guys for coming out and presenting. One question I had, will you, or can you, or have you routinely looked back into the background of the candidates and in a way to where, since the last 3 or 4 years have been tumultuous, to see how they handled the pandemic issue, how did they handle the freeze if they're located here in Houston, in Texas? How did they handle the opposing views that were presented to them, wherever they may be at? Have you routinely looked up these questions, or can you actually?
We've actually had board members ask those questions during the interview process.
Good. I think where we're at now in the state, it's going to be imperative that we know a little history on how they handled it. Not only, I'm sure they're going to be extremely qualified, otherwise you wouldn't bring them to us, but a little bit of in-depth background to see the tough questions and the tough issues. I'm very proud of how Dr. Henry studied, performed during these last 3 or 4 years. So we would be quite interested in knowing some background in depth.
Sure, absolutely. And I will share with everyone that we engage with a third party. The company is Baker Eubanks. And so their sole purpose as an organization is to conduct thorough background checks. And we incur the cost of that. So we do not only the reference checks and your standard vetting and screening that any executive search firm would do, but we hire them to go even further. So they'll check everything from credit history, verifying academic credentials, looking into the different municipalities where he or she may have lived and worked professionally or just lived personally. And those reports are very robust. So I would tell you on average, each report that we'll get back for the candidates can be anywhere from 40 to 60 pages. But that's, again, for our benefit and for yours. We want to bring forward every bit of information that we uncover so that as a board, as a body, you're making an informed and educated decision. But the other thing I'll also underscore is the fact that we will talk with the references that the candidates will not necessarily list on their resumes or their formal packets. Our network is very broad and very vast, so the benefit of working with such a well-known group is that we can speak with folks who aren't necessarily going to be listed for public consumption within their packets. So that way we can determine if there's anything that we need to know, we can bring forward and we can share that information with you. And our verification forms require, if there's any sort of impropriety, they have to disclose in writing what the issue may have been in their professional history. And I think you might just...
If I could add one thing is that also is that having served as a state president here in TASA, I'm still working at TASA as an executive coach. There aren't many folks worth knowing that I don't know about or can find out about. So, and I've already been contacted by some just saying, will y'all do the Cypress search? I said, I don't know. Well, if you do, please keep me in mind. And those 3 I would certainly keep in mind. And there are others that I probably would not encourage as much.
Well, thank you for answering that. And like, it's not necessarily going back into delving into make sure they have a super clean slate. I just kind of wanted to know their in-depth on how they handled the last few years and stuff. So.
And just to double down, I think on what James was saying earlier, during the actual interview process, you're able to craft some questions that would allude to, can you walk me through how you handled X part of the pandemic or the freeze? What did you do when schools were, kids couldn't come to the schools because the operations were down? How did you handle that? What were some of the alternative plans that you had in place ready to go so students wouldn't, those kinds of things? But we can work together to craft those questions.
Right, and those may be some of the questions that maybe Scott might have been referring to, like, can you give it a heads up on, this is our first superintendent search, what are some of the questions that need to be asked and stuff like that, so that way you can kind of lead us in that direction. Thank you very much.
To my left, Lucas.
Of course, I have a truck backing up right outside my. So thank you all. Tom, you may want to go to somebody else and come back to me with all this noise right next to me if it's coming through.
Debbie.
Thank you again for your presentation. For a school district our size, how many applications or candidates do you think you'll receive?
If I may, I'll just say, based on using historical data, it could be anywhere from 40 to 60. And that's just based on our own experience. I can't speak on behalf of other groups, but when we present the information, if we're ever to receive any sort of inquiry from any of your local press, whether it's like Community Impact or any of the local folks, every week we will share with you as a matter of an update, we've received X number of candidates representing X number of states, the number of women represented in the pool, and the number of men are this. But again, based on size and our own experiences, I'd hedge my bets that it's somewhere between 40 and 60 without having a crystal ball. And that's a good, healthy pool.
And how many do you anticipate that you would pass on to us?
That could vary. We're going to look for the talent and the candidates that most closely fit your leadership profile. And again, giving you recent examples, it could be 12, it could be 8, but we're not withholding any of the candidate information. So you'll have access to all of the candidates, but as far as our firm's practice, we'll provide to you who we feel are the best fit from the total pool, whatever that number is, but the delta will be accessible to you as a board. So we're not withholding any candidate information.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. I think after the great questions that my colleagues have asked in your presentation and then the original response to the RFP, I think we have a lot of great information and understanding of the value of your services and what you would bring to a partnership with our boards. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lucas, back to you.
Thank you. So again, echoing many of the comments and questions that we've already had, and double downing, we would look at this as a partnership with our board. So we would be relying on your guidance on what questions are we not asking that we need to consider and bring forward. I myself have been in consulting for 20 years. So I'm looking forward to the true consulting, which is what questions are we not asking, your key recommendations on based on your experience and what works, what does not. Echo comments that I've heard from Natalie, Dr. Blassingame, community engagement is going to be very important to us. Echoing Gilbert's comments on how did they handle themselves in the past through some key decisions. Obviously, we'll be asking those through the interviews, but getting some of those as your perspective as well, because you're going to have a nice broad look at all of your candidates. We'll be looking for that impact that your team can bring to us, and I look forward to this discussion.
Thank you.
We do appreciate your being here. Sorry to keep you waiting. The board does move, but sometimes we take time moving. So I appreciate your patience. You mentioned that you have a 100% success rate, and congratulations on that point. If you measured it in terms of tenure of your place positions, if we looked at how long the superintendents you had placed at each of those school districts, what type of story would that tell us?
Great question. So, looking at the holistic picture, our firm is approaching 9 years of service. So I founded the group in 2014. We began our very first search in the winter of 2015. Some of those same superintendents are still serving in their respective roles today. There have been 3 instances here in the last 2.5 years where the superintendents that we've successfully recruited and placed have taken a promotion to a larger organization or a larger system. Now, there were 2 instances in full candor where one of the superintendents we recruited became very ill. But within our contractual commitment to you, we have a guarantee. So should the superintendent serve for less than a period of time of 2 years, we'll conduct the search in its entirety at no cost at all to the community. Although we weren't obligated in this particular instance, Mr. Fraley and I actually felt it was best for that district and the community. We honored that guarantee, even though it was somewhat of an anomaly. And then there was one other instance where the superintendent that we recruited went to serve in a different capacity altogether. He chose to pursue a different calling, but we honored our commitment there. So if you look at the total holistic picture of roughly 30 superintendent searches, only 3 times, but a couple of those were promotions where the superintendents moved on. So all to say, the average tenure of a sitting superintendent in a district this size is 2.8 years. But if you look at our length of time of operational service of roughly 9 years, majority of the superintendents we've recruited have exceeded 5 years.
When Gilbert talked about background checks, I'm reminded of the fact that in the greater Houston Standard Metropolitan area, there have been 2 school districts where, for lack of a better word, there's been hiccups in the background of the superintendents that were placed. And certainly when I think of background checks, that's exactly what I'm hoping would not happen in our case. This district has been very fortunate in that we have a long history of high-quality superintendents, each of whom came to us to meet a different need, and a need that was probably not identifiable by the board, but a way to address the unknowns coming up. But none had unknowns in the background. Certainly, I was attracted to your firm because of your successful placement of districts within Texas and the reputation of those superintendents that had in fact been placed. And I do want to say, good to see you again. It's probably been about 3 or 4 years, I'm thinking. Oh, no, I remember the last time you and I chatted. It was shortly after we had been identified as an honor board. It was within 3 or 6 months after that. So welcome back. We certainly appreciate your service as a trustee, but we also appreciate your service as a superintendent into the education of all children within the state of Texas. Will you also be doing an evaluation of our district and potential needs of this district to see if the prospective candidates could answer those needs? And I'll give you a very specific example. I was not a trustee who was permitted to vote on Dr. Henry because I wasn't on the board. I was part of, for lack of a better term, citizen focus group. Clearly, what we knew at the time, this district was moving rapidly from being one of greater affluence and more of a Anglo population to a rapid orientation toward a much rising population of free and reduced lunch, and also an exploding Hispanic population. Mark came to us out of Galena Park, where he certainly had experience in that area. But the ability to read the tea leaves in the future is certainly something that you would hope to be able to match up with the superintendent who comes. The superintendent who preceded Mark, David Anthony, his skill set actually matched that which we needed. And then, of course, before him was Rick Berry, and you needed somebody who could say, oh, we're going to more than double. What do we need to have to address almost uncontrollable growth? Is that something that that you bring to the table, or is that what you're looking to the trustees to read the future in the tea leaves and go back to you and say, well, these are the challenges that we see, and this is what we expect you to find for somebody who can address those challenges?
Two things. One, we can look at demographic studies and hear the projections and all that. But also during the town halls, we'll hear from citizens, the community. They'll talk to us about some of the aspirations and challenges, so to speak. Years ago, I was hired in a neighboring school district, sitting right where you guys are with that same challenge. And the challenge for me was to understand that that district, like this district, is a destination district. Folks move there on purpose for something. You need a leader that understands that and can help welcome folks who come here, but also preserve what they came here for. And that is a challenge that the community has to be a part of. You must articulate who you are and where you want to be, and work and welcome folks, but maintain those standards and engage folks in ways that continue making this, allowing us to remain the destination district.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, the other thing I'd like to add too, again, no one will know this community as well as you, the members who live here. We're fortunate on our team, Mr. Fraley has served in your respective role and has been a sitting superintendent, so we have the benefit of his knowledge and his brain trust, but understanding what it is that all of you want will help us go along our path to recruiting the talent that fits your hopes and aspirations for Cy-Fair. So it'll be important in that collaborative approach to really understand what is our drive and what direction do we need to go.
If I can be very personal, my daughter, my firstborn, began her career in Cypher ISD. She got engaged 3 weeks ago to a Cypher graduate. They're looking at homes in Cypher because this is where they want to be. And she's tasked me, since she knows I'm interviewing this morning, Dad, find somebody good.
So does that conclude our questions? Gentlemen and lady, thank you for being here today. We look forward to ongoing conversations as we pursue this path. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And Tom, as a professional courtesy, the other firm they're waiting outside, so I've sent Harry to go get them. They'll be right in.
Right, and while they come in, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break in case anybody needs a restroom break. There is one restroom available to the board. Okay.
Did you give 5 minutes? I didn't hear you. That's a smart move.
You need to stand up, get the circulation.
I had to get a charger here. I need to go out there
and say hello to Alton too. Slips
Yep, yep.
away.
Let's go ahead and reconvene. The board will now hear a presentation from the superintendent search proposal finalist, Thompson and Horton. Gentlemen, the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm David Thompson. We very much appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. This is Dr. Mike Moses. I'll let Mike introduce himself in more detail in a moment. We've actually been watching your budget discussion. We watched the entire presentation. I want to commend.
I'm sorry.
I would say, and we have seen many around the state, but I want to commend your staff and the board for the detail and just the very much on point discussions you had about taking care of your staff, teachers, and other important staff. And all I would report to you is you're not alone. There are many districts all over the state that are having very similar discussions. I am a lawyer in private practice. Our law firm, Thompson and Horton, we have offices in Houston, Austin, Dallas, and Fort Worth. We've had the opportunity and have been very honored for many years to work with the Cyfair district from time to time on many important issues. But that's not why we're here today. Dr. Moses is a longtime personal friend and also a very distinguished educator. I'll let him tell you a little about his background. But when Mike was Commissioner of Education for the entire state of Texas, Texas Monthly did describe him as the best appointment that Governor Bush made during his service as governor. But when Mike left as commissioner, he and I began to discuss how we could assist boards and districts around the state and provide some value. And so we started about 22 years ago working with districts to assist boards as you go through superintendent searches. We've done right at 200 searches over that period of time. We are not a full-time search firm. Mike has had many other professional obligations over the years, and I'm a practicing attorney and certainly have many obligations. So we focus our attention every year on typically 5 to 10 districts where we assist boards as you go through searches. Our proposal does include a representative list of some of the districts that we have worked with. You will note that our focus has been larger school districts and particularly some of the large high-performing suburban districts all over Texas. We have had the great honor to assist your board in 2 previous searches. We helped the board when the board went through the search and selected Dr. David Anthony, and then we were extremely honored to assist the board at the time that Dr. Henry was hired as your superintendent. And we would be remiss today, Mark, if we didn't commend you on your outstanding career and the great contributions you have made, not only in Cyfair, but to the whole state of Texas. The leadership that you personally and this district have provided has been greatly recognized and will be greatly missed. But we commend the board, the district, and we know that Mark's leaving some big shoes to fill. I am an attorney. Both of our daughters are public school teachers. I tell people I could not get either one of them interested in being an attorney. They had higher aspirations. So as a family, we are very committed to public schools. Mike, why don't you introduce yourself and say a little bit about your background. Members, we know you've already had a long meeting today. You have a number of other matters to discuss. I'm going to promise you we are not going to filibuster. You've had an opportunity to see our proposal. We'll highlight a couple of things in it and then respond to your questions.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon, members, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. It is an honor. I want to underscore
what David has said, and with regard to the board, having had the opportunity to work in this district previously and having watched you today, thank you very much for your efforts and for your service. And having been commissioner, I know how much these jobs pay, and so I applaud you and appreciate you. And I'll also add associate myself with David's remarks about Mark. It's kind of hard to do, having known him as long as I have, but I do admire and commend him for the work that he has done here. I have relatives that live in this school district, and I'm in and out of this school district on fairly frequent occasions, and I've watched with interest the growth of this district for a long, long time, and have watched how you and your predecessors and Mark and his predecessors have led this district, and have much admiration. Also for your students and for the performance that I continue to see here, for your accountability rating. It's obvious that you take great pride in what takes place here, and so very happy for you. I'm an educator. I hope I'm still an educator. I hope I'm still learning, but I have been for over 45 years. I've served as a superintendent in 4 different districts in Texas, including the Lubbock and Dallas districts, and I did have the privilege of serving as Commissioner of Education, and was appointed 2 terms and confirmed 2 times, which was probably lucky for me in any event. And I spent some time as a Deputy Chancellor at Texas Tech University System. As David said, we've been doing this. We enjoyed doing this. We enjoy seeing great school districts work with great school leaders and do good things for boys and girls and for taxpayers and so forth. So we're delighted to be here. David, you want to start and talk a little about the search? Would you like me to talk about that?
Yeah, why don't you cover a little bit of the just presenting information?
You probably already know this, and but the environment that we are in terms of and the market for the superintendency today has changed dramatically over the last 2 or 3 years, particularly since the pandemic, and it's changed a little bit of the dynamic. You already know this is a very important undertaking. If you get this right, a lot of other things can go wrong, but they will be made right. If you get this decision wrong, it gets really hard to make everything else right. So getting the selection of the superintendent right is extremely important. Approximately 1,200 school districts and charters in our state. Our turnover is usually about 15% a year, about 125 a year, maybe 130. We'll get closer to 200 this year. And looking the other day, I saw that we're sitting around 70 vacancies in Texas. Nationally, the same kind of turnover is being experienced. Our average tenure is 5 to 6 years, and obviously this district has enjoyed, and we're very proud of you for enjoying the tenure that you've had of your last 2 superintendents. We think that the representation of your district to outstanding qualified professionals is critical, and we pride ourselves on representing you in the right way, in the most favorable way.
So as we've already said, we are not full-time search consultants, and we do know, I will say at the outset, the other firm you interviewed, Mike and I did not watch their presentation. As a professional courtesy, we know them. They are professional friends and colleagues, and we think highly of them. But we do want to emphasize a few things that we believe we do a little bit differently than full-time search firms, and that we would offer to do for your board. Again, we only handle a very small number of searches a year. We limit ourselves to where at any given point in time, we are only working with at most 2 to 3 districts at one point in time. And we do not work with any 2 districts at the same time who are basically competing for the same group of candidates. So we try to customize and really focus our approach to meet the needs of a particular district. Just very briefly, recently this year, we just finished working, for example, with Northside ISD, which is probably as comparable to Cy-Fair as any other large district in the state. And we also worked with Kerrville ISD. Obviously, those were two very different communities, but they both hired very outstanding individuals who I think will be very successful in their communities. My background as an attorney, obviously Mike's background as a commissioner, as a superintendent, as an educator, we do believe we have a robust network, and we will diligently recruit outstanding individuals to be considered by the board. And one thing we have always done, and we believe we were the first search group to ever start doing this, and that is we always make known to the board and discuss with the board every single person who expresses an interest in being a superintendent in your district or being an applicant. All right, yeah, I need to go on. We don't just kind of bring you our friends and family. That's not the way this should work. You will see all of the candidates. We've never worked with a district that was not able to successfully complete the search process. You have our references in our proposals. I want to emphasize on behalf of our law firm, our client is the board. It is not the candidate. We certainly always wish the candidates great success. To follow up on a comment Mike made, it's very hard for boards to be successful if the superintendent isn't successful. It's hard for the superintendent to be successful if the boards aren't successful. So it is a partnership, but our client is the board on behalf of the district. We have some recommendations based on our many years of experience on things that work well in searches. But it's ultimately your search. It is not our search, and obviously we will tailor it to fit your needs. Mike, you want to talk about the timeline? Sure.
We like to work with the board to establish a timeline. It kind of creates some discipline for the search. We also like to say that a timeline is a tool. It's not the master. As we said, it's your search. So to the extent that that needs to be modified, it certainly can be, but it gives us an idea of what we're shooting for. You didn't show me how this advances.
The big
high tech.
Yep.
This is just, if you'll notice the top, this says suggested timeline, and that's exactly what it means, but it just gives you an idea of what some of the activities that we think need to occur. And again, given the announcement that Dr. Henry had made and his timeline, we kind of operated with that timeline and worked backwards. This just kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that we think need to happen, including meeting with the board, including advertising, and who you would want to advertise with and whether or not you want this to be national or state advertising. We have some thoughts on that. We also invite outstanding people to certainly to apply for the job, but also we're looking for nominations of outstanding people. We think we have, as David said, a pretty robust network, but we like to be sure. And we are also interested in finding those experienced superintendents, people who are in the power stroke of their career, but we're also interested in identifying rising stars as well. So there are different ways of going about trying to get the right people in the pool to be examined. We've got some suggestions there, and you can tell, you say, well, why does that timeline work that way? Well, if you go look forward, if you say you go to November 1st or thereabouts and you start trying to work backwards, and David, now make it go backwards.
That one.
That right there. If you say, well, we've kind of got to we want someone in place by November, well, we've got to get a contract approved. We have to have a 21-day waiting period before we can enter into a contract when we name a loan finalist. So you back up those days, and then you say, well, what's got to happen to get to the point so by October 2nd we could do that? Well, you've got to be conducting interviews. You can tell there in September, and you've got to have some time where the deadline, to meet a deadline for applications, as well as time for the board to review those that have indicated an interest in the position. So we kind of work backwards to get to a timeline. This is by no means anything other than a suggestion, but it kind of gives you a roadmap of what it might look like to get to a point whereby late fall you could have someone named for the position. Again, the timeline is a tool. It's not a master. This just gives you an idea of the advertising that we would do. Again, if desired, those are some of those internet sites are the ones that people hit often in terms of looking for professional growth. We don't just leave it to this, though. We've already indicated to you, we personally contact individuals. I want to say one other quick word about this. This is a fantastic district. I'm being very, just very honest with you. It's a great district, and we would all say there's a lot of people that would like to be considered. There are what I call pretenders, and there are contenders. The universe of people who can do a job that is with this large, this sophisticated, gets smaller and smaller as the district size increases. It's very flattering to say, oh, we'll go get 100 applications. We'll go get a lot of people to apply. I think you're going to be more interested in the quality than the quantity of candidates in a job like this. And that's not to say that we won't get good numbers, but we will be looking very closely. If we were selected to assist you, we would be looking very closely at people who are very successful in their current position and that have a real track record of success. And that we think is very important. You can see there, you know, we encourage you to, if we're selected, to let us be your agents and to handle communication for you, and we welcome everyone. We don't discourage anyone from asking to be considered, but we say again, this is a job that demands a lot of expertise and a lot of professional skill. We won't discourage anyone. We might invite up to 30 or to 50 candidates, and that might be on the high side in terms of the number of people, again, that you can expect to really be able to consider. Please keep in mind the turnover in Texas has been significant. You will get out-of-state candidates, should you wish to consider out-of-state candidates. And we have, David and I also know people who have left Texas and gone on to be superintendents out of state, seen the error of their ways, and would like to come back to Texas. And we do stay in touch with those individuals. But we will ask for nominations and from people that we know in the profession that we think know where the difference makers are. Anything you want to say about recruiting, advertising that I've not said? No. Okay, we'll keep it moving then. You want to talk about community engagement? Why don't you say a word about that?
So getting an opportunity for your community to be engaged, to contribute their thoughts on the search is obviously always important in any community, whether it's a large district or a smaller district. But I want to say a word for just a moment. Think about all the titles that we use in America for elected officials. Just think about it. President, congressman, senator, governor, council member, go down the list. There's only one term that is really unique, and we use it in the context of education. What do we call elected officials in education that is different from every other elected official? A trustee. Because you hold something in trust. You hold your community's children in trust. You hold, in many cases, the future of your community in trust. Your community has entrusted you to make decisions on their behalf. So community engagement is important, but remember, this is ultimately a decision that will be made by the individuals who have been given that responsibility, and that is the board. With regard to community engagement, couple of decades ago, everyone would have said, well, we do community forums. You know, we do what some people euphemistically describe as open mic nights, where any individual can show up and for 2, 3, 4 minutes share their thought and they go on. And we can do that if you think those are important. Now, what we have found and what we do is do online surveys and engagement, and what we have found is you get a lot more participation when you give people an opportunity to participate to a survey on that's linked to the district search on your homepage than by doing the in-person, simply because you're accommodating people's schedules. They can do it at different times. If you need to do some of the in-person stuff, we can certainly do that. But we're going to very candidly tell you, you're not going to get as much participation. You're going to get a lot more feedback with some of the tools that people are used to using these days, and that frankly fit in people's schedules better. Now, in addition to that, Mike and I have always done something that we believe is very unique, and that's focus groups. And we've done that previously in your district. We ask each board member to identify 9, 10, 11, what I'm going to call opinion leaders in your community, a diverse group: teachers, campus administrators, parents, taxpayers, support personnel, members of the faith community, other elected officials, students. Identify a diverse group. And when you take all of those names, what we then do is work with you to divide those into small groups, typically 15 to 18 individuals, that we conduct very intensive 1.5 to 2 hour guided conversations with, where we actually have, as opposed to just everybody getting a chance to get up and speak for 3 minutes and then leave. You actually get a lot of feedback and a lot of interaction. We capture all of those comments, organize it, and what you can tease out of that are themes, priorities that emerge over the course of many hours of interaction that boards frequently find to be very helpful and very valuable. And we do that in addition to, again, using online tools to allow anyone in the district who wants to participate to give that input. So we do want to get the community input. You are going to want to see that community input. What we would emphasize to you is, remember, at the end of the day, you are the ones who have been entrusted with the decision. It is your responsibility and prerogative to ultimately make that decision.
I just want to reemphasize what David was saying there. This is your search. We've given you an example of how we think community engagement works. We will mold the search to fit your needs in terms of community engagement. But we think that what David has described is something that is important. We begin to wrap up that we do confidential searches. It's obvious that someone who's doing a great job where they are now would probably like to keep that opportunity in that position. If they're exposed publicly, or they're compromised would be a better word, then they are not likely to want to be an applicant for this job. Or if they think they're going to be compromised, that means you lose out on the chance to talk to talented people, or people who may be doing a great job and someone you would want to consider. So we ask the boards that we work with, and David and I maintain the confidentiality of candidates. And we will certainly follow the law. And there is a law we've already noted that requires you to release the name of a finalist 21 days before you can enter into a contract. We will be very mindful and respectful of that, but we won't do anything that will compromise you as a board or compromise candidates from your getting to consider them for this professional opportunity. We ask for a letter of interest and a current professional resume and vita. Candidates will tell us much more about themselves in that format than we can ask in an application. And you will get a much better view of the work that someone is able to offer to you. And as David said, when the deadline has come and everyone has established candidacy, we come back and establish the day to meet with you and share the names of every single person who has established an interest in the position. So, as David said, this is not just our friends and family. It's not. It's who all established an interest in the job, and so it's something you will see. Anything you want to add to that?
One bit of information that we can obtain, some boards, we have the option to obtain it if your board finds it valuable. We do work with Hilco and Dr. D. Carney. We can do very detailed data analysis of the performance of the districts where individuals are serving now or have served in the past. There is that would be an expense. Some districts find that information valuable and we can do it, but that's another bit of information that could be made available to help with that if you wish. As we've already said, we will discuss with you every single person who establishes their candidacy. We don't filter anyone out. We have a very detailed process. We'll then work with the board to narrow down to the individuals you wish to bring in for initial interviews. We will personally check all of their references. We will check the references they list, and we will check references they don't list. And so we will make any information about the individuals that we have, we'll make available to you. Boards typically do at least 2 rounds of interviews. We will work with you to establish those. We'll work with the candidates to make it as smooth as possible. General operating rule, treat people the way you would want to be treated. You're going to interview multiple people. At the end of the day, you're going to hire one person. You want the individuals you don't hire to walk away going, what a great district, what a great group of board members. I learned a lot simply by being able to go through the process. So that's our goal, is as your representatives, is to treat all of the people that might choose to be considered in the process, treat them the way you would want them to be treated.
We want them to be your cheerleaders.
Yep, when it's all over. Again, we will work with you. The district is required to do a criminal background check. Obviously, we'll work with your staff to make sure that's done. We'll do financial checks, and we'll also do, in this day and age, social media checks just to make sure that the candidates that you are really focusing on don't have something unexpected in their background that you need to be aware of. If you have a need for a site visit, we will work with you and the candidate to facilitate that. Many boards have found now it's less necessary simply because so much information is available online. But if you wish to do it, we'll work with you on that. And our proposal also includes, if you desire, to work with you and to develop the contract for your new superintendent at no additional charge. That's included in the proposal.
It just so happens we have an attorney on our team.
Yeah, so, or we can hand it off to another attorney if you wish. Some boards want us to do it, some boards would like other people to do it, but we include that. One thing we do that we think has always been unique, you don't owe us a penny up front. There's no payment up front. There are no periodic invoices at any time during the search. You will get one invoice at the end of the search when you are done and you are happy. And that invoice will cover our fee and expenses. It will include the expenses for any candidates you bring in to interview. We will actually, our law firm reimburses them. So we carry that expense. And then we will include it in our final invoice to you, so you don't even, again, in terms of confidentiality, you won't even be clearing invoices through your business office with the name or identity of individuals on them. Our fee is $30,000 plus our expenses. Our expenses are very reasonable. Mike and I usually stay with him if we're in the Dallas area. He may stay with me or with his relatives in your district if we're down here. The only real expenses are going to be for any candidates that you might choose to bring in, and we won't know obviously who those folks are till we get into the search, and then for any advertising that you might choose to do. Mike, anything you want to add about?
We have a guarantee on there. We've never had to invoke, we've never had to use that, fortunately. Although we offered to do it at one district where the superintendent chose to leave. It was really after 2 years, but I think it's in the proposal that if someone leaves after a year, we would do a search free, and if there was 2 years, we would do it half price. Again, fortunately, we've not had those circumstances. The Allen superintendent left and went to Katy after that period was over, but we still helped Allen, and I think at a pretty reduced fee. But I think you can tell from what David's described, we're not mad at money, but we are professionally, we value the relationship with the boards and the districts, and we value the relationship that we have had with this district, and we would want you to be happy and be pleased before we would ask for anything.
Mr. President, members of the board, we are open for any questions you might have.
Let me start to the left this time. Lucas.
Gentlemen, thank you for your comments and thank you for your discussion. Your experience shines through, and the candor and the manner in which you describe how you'll collaborate, protect confidentiality, manage the fees. It's appreciated. Can you speak a little bit further on how you found your experience in getting community involvement? And, you spoke to a little bit of the format on how you've gone about it in the past, how boards have wanted to do it, and then how you've seen it done where you felt we received the best feedback. Can you elaborate there a little bit, please?
Yes, sir, and thank you for your kind comments. We know that there are some districts, and fewer and fewer. We've worked with one large district that wanted to do community forums, and as later the board president called it open mic night, because everybody got up and talked and told the board what they wanted, and it was pretty much someone that would lower taxes, raise teachers' salaries, get the test scores up, and it was the bar was pretty high. In fact, it was probably impossible. I'm not sure how much the board gleaned from that, and I'll say, since it was in public, it was the Fort Worth School Board. But I think that what David has mentioned, that when you basically have a nice link on your district website to the search with your budget, your information about your student performance, information about the board, about the district, and you have a place where citizens can go and offer input with maybe some specific questions that you'd like to see them comment on, I think that gives you more meaningful information than perhaps a forum. If a forum is needed, we're happy to work with that, although I will tell you, most of the people who come to a forum not interested in talking to David and I, they're interested in talking to the members of the board. So that's something that I think you have to consider. We think the focus groups where you have, and David did a great job of discussing that, where you have a student, a parent, a teacher, a taxpayer, a faith-based leader, an elected official, and you don't put all the teachers in one group, you mix everybody up and you get a very rich conversation. Because David and I ask them questions and they get to hear each other's answers, and they may walk out of there saying, I had not thought of that. I didn't know that's the way parents looked at it. I didn't know that's the way teachers, I didn't know that's the way kids looked at it. It's a nice way, and at the risk of sounding immodest, I think boards get a lot of positive feedback, or at least they tell us they do, from those kinds of sessions with people, and because it just brings people to a guided conversation rather than just talk. Mr. Scanlon, I hope that helps answer your questions. We're open to anything that will help the board in this process, but we also owe it to you to tell you what we've seen work and work effectively.
Yep, very good. Tom, those are my questions and comments. Thank you, gentlemen.
Debbie.
Well, the question I asked earlier was already answered in your presentation, and thank you very much for being here and for your very thorough presentation. And I like your approach to the focus groups, because having just recently worked with a committee that was made up of all these different student, parent, teacher, I can see the benefit of that. I think it's a very good approach.
We've actually had multiple districts tell us after they've seen the results of the process that they want to use that same process for other types of decision-making. You really do get rich information, and people get to listen to each other.
Right, absolutely. Thank you.
Julie.
Gentlemen, thank you again. Very thorough presentation. I like how you shared some of your anecdotal experiences, because that really helps fill in the spaces from your original response to the RFP and to your presentation today. So I took notes, and I look forward to the board getting together and getting our heads together as we move forward. Thank you very much.
To my right, Scott.
Mike, David, thank you very much. Great presentation. I think you helped us, you consultatively helped us with a lot of things we thought differently, at least I thought differently. And I appreciate that in your presentation. The community voice and input is important, but helping me think in a different way has helped me lead to maybe a different approach. So I appreciate that. You mentioned early on, you said the market has changed. Does that mean that the number of candidates are smaller? Talk more about that if you don't mind. Just give us a little, your experience.
I mean, first of all, this is an outstanding district. You've had great success, great stability for a long period of time. It will be an attractive opportunity for school leaders. But think about timing. I mean, you know, a majority of district searches kind of occur during the spring with the idea of making changes right at the end of the school year over the summer right now. So that's kind of one big window. Another window is kind of in the fall, kind of starting in October, maybe doing searches in the fall with the idea of somebody coming in early January. So just from a timing standpoint, you're kind of behind one of the biggest cycles. You're a little ahead of the next kind of cycle, if you will, which could be good. A number of individuals, and we're going to be very candid with you, there are a number of individuals that would have come to our mind as potential individuals for Cy-Fair that in the last several months accepted other positions or decided to retire. You know, so I mean, that's kind of and that's going to occur whenever it is, but the pool will be probably a little smaller simply because of some of those changes. But as Mike said earlier, the real focus needs to be on quality, not just sheer numbers. And we do think you will get very outstanding individuals who will be very interested in talking to you about this opportunity.
Just real quickly, last year, Dallas turned over, Fort Worth turned over, Plano turned over, Arlington turned over, Grapevine, Colleyville turned over, Keller has turned over, Killeen has turned over, Northside San Antonio has turned over, A-Leaf has turned over. As David said, what happens, and that does not mean there are not good people out there, but there has been a lot of change and a lot of movement. Just like one of your great challenges that y'all were talking about is paying teachers and teacher retention.
Yep.
Your principal pool comes from teachers. Superintendent pool comes from usually principals. So there is a domino effect that you have to take into account. Again, I hope David and I would, last thing I would want to do is be arrogant about anything. My wife would say, you don't have a reason to be arrogant about anything, but we think we enjoy a good enough of a network that we can recruit some outstanding people. This is a great job, and it'd be a privilege to represent you and talk about this kind of a district. But we would also want to just balance that with there's been a lot of change in the profession. There will also, you say, well, Mike, you just mentioned some Texas districts. Yes, there will be some out-of-state candidates, and you will want to evaluate those. We always say there's two things that make Texas pretty unique. One is the state school finance system. The other is the state's accountability system. And so whoever comes from outside Texas needs to come prepared to talk about those type things if they're going to be able to visit with you in a way that is meaningful for your district's future. I hope that's helpful.
It is very helpful. Thank you very much.
Natalie.
Truly honored. I have a lot of respect for both of you as professionals. We've been in boardrooms, never directly interacting because you've been on the other side of the dais, but, and thank you for your leadership at the state level and even the humility upon which you bring yourselves. So I do have a couple of questions. I think what you just said to us is that Dr. Henry has to extend his stay through May. So that wasn't bad. You heard me. But you know what? It was such a sad moment last graduation. Why don't we just give it one more round? Because that did raise some questions. So one of my first things was about timeline. And, you know, we hope to have another person of that caliber that lasts that long. And so limiting our pool by middle of the year search was a concern anyway. And so, but also on timeline, the tool, not the master, I was intrigued by the concept of, and you've started to address it with Scott's questions about community engagement, but it seems like it was driven, you know, from the date backwards, and I'm not sure the community engagement part. At first I thought the community engagement part didn't have necessarily enough meat to it. And then I understand what you said, you actually have some wisdom on how that process works. But I do have questions about community engagement. It might not be, and because I trust the wisdom, trust in front of me, it might be that there's two things I'm trying to do, so I'm omitting a bias up front. But I've been a citizen and owned my home for 22 years in the district, and I've been a parent, I have a 17-year-old. And there hasn't been, I feel like because we've been able to be amazing without too much two-way communication. We've had this sort of chosen groups of people in forum type groups and committees formed to support political, you know, messages to Austin and that kind of stuff. And so there's been a lot of select committees, maybe not exactly like that, but there have been those, and there hasn't been that much community conversation. Literally, we have not been out asking people, and I've been a fan of the idea of community roundtables. It may be, so I guess my question is, what could you see as you've said, you know, they come up with, you know, walk some water, you know, heals, you know, people because of the fact that they're going to lower the taxes and raise the this and that. What could you propose as a format for community engagement forums and sessions that could yield us a good profile of a superintendent, but more than that, aspirations of the community, so that we would have that to launch on, because that is our job as the board. As you said, trustee.
Right. There are two big ways that boards go about developing profiles. And just think about this. One way is the board sit down on the front end and you plan yourself and say, okay, here's what we want. And you kind of work out your profile on the front end before you even get far into the search. We really don't recommend that. Whenever we were married to whoever we're married with, we probably didn't start with a list to begin with, or at least I didn't.
Men don't.
I know my wife didn't, or she wouldn't have wound up with me. But we believe, here's the way it ought to work, is you get all of the community input from multiple means. And I do want to emphasize that, you know, if y'all need to do community forums, it's your search. We'll do those. What we're telling you is that using the online virtual forum, you'll tend to get a lot more comments than people who will show up physically at the in-person. That's been our experience. What we then do is go through all of those comments, and what we're looking for and what we would ask you to look for are themes and patterns. In other words, the priorities naturally emerge during the course of collecting the input from all of the citizens. Again, ultimately, the board could look at that, but you're going to see 3, 4, 5 real priorities begin to emerge just through the process of doing that, and then we will tailor around those to develop a profile. And that's really the way community input ought to work. It guides or informs the board, but ultimately it's not a substitute for you actually evaluating the candidates and ultimately making the decision.
So if forms were used, could you propose a format for those that could be useful?
What we typically do is try to pose, again, in our guided conversations, we try to make sure nobody dominates, everybody gets to participate, everybody gets to talk, but everybody gets to listen. And we have a series of questions that we use in that guided conversation. So if we were doing an open forum, we would probably put those questions up as suggestions for people to tailor their comments to. And we would actually use those to guide any online responses. Now, ultimately, people who show up at an in-person forum, they're going to say whatever they want to say. But you can at least give them some prompts, if you will, that would hopefully help tailor the comments so that the board gets useful information.
That's helpful. I do feel like you don't get this hopefully we don't get this opportunity, but every 10 or 11 years to actually have conversations about our community, about what they value and their priorities and their values and what they're looking for. So I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. And so that's why I'm asking those questions. What could that look like? Because we need to hear a fresh voice from those out there. And it's like it would be a missed opportunity in my opinion. So thank you for that clarification. Given that question, and if the board had community engagement sessions or, more of a really receiving feedback and making more people feel engaged in the conversation, even if it's not as many as you get on the online survey, how would that impact our timeline? And then I'll just leave that timeline conversation out there because this mid-year thing worries me. And so what could it look like if if the best qualified people were maybe not really available yet?
You try to use your time efficiently and multitask. And so if you look at any timeline, you're going to have the period of time during which you're advertising the position. And that's typically going to be 45 to 60 days, somewhere in there. You use that period of time while you're actively advertising, recruiting candidates. You also do your community engagement during that period of time so that you're not stacking things in the search sequentially. You're doing things contemporaneously during your search process to make the best use of your time.
Thank you. So then looking, because I think July is always dead in the water. That's why we don't even have a board meeting in July, right? So we're busy advertising in July, and then, so we would have to look at this timeline a little differently probably.
The timeline, again, the first date, it's kind of like his trial lawyer, and Marnie and Harry know this. You start with the end in mind. What are the jury questions? And you work backwards from there. You need to figure out the day when you want your new person to actually be present. And you build your timeline back from that point to the present. So that's all our suggested timeline is we literally said, if you wanted the new person here by November 1st, here's what the flow would look like. And if you didn't want the new person here till January, obviously that's different. Or if you wanted the new person by October 1st, it's going to look really different, because there are certain things that have to take place during that period of time. But all the timeline is really intended to give you is, if that is your end date in mind, here's what it would look like to get to that point and touch all of the steps that you need to touch in a well-run search.
Perfect. Thank you. Lots of wisdom. I think you mentioned this analysis of student outcomes. That really tickle my fancy. And you said there was a cost associated with that. And since this is our only presentation, I hate talking about money in public. I'm middle class enough not to. I like to do that. However, what are the costs to really have an in-depth analysis of the outcomes someone produced in their system?
You know, it would depend on how many people we're analyzing districts for. I mean, obviously, if you're analyzing the performance data for a lot more districts, it's going to be more. If it's down to your last 3, 4 candidates that you're really focusing on, it's not going to be as much analysis for as many districts. Again, we work with folks who are recognized experts in this area, and the cost is going to be.
I think because you're already in the Texas School Alliance, you're probably going to get the friends and family discount on that. We'd be glad to talk to Hilco about that. But I think you might find that valuable for your candidates that you interview, and I don't think it's really cost prohibitive, and it would be, I think, very nominal. But we would tell you up front ahead of time before you're obligated. But I think you're going to get a lot of information at a pretty reasonable.
Does it just use publicly available data, or do you get into like reading levels and kind of more, there's inputs, outputs, and outcomes, right? Like the outputs part.
It is data that probably is publicly available, but it is an analysis of that data and a segregation and looking for longitudinal trends within the data. That's the real work with it.
Clearinghouse included, reading levels, early childhood, all those kind of.
Separating different
readiness,
et cetera,
You're
or
going to
different student groups. Yeah.
You're going to get an analysis that's not readily available.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions. I appreciate it.
Gilbert.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Great presentation. First of all, thanks for getting Mark here for the last few years. Appreciate that. A couple of questions that I brought up to the last group here. One was I liked your background check, of course. I assume everybody's going to do that. The question I asked them, as well as asked you, will you give us a little bit of in-depth background into the last few years on how they handled pandemic, if they're from Texas, the freeze, any of the, how they corresponded with people who may think the other way, and stuff like that. So that way we have a little in-depth on how they handle it, and that way we can have a little reading going into the person coming into the meeting.
Yes, sir. We'll go back several years, and we will address some of the hot topics like CRT, library books, and issues that have been before the public, the mask wearing, vaccinations, COVID, and so forth. Get a little bit of an idea of how those issues have been handled, so we can discuss that with the board. One other thing I would also add, we will offer to you, David and I have a battery of questions, of about 100 questions. Right. And they're broken into about 7 or 8 categories of school leadership, school administration, without going into a lot of detail with you today. But when we come and meet and talk with you about the individuals you'd like to interview, we help you to prepare an interview and for the interviews with questions. You can use them or not use them, but we think you'll find them pretty valuable. You can customize them to Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District. But I think it will also, it helps us know what questions to ask candidates, but I think it will help prepare you for an outstanding interview time. And the interview is extremely important with the candidates. But we'll help you get the kind of information that you want, but it will also provide you some follow-up prompts and questions to delve further into the candidate's background.
Yes, thank you for that answer. I believe that was going to be the next question one of my colleagues asked before. Would you be able to offer some guidance and some questions? Because for most of us, it's our first superintendent search, so we would appreciate that line of questions.
A big part of what we do, and we didn't emphasize it in our presentation, is we work with the board to prepare you for the interviews.
Thank you.
Our view is the board ought to really, this is the most important decision you make. I mean, just think about it. You get to make one personnel decision that's going to affect the lives of thousands of people. And you want to be ready to do it well. And so our goal is to have you prepared at every stage of the process so that you feel confident, you feel comfortable, you feel ready for every stage as you go through the process. We'll spend quite a bit of time with you preparing for the interviews. As Mike said, we have a battery of I will say, legally approved questions that you can tailor or use to guide you in the whole range of operations of a school district, including community relations, including board superintendent relations, finance, personnel, et cetera.
It's pretty comprehensive.
So we will work with y'all. That is a big part of the focus, is to help you be prepared at every stage of the process, including for the interviews.
Thank you. The last question I had was, I know, well, from what I heard from you guys was that there has been a lot of hiring going on lately in this subject here, and say we missed out on a few, just how the ball rose. You did bring up something earlier, with the size of our district and where we are at, a district of destination and stuff. Will you be sending us anybody who, and I'm gonna put this in baseball terms, okay? Will you be sending us anybody like an Altuve who's established on the way a few more years, or Tucker who's in the prime where he's at, or like you said, an upper-comer like a Jeremy Pena who's busting at the seams and you can see stardom all over him?
He wants to play for the Texas Rangers.
God darn it. Mark. And Marnie, I tell you, yeah.
Let me say about that. We will recruit a diverse pool of candidates for the board. And we hope that when you decide, if we were asked to assist you in the search, and we go through this process, and you look and we review all the candidates, and you will see that we have recruited people from all ethnic backgrounds, men, women, and people that are in different points of their professional careers, I mentioned. People who are probably, very experienced. I would consider Mark to have been an experienced superintendent when he got here. You may find another group of candidates that I would say those are the people who you call are in the power stroke of their career. They're just about to hit that point where they're going to be really strong for the next 10 or 15 years. Right. And then occasionally you find that rising star, somebody that is the superstar that is there, that has not emerged but is about to, and we've got them on our radar screen. And you say, well, okay, who are we going to interview? Well, we're going to interview about 6 different people, and some of them are going to be at different stages of their career, and some of them, they're not all going to look alike. And that, I think, is what gives you a really rich field to consider and think about in terms of the needs of Cypress-Fairbanks Independent School District and its boys and girls.
Good. I appreciate that answer. And to clarify for the ladies here, just because I name men doesn't mean I want a man. It's a woman,
right,
man, whatever the best person is for the job.
And we do encourage the board. It's ultimately your decision. But we encourage the board to interview a diverse group of people. As Mike said, don't interview 6 people that all look alike.
Yeah.
That
Just
are all
wanna
at
make
the
sure
same
that was
stage
clear.
of their career. You'll learn something by talking to different people. Even if you don't hire them, simply talking to people at different stages of their career will be helpful to you.
Well, I appreciate those answers. Very good. Thank you very much, Tom.
As my colleagues, thank you for being here. Commissioner, I would mention that another Bush appointee, who I count as a good friend, Jody Lee Giles Jr., has spoken very highly of you, and that was even before I met you as well, and everything he said about you, all positive comments, all turned out to be accurate. So,
thank you. Just one conversation again to say to all of you, thank you for your service. My son, David talked about it. I have 2 boys. One's an attorney in Fort Worth. The other one's been living over in the Round Rock area. He was on the Round Rock School Board. And that's the reason when I kidded him, I knew how much money school board members were making when he talked to me. You've got kids today that are 5 or 6 years old that are in your schools that have a life expectancy of about 78 or 79 years. So if you want to stop and think about that for a minute, you as trustees and the superintendent that you are going to hire are going to make a difference in the lives of a lot of kids until 2094, 95, 96. And all the people that they touch, and that they touch, and that the others touch, and that the teachers touch, and that Mark has touched for a long, long time. So yeah, this is a pretty big decision. And that's the reason that we close with strong superintendents want to work for strong school boards, and strong school boards want strong superintendents, because your impact's going to be felt for a long time with these kids. Thank you very much for letting us speak.
Thank you. Before you leave, I do have one question, and it's a tough question, but I think it has to be asked. My colleagues have asked all the others that I would have. Having served this district 2 consecutive times, are you too close, or do we need a fresh set of eyes?
Well, I think that's your decision to make. And you know, if you think about the last 2 superintendents that we helped the board with, Dr. David Anthony and Dr. Henry, they're very different personalities, very different leaders. I think each of them had a very long, good service in the district. And they brought different things to the district at different times in the life of the district. I think Mike and I would hope that our familiarity with the district is beneficial, and the fact that we know the district well will really help us not only identify candidates that we honestly believe are worthy of your time and attention, but frankly will also help us as we try to counsel you through the process. We hope our familiarity is a positive, and if it becomes anything less at any point in time, we would expect you to tell us.
I just say this, that yeah, I would always want y'all to be happy and feel like you've been well served. And the truth of it is, with David Anthony, with Mark Henry, we're really proud to have been involved with those. And if you think that's been beneficial, then I hope you think we've been beneficial. But we're going to be respectful of any decision that you make.
Very good.
And we hope we have an opportunity to work with you, but even if we don't, even if you choose the other firm, we're here for you. We're going to be your cheerleaders, and we wish you a great result and a great success in your search.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to move into closed session on agenda items 6A, 5Y, 5Z, 5AA, and 5H?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Holly, motion passes. Thank you. and seconded to reconvene in open session. The time is 4:15. We are now back in open session. We will now take action on agenda items 5Y, 5Z, 5AA, and 5H. Five Y.
There we go. Now we got it.
The board will consider making a determination that good cause did not exist as required by law for Mariah Henry and Kristen Tolliver to resign their respective employment contracts. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 551.074. May I have a motion to approve this non-consensus item as recommended or amended?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
One question, I don't know if anybody here, do we need to read the motion because it contains a name, or?
And that's what I was just saying. I was going to say, we should, actually, the motion, the agenda, we have suggested motions, I think, on there.
That's what
And so,
5Y.
because it is a non-consensus item, but we would need specific action.
Okay.
Sorry,
Mr. President,
I meant to mention that when we came back out.
Okay.
So do you have it, Julie?
I do. I move that the Board of Trustees render a finding under Texas Administrative Code, Section 249.17D, that good cause did not exist as required by Texas Education Code Sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C for Mariah Henry and Kristen Tolliver to resign their respective employment contracts, and notify these employees in accordance with the law that the district is submitting a complaint to the Texas Board of Educator certification for contract abandonment.
I'm not going to ask for a second just yet. Marnie, as parliamentarian, we already have a motion and a second on the floor. May I use the modified Robert's Rules of Orders to have that motion withdrawn so we can entertain this new motion?
Yes, and you can do that by notice as the board president.
So we are withdrawing the prior motion that was seconded that's on the floor. So that has now been withdrawn. We have a new motion on the floor. I will entertain a second.
A second.
That motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Holly, the motion carries. Thank you. Five AA. Once again, this will need to be a specific motion as drafted. The board will consider approving the superintendent's recommendation to give notice to Nicole Graves that it is proposed her employment with the district under a term contract be terminated. It is further recommended the president of the board notify the teacher of the proposed action to terminate her employment pursuant to 21.211 of the Texas Educator Code. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to 551.074. I will entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees give notice to Nicole Graves that it is proposed her employment with the district under a term contract be terminated.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Holly. Five H. The board has heard presentations from the superintendent search proposal finalists and will consider taking action to select a consulting firm to conduct the superintendent search. This item was discussed in closed session pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074. I would entertain a motion to approve one of the two firms to be
Go ahead,
engaged.
Debbie.
No, go ahead.
No, you're on.
I move that the board select Thompson and Horton to conduct the superintendent search for the district.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on this topic?
Can I make a statement?
Yes, that counts as a discussion.
Yes, I'd like to thank both firms for coming out, and I believe both were very well qualified in their presentation and their ability to name our next great superintendent. Thank you.
Nicely said. Other comments before I call for a vote? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as presented and seconded, please signify by raising your right hand. That motion carries, Holly. The board will now proceed with the reports portion of the agenda. Item 4A, the administration will provide a written report of the School Health Advisory Council, known as SHAC, the annual activities to the Board of Trustees. We have one speaker on this topic, Linda Natal. Is she in the room? I do not see her. The presenters will be Roy Garcia and Melinda Hood.
Mr. President, it's questions only, written report.
Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
Julie.
Thank you for the written report and the update on the work of the SHAC committee. I want to take time to thank the members of the SHAC committee for their service to our district. I do have one question, and that is, now that the work of the committee has been completed as requested by the board, is the committee then dissolved? And then if there's a need for, say, a future board has a need for a SHAC committee, then do we convene a new committee?
The committee is not dissolved. We have the SHAC each and every year. We will determine later this summer if there are any vacancies, and then we have a process for filling those vacancies. So it is an annual requirement that there's at least 4 SHAC meetings throughout the school year. So we will move forward with that. Thank you.
Item 4B. The administration will present an oral report on the work of the Portrait of a CFISD Graduate Advisory Council. We do have one speaker before we have a presentation, Monica Dean.
So while we are focusing on our attention on which portrait of a graduate model is better, the one with concrete ideas like problem solver or one with abstract ideas like curiosity, we are missing out on the most important piece of information that we need to be focused on, and that is Portrait of a Graduate is actually a national program created by a company called Battelle for Kids, and its key strategic partners like Ed Leader 21, a pioneer of 21st century skills global movement, are all Gates-funded organizations. The Portrait of a Graduate program was incentivized through ESSA and is being used to fundamentally transform the purpose of education, shifting curriculum, assessments, and school accountability away from academics and towards social and emotional learning through personalized competency-based learning. This newly proposed POG model is solely based on the Castle Model Framework, the whole school, whole child model. While SEL may appear harmless, it's not. The deceit is in the delivery of these competencies. The purpose of SEL is to change the attitudes, values, beliefs, morals, and worldview of each student. As of 2020, it's now referred to as transformative SEL. These so-called 21st century skills will not be measured through a core competency lens, but rather through an equity lens, the viewpoint that America is systemically racist. This new POG model will open the door for lessons and intrusive conversations into classroom on race, identity, and gender, and will have nothing to do with enhancing traditional skills. I'm calling on each one of you to do your due diligence and research its relation to Castle, its roots in cultural Marxism, and what the detrimental effects this will have on the quality of education if this continues or the new model is adopted.
We have a presentation from Roy Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I will turn it over to Abby in just a minute, but just to remind you, back in May at the board work session, we did have a presentation about the work that the CFISD, Portrait of a CFISD Graduate Advisory Council had been working on. And then based on feedback that was shared not only from the board but also from the community, we brought the council back together, the writing team back together, and we want to just share with you what has taken place since that time on May 4th. So, Abby?
Okay. President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Henry, this afternoon, after a brief recap of last month's board presentation, we will provide you with an update on the continued work of our group. As you recall, a district-wide survey was conducted last spring and sought feedback from a randomized sample of parents, community members, and staff. Basilise and Associates worked with our technology department to distribute the survey in batches by zip codes to parents, community members, and staff. Not only did Basilise want to ensure a geographic representation of the district, they also wanted a demographic representation, including representation by ethnicity, economically disadvantaged, and at-risk indicators. Based on results from the survey, at the current Board of Trustees' request, 2 ad hoc committees were formed, Portrait of a CFIC Graduate and Opportunity for All. Both committees launched this spring, and this afternoon we'll focus on the work of a Portrait of a CFIC Graduate Advisory Council. The charge of this council is twofold: to review the portrait of a CFIC graduate and determine if any modifications are warranted, and to develop a marketing rebranding plan for the portrait of a CFIC graduate. Mr. Roy Garcia and Dr. Glenda Horner serve as facilitators for the group. The membership structure includes trustees. As facilitators, Mr. Garcia and Dr. Horner collaborate and consult with the Advisory Council's coordinators, Dr. Linda Macias and Mrs. Debbie Blackshear, as they plan each meeting. Trustees, Dr. Natalie Blassingame and Mr. Scott Henry, attend, observe, and participate in each meeting. The council membership includes representatives from the 12 high school feeder patterns, accounting for 83% of the council's makeup. Additionally, 17% of the council comprises of key central office department representatives. Those who desired to serve on the advisory council completed a brief application that was available on the district's website. Applications were posted in early October and closed in early March. Applicants indicated which of the stakeholder groups they represented. These stakeholder groups included representatives from each of the 12 feeder patterns and central office representatives. The selection process included the following considerations. The council facilitators and coordinators began by reviewing all submitted applications and noted duplications across committees, as some applicants also applied to serve on the Opportunity for All Advisory Council, which was forming at the same time. As they began to determine membership, they created a high school feeder pattern table to ensure that all 12 feeder patterns and all stakeholder groups were represented on the council. They noted single applicants in a category and automatically included those as council members. Next, they noted 2 or more in a category. Then they looked for diversity in experiences and reasons for applying to make final determinations. And finally, if there were no applicants in a category, they reached out to principals and colleagues to ensure additional applicants and ensure that feeder patterns were adequately represented. If you serve on the council, would you please stand and be recognized? Knowing that time is a precious commodity, the district is grateful that you have chosen to invest in this work. At the May meeting of Board of Trustees, we provided you with an update on the work of our group along with a proposed modified version of the portrait of a CFISD graduate. At the conclusion of the presentation, you provided feedback. Because we realized that the work in which we engaged has far-reaching potential to influence and shape our district, we gathered again as a writing team to carefully consider and discuss the feedback received. Next, Jonathan Gutierrez, a community member, a parent, a product of CFISD, and a high school assistant principal, will share how the writing team proceeded following the May board meeting.
Thank you, Abby. Before gathering with the full advisory council, the following members representing their respective feeder patterns or central office department met to consider your feedback. As pre-work, we reviewed last month's board presentation and noted patterns and trends in your feedback. Then we came together as a team. We centered our conversations around the feedback, reached consensus regarding any additional revisions to the proposed modified draft of the portrait, and broke into smaller subgroups to draft any agreed upon revisions. In our smaller groups, we drafted a launch statement, a closing statement, and an additional trait. The aim of the launch statement is to introduce the modified portrait, while the closing statement is intended to recognize the original portrait along with the makeup of the group responsible for the modified version. In response to the feedback and ongoing reflection, an additional trait was added to further complement the modified portrait. Prior to coming to you today, we met as a full advisory council to share our proposed changes and seek the greater group's feedback and support for moving forward. Then, immediately following the full advisory gathering, we made a few small changes as a result of their feedback. Next, April Paredes, a community member, parent, and high school special education teacher supervisor, will share the updated draft reflecting these proposed changes.
Thank you, Jonathan. As you recall, our original draft presented at the May 4th board work session contains the traits of communication, integrity, curiosity, resilience, and empathy. In our conversations as a writing team, we first considered whether or not changes to these 5 were necessary. Ultimately, we determined that they each represented the feedback we had received along the way and described our hope for graduates of CFISD. Additionally, by examining further what today's workforce is looking for in its employees, it was confirmed that these traits show up as values among some of the most respected companies and institutions across the globe. They are timely, relevant, and reflective of what both nationally renowned and local employers seek in their employees. We've provided you with a list of Fortune 500 companies and their corresponding company values, along with a few articles of interest. Let's consider some examples.
Communication. Create productive dialogue. Even when stakes are high, listen for understanding while engaging in conversation, whether through writing, speaking, body language, or technology. Share your ideas with care and respect for all viewpoints.
The November 2022 edition of the Harvard Business Review expounds on the importance of communication as a critical soft skill in the workplace by offering that, in the age of knowledge, ideas are the foundation of success in almost every field. You can have the greatest idea in the world, but if you can't persuade anyone else to follow your vision, your influence and impact will greatly diminish. And that's why communication is necessary among the world's top business leaders. Leaders who reach the top do not simply pay lip service to the importance of effective communication. Instead, they study the art in all of its forms, writing, speaking, presenting, and constantly strive to improve on those skills. For example, while Jeff Bezos was building Amazon, he put a premium on writing skills. In the summer of 2004, he surprised his leadership team and banned PowerPoint. He replaced slides with narratively structured memos that contained titles and full sentences with verbs and nouns. Bezos is not alone among top leaders. You cannot overinvest in communication skills, written and oral skills, says former PepsiCo CEO Indra Nooyi. who now serves on Amazon's board. She goes on to say, "If you cannot simplify a message and communicate it compellingly, believe me, you cannot get the masses to follow you." Learning is a process of sharing, engaging with, and responding to new and different ideas. Communication, whether through writing, speaking, body language, or technology, is a powerful tool in the classroom, and it's fundamentally central to the acts of teaching and learning.
Integrity. Be honest and trustworthy. When faced with a tough decision, choose to be the best version of yourself at home, on the job, and out in the world. Have the courage to do what is right, even if it is not easy or popular.
When it comes to integrity, Coca-Cola, Walmart, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Ford Motor, Verizon Communications, Google, Kroger, MD Anderson, and General Electric, among countless others, center their workforce around this key trait. On its website, General Electric offers this observation: integrity is reflected in our 3 leadership behaviors: act with humility, lead with transparency, and deliver with focus, always with unyielding integrity. MD Anderson describes integrity through the lens of service to others by stating, "We work together to merit the trust of our colleagues and those we serve." For students, that means being honest in academic situations despite pressure to succeed, listening to their inner voice about what is right, behaving in ways that earn the trust of the people around them, and standing up for others in social situations.
Curiosity. Dare to wonder. No matter your interests, explore limitless possibilities and bring them within your reach. Discover your creativity and dream big.
According to a 2018 article published in the Harvard Business Review, leaders should hire for curiosity, model inquisitiveness, emphasize learning goals, let workers explore and broaden their interests, and have why, what if, and how might we days. Doing so will help their organization adapt to the uncertain market conditions and external pressures and boost the business's success. Curiosity is a core value in Ford Motor and Kahoot, a learning platform many CFISD educators use. One Ford employee shared on their website, "I think it's great that the company is encouraging us to continue to learn, ask questions, and just be curious about everything around us." Ford Motor goes on to describe curiosity this way: "We approach the world and each other with a sense of interest and wonder. We are humble enough to know that we can learn from every situation and actively question to understand and think critically." Kahoot shares this: "Curiosity is part of human nature, and it lies at the heart of all great endeavors. It is what turns learners into amazing leaders and keeps those leaders learning." ABB, an international technology leader in electrification and automation, lists curiosity as a value. As a company, they describe curiosity as the belief that there is always a better way and that we can learn from failures and successes. Additionally, Red Branch Media, based in Omaha, Nebraska, holds curiosity as a value. One employee said, "Curiosity is a path of discovery and openness. It's constantly being open to trying new things or reimagining older ones in a new way to see if changing something will make it better. Most of all, it's challenging yourself to always be on a learning journey so that you can continue to grow and help those around you grow too." Another shared, "Curiosity compels us to discover what has, until now, remained unexplored. In a working context, curiosity allows you to step outside the traditional processes and see if things could be done differently, more efficiently, or creatively." In the classroom, curiosity becomes a key trait. As educators, we recognize that students engage in the learning process when they drive their own learning. Curiosity is a driving force.
Resilience. Learn and grow from challenges. Even through failures or difficult circumstances, persist and adapt to find new solutions. Choose to learn from every experience.
Increasingly complex working environments means organizations want employees that are adaptable and resilient. When hiring new talent, you may think technical, and interpersonal skills are all that matter. But in a stressful post-pandemic workplace, resilience is an increasingly sought-after skill. Gallup's 2021 State of the Global Workforce report put it front and center. As employers rethink their workplace in 2021 and beyond, they have lessons to learn from 2020. Most importantly, leaders need to recognize employee well-being and engagement's influence on workforce resilience. Tapping into resiliency in teaching and learning and pushing students to develop resilience is key to school success and the healthy development of students.
Empathy. Think of others and how they feel. Despite our differences, seek to understand those around you and see the world through their eyes. Look for opportunities to serve and support.
The trait of empathy shows up as heart at HEB, caring at CVS Health, taking care of others at Costco, taking care of our people at Home Depot, caring at JetBlue Airways, and care at Baker Hughes. According to Dan Brennan, VP at Baker Hughes, whether you're building and deploying digital technology or supporting a globally diverse organization to be productive and safe, showing empathy translates into social trust. For years, HEB's disaster relief units have lived out its heart by serving hot meals as well as providing showers, supplies, and mobile pharmacies to natural disaster areas. When Hurricane Harvey was on the horizon, HEB's disaster relief units were prepped and ready to serve the thousands of meals per hour to Texans that may be in need. Empathy allows students to see the world from another person's perspective and develop compassion for others. It's a vital component of learning and can help students build relationships, communicate better, and resolve conflicts. In review, these traits are timely, relevant, and reflective of what both nationally renowned and local employers seek in their employees. With these connections at the forefront of your thinking, we ask you to consider the proposed revisions made to the modified portrait that we previously presented.
The first notable addition is a portrait launch or opening statement. We wanted to communicate that the portrait reflects and, in turn, complements the district's mission and vision statement. Let's take a look.
Cypress-Fairbanks ISD will maximize every student's potential through rigorous and relevant learning experiences, preparing them for graduation and lifelong journey. CFISD scholars will lead by exhibiting. The opening statement will be followed by a list of proposed traits and their descriptors.
As you can see, the aim of the launch statement is to introduce the modified portrait. Intentionally, we've connected the district's mission and vision statements to the modified portrait. In the closing statement, you'll see that we spell out the acronym LEAD.
The second addition to the draft is an additional trait, innovation. After reflecting on the feedback from the May 4th and 8th board meetings, reviewing the surveys and data collected from stakeholders, the Future of Jobs reports, and various articles, we determined that while problem solving and critical thinking were embedded and inferred within the proposed traits, we wanted to ensure that they were stated explicitly and concretely within the document. Let's take a look at this additional trait.
Innovation. Develop new ideas or methods. As challenges and opportunities arise, use your knowledge and skills to think critically and be a problem solver. Improve the world around you.
As a committee, we felt that the word innovation captured the necessity for graduates to think critically for solving problems and for coming up with new ideas and opportunities. The aim is for students to use their acquired knowledge and skills, reading, math, writing, as they seek careers in engineering, robotics, welding, automotive maintenance, cosmetology, culinary arts, or whatever field or occupation they choose, in a way that improves the world around them. We believe the addition of the trait innovation creates a complete portrait of a CFISD graduate. You'll find that innovation shows up as a value for ConocoPhillips, CVS Health, United Health Group, Walgreens, IBM, Hewlett-Packard, Disney, Microsoft, and HEB. Microsoft believes that technology can and should be a force for good, and that meaningful innovation can and will contribute to a brighter world in big and small ways. HEB is always looking for better ways to serve its partners, customers, and communities and making their lives better. In describing innovation, they boldly say, "We are relentlessly dissatisfied with the present." As educators, we can leverage innovation in education to improve student outcomes from a purely academic standpoint, as well as develop those soft skills that students need to be successful in life.
The last proposed addition to the modified portrait is a closing statement. The final statement has a fourfold intention. First, to recognize the original portrait. Second, to honor the various stakeholders, students, teachers, parents, business owners, and community leaders who guided and contributed to this work. Third, to communicate our hope that students take ownership of these traits as their promise. And finally, to tie back to the district's vision. Let's take a look.
The CFISD Portrait of a Graduate was developed by a committee encompassing students, educators, parents, business owners, and community leaders across Cypress-Fairbanks ISD to establish a shared vision of soft skills and traits our students need for success. First developed in the 1990s, the current CFISD Portrait of a Graduate honors the original portrait and creates a framework that is inclusive of all students in our rapidly changing world. Our hope is that graduates will take ownership of these traits as their promise to the community for the type of citizens they will be throughout their lives. Learn, empower, achieve, dream.
As you heard earlier, CFISD produced nearly 9,000 graduating seniors for the class of 2023. And you also heard that over 500 also received an associate's degree from Lone Star College Cy-Fair through our College Academy program. The Advisory Council's hope is that future graduates will take ownership of the modified portrait of a CFISD graduate as their promise to our community for the types of citizens they will be throughout their lives. Your feedback and that of our community led this group toward an even better version for your consideration. In closing, now that the group has completed a modified version of a portrait of a CFISD graduate, they are ready to begin planning and implementing a marketing and rebranding plan for the new portrait. The goal is to be able to roll out the modified portrait of a CFISD graduate when the new school year begins. Mr. Jackson and members of the board, please feel free to direct any questions and comments to today's presenters as members of the writing team, myself as one of the Advisory Council facilitators, and Dr. Macias as one of the Advisory Council coordinators.
Before I go to the left or right to ask questions, I'm going to use the chair's privilege. This is a much improved document. This is, I don't want to say head and shoulders better because that would tend to diminish the initial work product, but this is dramatically improved. I think this document addresses the concerns that I issued. You may note that in some of my comments today, I did in fact address some of the traits here. I mentioned the firm Enron, full of talent, tremendously talented people, lacking integrity. Talent without integrity, production without integrity has no value. But by adding innovation, you clearly said this is a forward-looking document. You know, last time I spoke on this, I said, how would this fit for my dad? Well, let me tell you, a driving force for my dad's generation, often referred to as the greatest generation, was always integrity, first and last. Innovation replaces what I was. I was a content master. Well, in today's technological world, you need content awareness. You don't need a content encyclopedia. And that's where innovation comes in. I know this was painful to go back and re-examine your work, and I apologize for asking you to do it, but by golly, I am very proud of the changes that you have made, and I can say I wholeheartedly endorse and can support what you have done. Having said that, let me turn to my left and go to our single dimension man at the far end, Lucas.
Thank you, Tom. Echoing Tom's sentiments, I think I tell everybody that I work with that I'm a believer in emergent ideas that have a beginning, and there are opportunities to improve. You gather feedback and then go from there. So I'm never afraid of draft, and I always encourage folks that I work with for the first time, when we have to release a draft, there's an element of trust that goes with placing a draft in front of someone. And I think your team did a great job in taking in the feedback and creating this document. I wholeheartedly support the addition of the word innovation. I think it captures what I had hoped we would be bringing. I know that in my own consulting in our company, we spend a lot of time working on innovation, and it will be very important. In fact, for those that have the vigor and fortitude and courage, it'll be a differentiator for our graduates coming forward as they take on new jobs and new careers and fields of study that don't even exist yet, and that will be there tomorrow. So I applaud the team and I support this document.
Debbie Blackshear.
Mr. Jackson, I would like to save my comments for the last, okay, please?
Very good. Julie.
Fantastic job, great work. I appreciate all the time and energy that the committees, the writing committee, the subcommittees, and the full advisory council put into this update and modification of the Portrait of a Graduate. I found the addition of the opening and the closing statement very helpful and beneficial to really put it in a way that it gives it meaning and purpose, and it puts the responsibility on the students to take that on and to use that. And I see this as something that we can use every day in our classrooms, and in our schools and in our homes with our kids. So I am grateful. I appreciate your listening to the feedback from the board, and for and making the changes. I found it very inspiring. The addition of all the evidence, from the businesses to back that up, I appreciate that too. You were certainly looking to show us validation for those ideas, and you certainly proved that through that evidence. But those are things we also hear, not just from the business world, but from the nonprofit world and our faith-based community. Those are all things that are not just from the for-profit business world, but that we see in every facet of our lives. So thank you so much. I also support the new Portrait of a Graduate. Thank you.
Let me turn to my right, Scott.
I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Natalie.
I also want to express appreciation to the team and some stars within, and the grander committee for the commitment of time and for the great facilitation, even through the biggest rainstorm that came through here in a while. Our Zoom meeting was blown up. And actually, the community was blown up in some areas over that. There were trees down and stuff. So I just really appreciated the resilience that was shown by the group in sticking through it to get it done. I actually had an interesting conversation, things that were food for thought as an individual, just as a person, always open to what's best for our kids. I was in a school in Singapore that had been formed by a mother who school was not working for her child. So we got to tour the school, and I asked her, what was it? Her daughter was now like 23 years old, helping her run the school. And I said, what was it that made you pull her away from the school system? And she said, her character. So that struck me as, very interesting, and not surprising, but interesting. And also had a conversation on a bus in Vietnam with there are actually pastors that serve and volunteer in Spring ISD, and they mentor and support students in like a 9th grade mentoring program similar to one we have. And we were having a discussion about those qualities that aren't always measurable, and how how critical some things are. I would say for me, a very important aspect of my life is faith, and how do you measure that, right? But it's very important. And then I had another conversation with a gentleman from Fort Worth area. And so they really were good conversations, just outside of the context and a whole nother place to see what is it, what are you building, what do you value? So some things that make me a little more comfortable here, this idea about preparing them for graduation and a lifelong journey. There are some criteria upon which you are a graduate, right, which have to do with your literacy and your math skills. And so I do think the framing of the opening comment is a little bit helpful to make sure that the main thing is the main thing, as well as, the kind of character our kids have. And I appreciate the idea at the bottom as a promise to the community. I do think measurability is necessary in some things, and I think we have to be purposeful about how we do it, but I do understand to Julie's comment about that students take some ownership of developing to the kind of character they are. I did go back and do another check. I appreciate now that we have writing, speaking, listening, problem solving. I'm not sure where reading is exactly still. Maybe it could have been in communication. I think that listening, speaking, reading, writing are 4 cores of the English language arts, curriculum. And then we always have problem solving and thinking critically. So that one is maybe something I would have liked to see there. But I definitely appreciate that this is shaping up in something that's aspirational. That's something that can look at, that can motivate students in the classroom every day, as Julie says. So I appreciate definitely the framing that was added to it. And so I don't really have questions other than maybe I would like to have seen, or was there discussion around reading or not being in there, listening, speaking, reading, writing, and critical thinking?
Yes, and we tried to address that in the opening statement. When you graduate, or when a student graduates, they are guided by the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, and so every graduate is going to have that. And we are when Dr. Henry certifies graduates, they have to have that. This is in addition to that, but we put in there rigorous and relevant learning experiences. We specifically chose those words in there to address that specific item. That was our thought on that, and we did discuss that.
Not there for me. I was looking, digging, so that's why I put graduation with the underline and lifelong journey. And then writing is something we've had people present here at the board. We've had people present here, families saying, my kid graduated and couldn't write, so that was called out here. And I know the new TEKS and the new testing and all that's trying to address writing as a whole. So yeah, I guess it's there. I would like to see that kids could read be super explicit.
Yeah. Again, that is covered through the TEKS and the knowledge and skills, and as a graduate, they're required to do that.
Awesome. Thank y'all for thinking through that. I appreciate it. Great answer. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Gilbert.
I agree totally with Tom. Quite a achievement by a group that put in many hours, and congratulations on a job well done, and to all who participated.
So Roy, back to you. Where do we? Oh, Debbie, I'm sorry.
I wanted the last word, Tom. First of all, being one of the coordinators of this group, I want to publicly thank the advisory council, and especially the subcommittee, the writing committee, who, I said it before and I'll say it again, did a powerful job. And I wish, you talk about great minds in a room. It was so inspiring to watch them at work. And when we came back together, I sat in on the meeting. They embraced the feedback that we had received, and there was discussion, and you could just see the brains churning and going to work. How can we improve upon this? How can we address the feedback? And thank you, Abby and April and Jonathan today for doing such a beautiful presentation of the work and giving explanations of how we arrived at things. And Natalie, to address your concern about reading, we felt that, as Jonathan said, all of that is implied because they have to pass the TEKS in order to graduate. And I think, our concern is that we've always said we want well-rounded individuals. And a lot of these traits, if we help guide our students towards these traits, maybe there'll be better learning, maybe there'll be less behavioral issues, maybe there'll be less fighting, because all of those traits, when you go through empathy and resilience, how inspiring and encouraging to our graduates, because that is part of their education. We not only want bright, intelligent children who know how to write and read and do math, science, history, but we want them well-rounded. We want them to be good citizens. We want them to be good people. We want them to be kind, to be empathetic. And those traits, in my mind, in creating a well-rounded individual are just as important as the basics in reading and writing and math. Because yes, we can teach that easily, but some of those others are a little bit harder because some kids may not have experienced that in their homes. And we're giving them something, I think, even higher to strive for and to accomplish. And thank you, thank the advisory council, but thank you writers for just the way you just picked this up and you immediately knew what you wanted to do with this and that we needed to have an opening. There was discussion that they needed the critical thinking, the problem solving, the innovation, and that we needed to also honor what has been done in the past by the previous committee, the first committee. And, while I know this will last for a while, probably 10 or 20 years from now, there'll be another group of people presenting because times change. But all of those, I think, are reflective of the values that we want in a Cypher ISD graduate.
Yes, Natalie.
Definitely wanted Debbie to have the last word, but I would say, I think that's an interesting, I agree, actually, these are more important in the end. But if we didn't also give a kid literacy, and obviously graduating, we would assume there's a level of literacy. But if we did not do the main thing school was called to do, then are they more important, right? Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
So if I give you this opportunity to develop, communication, innovation, integrity, curiosity, but I also don't ensure that you get the foundational skills, what have I given you as far as your opportunity to have a lifelong journey that's fulfilling? And I think it's not as much at the graduation, but how many drop out, right? What's our dropout rate? We're amazing and we outperform other places. Or along the pathway before graduation, all those on-ramps and opportunities to access the foundational education as well. So I think this is beautiful in what we're...
And that's why we're, from kindergarten on is what will be emphasized to our kids. But, we tied it to lead. And to our mission statement, we talked about rigorous and relevant learning. And so I think, you want it spelled out, but it's implied there. I truly believe that, Natalie, and I think everyone in this district puts the value on the basics as well as these other things. Because yes, that's the teacher's job, is to teach the basics. But as you well know, being in education too, that most of our teachers or APs are more than just teachers and APs. A lot of them are doing some parenting to those students as well. Second parenting, let's say. April?
I just wanted to add a little bit. As Jonathan mentioned when he introduced me, I'm one of the special ed administrators at one of our high schools, and we, from the very beginning when we first met, one of the biggest pieces that we wanted to provide in these modifications was an inclusive document to include all students. You know, there are, of course, graduation requirements of many of our students, but some of our students have a modified graduation plan, and they are not going to leave Cy-Fair literate. But they can still show empathy. They can still have curiosity. They can still have communication skills. That's one of the reasons why we included, whether it be by writing, speaking, technology, body language. That was very specific. It was because this document is for all students. And so the graduation requirements are what determines whether or not people have met those. And as I mentioned, all students are included in this document. Some of our students are going to graduate on a modified graduation plan. And so that's kind of where we tweezed a little bit and why we did not include very specific words, because we did want this to include all students that graduate from our schools.
Great point, thank you.
So Debbie, you wanted to have the last word. Do you have any words to give us?
You know what? I couldn't have said it more eloquently than these three people have already stated this afternoon. And again, I thank the advisory council. I thank Dr. Horner for her helping lead us along the way, and Dr. Macias and Roy Garcia for their help in this process. And thank you for today's presentation. An amazing and awesome job. I'm proud of this document.
Very good. Roy, do you have anything to add?
I don't want to step on the last word.
Very good. We are now going to take out of order item 5V. It was pointed out to me, nobody else knows this, it's 5:07 and we started at 9 o'clock this morning. 5V, the board will consider authorizing and ratifying the superintendent's procurement and execution of all necessary documents under the emergency exception in section 44.031 of the Education Code and CH local needed to remediate and or repair damages to Bang Elementary School caused by an unforeseen construction defect. There are no speakers on this item today, only questions. Looking to my right. Scott.
What letter is this again?
5V.
V. Victor.
V is in Victor.
I was looking for it too.
Okay, let me go this way. Julie.
One quick question. In the backup documentation, I didn't see a cost. Do we not know what the costs are at this time, or do we know what the costs were, but you don't want to tell me? Just kidding.
I would love to know what the costs were, and I would love
Don't
to
know
share
yet.
it with the board, but I don't know. We're still investigating.
Okay, okay. But this is, so this, what we're being asked to do is to make sure that once we're doing repairs now, and that's why you're asking for funding.
That's correct.
Okay,
So not unlike Uri, when we came to the board and said
remember
we
that.
need authorization to make any needed repairs in order to get school open.
right,
And then we came back and gave a report later.
right. Do we feel like this will be done, what?
Does he need to describe what the damage was?
Oh, I know what the damage was. Would you like to describe what the damage was?
I would love to.
Thank you for describing what the damage was. And
So,
stop tapping me, I'm talking. I'm trying to finish my sentence. And can you also confirm that, that it will be repaired in time to open school for the fall semester?
so the damage occurred when we were demoing casework, internal casework on an external wall. The wall collapsed. And what we found is it had 4-inch CMU. There was no support at the bottom, no rebar, very little support at the top. It had been spot welded and tack welded instead of full welds. So the whole exterior wall on the classroom wing is suspect, and we are investigating that, trying to come up with our A&E team to provide a solution that we can implement in order to get school open in August. We're confident that we can come up with a solution to get school open. We just need authorization to make the repairs.
Thank you for that information. Is there any, can we go back to the original contractor that built that wall?
That school was opened in 1990. I think our statute of limitations may be up. Spall Glass was the general contractor. We'll certainly investigate that. We need to go back through. This just happened week before last. We've been doing an investigation. We need to go back and check the design documents to see what was designed, how it was constructed, and then we'll get with general counsel to make any decisions.
Okay, and you'll keep us informed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Some follow-up questions on that. Has this happened before? Anything similar to this?
Yes, I believe at Lowry we had an instance where the brick ties failed and we lost the brick veneer, and we went back in and put new brick veneer on and brick ties. Not quite this extreme. I don't think the exterior wall collapsed, but we did have to go do that.
Secondly, the follow-up question is, do we have any concern that this could be systemic, i.e., for this particular contractor, if they were not following best practices, did they do other work for us, and is it possible that a similar issue could be elsewhere?
Spall Glass is a pretty reputable company. They have built other buildings for us, especially around that time frame. We've had no indication that there are issues with the other campuses. We have renovated those campuses, and this is the first time we've had an instance like this.
Okay. Natalie?
Mine was a similar question, because we use those prototype buildings, like we'd build several. I'm not sure how many more are like Bang at the same time.
Well, I think Hamilton was built in 1990. What else, Roy, that you can recall?
I think we have a total of 8 prototype or completion buildings of that prototype that we've had.
That prototype and that builder?
Not that building.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we check. I remember being in principal in Spring Branch when Stratford High School had a huge wall collapse as well, and they couldn't get it ready in time for school. So thank you to that commitment. I definitely will approve anything we need to today to keep it moving. Just want to make sure, you wouldn't want it to, luckily it happened when kids weren't there, making sure we'd,
It had
check
to happen.
out.
I guess this was the best time. We're in the midst of a renovation. We've got a general contractor on site. Just to follow up, at Hamilton, we're doing a renovation too, so we've had no issues like this.
Excellent.
It
Thank you.
should be, Natalie, it should be an isolated situation,
Fantastic. Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, I will call for a motion to approve this non-consent item.
Mr. President, I move that the board ratify and/or authorize the superintendent to execute all agreements, contracts, and/or purchase orders necessary to procure goods and services under the emergency exception in Section 44.031 of the Education Code and CH Local, which are needed to remediate and repair damage to Bang Elementary School caused by an unforeseen structural failure, and by this action determine that the delay created by using the traditional procedures in Chapter 44 would substantially impair the district from completing the emergency work necessary to promptly resume classes and school activities.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Holly. So anybody who is waiting around to hear about 5V, if you want to leave now, you can, but if you want to stay, please do so. I don't know that we're serving dinner, but we might be. Okay, item 4C, we covered in closed session.
This is a different report.
Different report. 4C, the administration will provide a report on safety and security measures. Presenters, Kenneth Henry, Chief Eric Mendez, and Franklin Sampson. Thank you for the light. It's easier to see.
All right, President Jackson, Dr. Henry, and Board of Trustees, it's a pleasure for us today to share an update on the Safe and Supportive Schools Committee with you and some of the concentrated and collaborative efforts that have been made to keep our students and campuses safe. If you recall, this committee was born from the Threat Oversight Committee that was referenced in Senate Bill 11 of the 86th legislative session and was later added to the Texas Education Code with specific requirements for members to have expertise in areas that impact the threat assessment process. Our initial committee was created with members based on that requirement, and we met on August 30th, 2022 to have the first meeting. The group was expanded after that initial meeting, and we really dove right in and truly committed to the process throughout the year. We started out with broad challenges that the district was facing regarding safety, and then discussed some specific programs and interventions that could support those needs. The committee operated with three very specific goals in mind: to identify current challenges in the area of safety and security, to review current mental health and behavioral initiatives, and most importantly, to determine some enhancements and modifications needed to better support student mental health and behavior in the coming years. You've previously been presented data from the 2022 CFISD Stakeholder Survey given by the Basilisk Group. If you recall, 32% of parents thought that student discipline was the biggest or the next biggest challenge that faced CFISD. 44% of the community answered student discipline, and 76% of staff answered student discipline. Student discipline was the highest ranking challenge in all three groups. The board listening tour in 2022 also gave stakeholders a voice in giving feedback regarding student discipline. While just under half of the respondents at 46% indicated that they noticed improvement, nearly a third of the respondents at 31% indicated that they had not noticed an improvement in student discipline. You've also been presented these full findings in the fall 2022 board listening tour open-ended response coding analysis, which was provided by the Hanover Research Group. Of additional survey questions, to the question of what are some of the biggest challenges or obstacles for the district in terms of student behavior, 59% of the total respondents answered student attitudes and behaviors. 22% answered school inaction, such as lack of consequences. To the question of what ideas would you like to share to improve student behavior, 47% of the total respondents answered accountability, and 46% answered more support and resources for staff, students, and parents. Further insight from the open-ended questions showed that respondent groups expressed several consistent concerns, including frustration with negative behavior such as bullying, vandalism, and violent outbursts, concern for understaffing and its connection to teachers and administrators feeling overwhelmed as related to consistently managing student behavior, and most respondent groups agreed that parental involvement was the key to effective student behavior management. So based on this analysis, several recommendations were given. Additional training and resources for staff and regarding student behavior, the examination and implementation of disciplinary policies to promote more consistent, equitable, and restorative outcomes, creating more opportunities for students to reflect and share how the district can support them, and improving staff recruitment and retention. And at this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Chief Mendez.
So part of what we've done year to year, I believe since Santa Fe, is we have the strategic plan that has prevention, identification, intervention, response, and recovery. I'm going to cover prevention. So some of our current measures that you can see up on the screen include, obviously, the law enforcement presence that we have with CFPD. We have improved our campus facilities. I talked about that earlier today. Limited access points, clear backpacks, The metal detectors, we require the ID badges, but not just with the ID badge information. On the back of the ID badges, we now have the suicide hotline information for our students, code of conduct and student handbook. Some of the others that aren't related to the police department, bringing out the best character educations, our guidance and counseling department, the mental health minute created by the mental health intervention team. They promote that and push that out in an email. The DigiSave digital citizenship. Of course, we have our standard response protocol and standard unification method. We follow the national standard with the I Love You Guys Foundation. Our safety awareness training for our staff, and then new store staff orientation. Some of our other current measures, again, we use the Cy-Fair tip line, and of course our newest part of the Cy-Fair tip line is the new text a tip, where an individual can now text in a tip to us and not just utilize it through the website or through a phone line. They're able to actually text in a tip. Again, we partner with our Fusion Center here in Harris County for social media monitoring, as well as our investigative group within the police department does social media monitoring. Our psychological services department provides services for our students. Again, I've talked a little bit about the mental health intervention team, but we have members on the team from the police department, the counseling department, and the psychologists that provide additional resources for our students when they've been in crisis and help them transition back into the school setting. Suicide risk screenings and response, the behavioral threat assessments, psychological first aids, and behavioral management pilot and well-managed schools, and that's something that we are currently doing. Response and recovery, every campus has an emergency operations plan, and we have a district-wide emergency operations plan. We're required to provide that information to the school safety center, which we do, and we do it every year that we're required to do it, and we, from memory, this last go-around, we had no issues, and our plans were accepted by the school safety center. It's life-based crisis intervention training, our crisis response team, and then again, communication with parents through school messenger. And I believe I'm turning it over to Franklin at this point.
My portion will cover identification and intervention, as well as a response and recovery. For this coming year, we'd like to expand our current pilot of our well-managed schools. The training of this program is a research-based classroom management framework that provides a school-wide common language for classroom teachers to use when teaching and addressing behaviors. We currently have 3 campuses that utilize this program, and we'd like to add 3 more middle schools along with 7 elementary campuses for this year. During the 2024-2025 school year, we'd like to onboard 4 additional middle schools and bring on 2 high schools for a total cost of $194,000. As we continue to do our very best to identify those students and intervene in a positive and productive manner, additional support staff is required to make things happen in an efficient manner. The first additional staff request from the committee would be an additional licensed chemical dependency counselor. Our district currently has 1 at this point to service all of our campuses, so the benefit of having 2 is pretty obvious. The additional LCDC, licensed chemical dependency counselor, would collaborate with campuses regarding substance use prevention, create and implement new initiatives to promote substance-free campuses. The cost for the additional LCDC will be in the range of roughly $60,000. The second request from the committee is a licensed social worker to assist or expand our current mental health intervention team. Their primary role will be to facilitate follow-ups with students who had a previous crisis, more specifically those who suffered from suicidal ideation or had a desire to harm someone else. This person will provide consultation for staff as well as for parents and others as they continue to collaborate, or as we ask of them to collaborate with the administrators and counselors on our multiple campuses. They'll also work with the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, as well as a CSTAG, better known as the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines. The estimated costs for this position will be $70,000. Next, we'd like to expand our mental health intervention team with an additional psychologist. We currently have 2. They will conduct mental health-related research and training, support the CFISD crisis response team, consult with campuses on an ongoing basis, and this will also benefit from this because they will conduct mental health and safety evaluations and provide special education support. The cost for that position is $71,000. Lastly, in addition to the other requests for positions, the last one is the 20th Youth Service Specialist. We have attempted to obtain a total of 20 in prior years, and Harris County was not able to do so, but they've given a commitment that they are willing and ready to provide that additional youth service specialist. If you would, please bear in mind that the DigiSafe initiative is underway through the Guidance and Counseling Department, where we focus on digital citizenship, and that's why you see on there also the red flag technology filter, which our youth service specialists assist with that initiative, where we're taking a look at students, or flagging students, if you will, that express some type of concern as it relates to suicidal ideation or threat. In addition to that, the advanced tool that you see on there, vape sensors, we'd like to add those to our campuses across our district and hopefully somehow find a way to intervene and, of course, make sure that student and family receives the support that they need. Now regarding the response and recovery, with the ongoing need to educate our students in many different ways, the committee came to a consensus that life-space crisis intervention would be a wonderful tool to assist with teaching consistent strategies for de-escalating crisis situations. Life-space crisis intervention equips staff and students building verbal strategies to turn crisis situations into learning opportunities for young people who exhibit challenging behaviors. Our district currently has 3 trainers. We're proposing that we add 3 additional trainers this summer to train roughly 90 administrators, which will mostly consist of assistant principals. The total cost is going to be $58,500 to make that happen. As we continue to remain in a proactive stance, we'd like to expand the availability of the opioid antagonist. Most of you may be familiar with the product called Narcan, but that is just one of others that are available. But we'd like to provide that for each campus and place them in the clinics on our multiple campuses across our district. Currently, our police officers have them, but we'd just like to expand the availability of the product. We'd also like to initiate at some point in time, and we're not saying that we start this in August, but the committee agreed that we'd like to expand initiate CFISD's own sober high school in the near future. It will be an opportunity for a limited number of students to take advantage of receiving quality CFISD education, along with the additional services to assist them as well as their family members with what we deem wraparound type of services on an ongoing basis. And of course, that would include certified teachers, director or principal, an LCDC, life coach, and many other individuals who will help those students as they progress along. At this time, we are here and ready if there are any questions.
Can I provide some clarification? I think something important to note, the difference in, can we go back to the different initiatives? Between the initiatives for 23-24, expanded initiatives, and then the ones for proposed, which are future. The initiatives that are included in the expanded measures for 23-24, we have funding for that. Those are not budget requests for the 23-24 school year. There was already a plan and some, I think it's CEHI funding that we are using for the training and also for the crisis intervention training and those positions. The proposed measures are different. We felt like it was important for you to know as a board and for the public to know that we're continually looking at our overall safety and security plan, and we have identified areas where in the future, if funding is available, that we need to have consideration for some of these additional staff members. We started work, as Franklin and Kenneth pointed out, we started work in meeting and identifying the areas of need. Throughout the course of the year, we were hopeful that the outcome of the legislative session, the safety and security allotment, would be much greater than it ended. There towards the end of the finish line, we were up to close to $100 per ADA, and we were hopeful that, we were going to reach that level with safety and security. Obviously, that was not the outcome, but we kept the information in the plan just so that you would see more of a strategic long-range plan that we have in looking at our safety and security measures. So I didn't want Karen having a heart attack over there because her people were all back there working on the budget. So just keep in mind, expanded measures for 23-24, we're good. We have a plan, we have funding source for that, and then the proposed measures are for the future. So just wanted to provide that clarification.
Questions? Going to my right, Scott?
I know that House Bill 3908 talked about fentanyl and ensuring that 6th grade through 12th grade had that built in. Was that a funded mandate? Do you know?
I am not, I have to be honest, I am not 100% certain on that. We have our legislative update tomorrow, actually, and I'll get more detailed information on all the bills that passed. I know that the provision that we included on the opioid, I never have an easy time saying that, the opioid antagonist measure, Melinda Hood and Marnie have been working on including that provision in our policy. And so I think they were looking at funding sources for providing that to our campuses, but I think that is outside of any legislative funding that we may receive, state funding.
Okay. Be curious when that's enacted, and I think it was in law September. Maybe we look at that because that's an important thing going forward for kids, especially, my daughter's been offered drugs many times, and it's becoming a problem. Unfortunately.
Were you speaking specifically about the training, or?
It's an awareness campaign that we're supposed to
Yes.
give to all kids
Correct.
in high school. Basically, don't do drugs kind of thing, but to look out for things not to do, right?
Correct.
And that's I think it's an important part of teaching kids the right way, right? I think earlier, 6th grade is earlier. Once they're in high school, it's too far, but I think earlier is better. Just my opinion. But thank you very much for your presentation.
Natalie?
I appreciate the presentation, the ideas, and even the proposed initiatives getting us thinking out to the future. And you mentioned life coach, if we would have a potential sober high school program. Is that anything we're using currently for students in discipline settings, or what would that look like? It sounds really enticing.
Well, that was just a recommendation. We do not currently have life coaches. That's just part of the model, if you will, across the nation as we've researched some. They have an LCDC, but they also have someone that can walk them through those other areas of life as we provide those wraparound services.
Sounds so wonderful. I'd love to support that process.
Gilbert?
Outstanding presentation, guys. Great job. No questions?
Lucas? No questions. Debbie?
Franklin, can you tell me how many of our students have committed suicide over this past school year? Do you have that number?
I do not have that number offhand, ma'am.
Okay. That is just something that I continue to be concerned about because I've known of several personally this past school year, and it just seems like still coming off of the pandemic and kids being isolated, and then, the problem that continues with bullying And, kids feeling like they're not, some of them feeling like they're not loved. I guess I'm just interested in knowing what our counselors are seeing and maybe threats carried out. I don't know, at some time, Mr. Jackson, if we might want to have that type of report, if anyone else is interested. But I'm just concerned for our kids and the state of their mental health and well-being. And, and some of your proposed measures and bringing those extra people in, because some of it is just, it goes back to the fentanyl and the opioids and, unintentional, that they don't realize the consequences of what they're doing sometimes. So anyway, if you don't have those numbers, that's fine, but it was just something that I am interested in as a board member.
And let me say this, Ms. Fletcher, that there may be a suspected suicide, but we
right.
do not ask for an autopsy or ask for the report, from the coroner's office. And out of respect, we have not requested that from the family.
Right, right.
So for us to really find out if one died by suicide, we would have to receive that report. We can suspect that it was suicide.
Okay.
But for the actual numbers, that would take an additional measures to do so. And we've just respected the privacy of the families.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Julie?
First of all, I am grateful and proud of all the work that our district does to support the safety and security of our students, staff, and our community. Before we're even talking about things that are proposed or things we're expanding, you shared with us a long list of things that we do as a district. And that is something that's unique to public education, public schools. Not all schools do that. Not even all public schools do that. But that's something unique about our district, that we care so much about our students and our families and our staff, that we invest so much in the safety and security of our students. I wanted to ask a little bit about the behavioral management pilot, well-managed schools. Do we have any results from that yet, or is it because we just finished 1 year? Or what? Do we have an update on that? Everybody's like, Oh, sorry.
So Dr. Ogumake would probably better be able to answer it, but because this is our first year,
I just know, do we have any sort of feeling?
we had 3 campuses and we are collecting data.
Okay.
And so we plan to, in August, bring you a report of where we are at first glance.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you. But obviously, you have a good enough feel about it that we're looking at expanding it to 3 middle schools and 7 elementaries this year.
Absolutely. And we actually had a few more campuses that wanted to participate, but we take our example a little bit from curriculum, and we wanted to start smaller with the pilot and be able to evaluate the data.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
In terms of proposed support through additional staff, I mean, obviously, we're in a challenging financial situation, being able to afford our current staff. I see value in all of these additional staff people that you have requested. I have met our licensed chemical dependency counselor, and she's phenomenal, but it's a big district, 93 campuses, and she does a great job as one person, but if we could double her, it would be fantastic. And I know, to Scott's point about educating students and parents about drugs and substance abuse and substance use, she does a fantastic job, but many of our campuses are trying to reach out to families and doing events at night and doing events, during the day. I think the more that we can educate our students and our families, our parents, on these issues, it will help. And whether it's legislatively mandated or, we take that initiative and do it and continue to do that ourselves. I think that's important. This is interesting, adding a social worker to MHIT. That is really a very, you know, you think that team is complete, but that's actually a piece that was missing. And so I appreciate you thinking of that. I think about our social workers that work with our students on our campuses and the value they bring every day, particularly at the high school level, and to think of adding one to that team, I think it fills a gap that I didn't realize existed. So thank you for sharing that with me. I absolutely support that. Vape sensors, 100%. I think that the more that we can do to put up barriers for students to vape or bring vapes onto our campuses, the better. We can't necessarily control what happens outside of our schools, but to help create more additional deterrence on our campuses, as well as the training as to why they shouldn't do that, I think that's really good. The Narcan, opioid antagonist, that's something I've been asking Teresa about for, I don't even know how long. And we were following that legislation, and it didn't pass. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, right?
Correct. I think, again, Marnie and Melinda have been working on a policy to bring to you that would provide that or have that available on our campuses.
That's fantastic. And I'm grateful that I met with some of our officers. I knew they had it, but just having one more source on campus, whether it's to help a student, a staff member, a parent, or somebody who walks up to the parking lot, which has happened. So to be able to save someone's life, I think that's fantastic. And then finally, this idea of a sober high school, that is interesting. And that's the first I've heard that discussed or brought up. And I know I have a friend whose child left Cypress-Fairbanks to go to, they actually went out of state. So I'm curious, as Franklin, how many students do you think would we serve in that at a sober high school? And when we say sober high school, help us explain that. Does it mean we don't have drinking high schools and drug high schools and a sober high, like this is for students who, right? Can you explain that? Because this is not Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
No problem. For the majority of those programs that are across the state, well, there aren't that many. Let me say that. There aren't that many. But the ones that are out there, they try to keep the numbers small. So when we say small, roughly 30 students or 40 students or so, that way there can be a focus in on those students, because we're talking about, at that point, a student that is not functioning well on a comprehensive campus. So we surely want to hone in on assisting that student who may have an addiction or similar, and then find a way to meet that student's needs as well as the family's needs.
So this is specifically for students who have suffered through addiction or are suffering through that, and they are looking for a place to go to school as they work through that.
Yes, ma'am. And the end result, hopefully, will be that student either going to a 2-year, 4-year school or college or university or trade school. Also teach that student some skills, and also an opportunity for us to educate that student on what's available out there, because sometimes they aren't aware. Because many times with substance use, it's not just that student who's struggling, it's the family as a whole. So part of that Sober High School's focus is going to be to also bring that family to a point where they can be successful in society, not just focus on the individual student.
You know, I really like that, because, you know, we talk about opportunity for all, and some, you know, we think about all that we offer to students, and we even talked about opportunity for all for kiddos maybe who have special needs. But opportunity for all also includes students who are struggling with addiction, and we don't just punish them and kick them out because they got busted for something and we throw them away. We need to try to help them and help them achieve their academic goals, because that's what we're here for.
That's right.
Okay, thanks for bringing that to us. I appreciate that.
And can I just share again on all of those items, that is not for the 23-24 school year, except for the ones that we mentioned specifically as expanded measures. But for those proposed initiatives, again, we'll continue to look for other funding sources for some of those, be it grant funds or other federal funds that may be available to allow us to expand those initiatives, but we just felt it was important for you to see kind of our long-term plan for safety and security and some of the areas that we would like to hopefully include in the plan in the future.
One very quick question. Debbie hinted at it. You would not be proposing any of these steps if we did not have a need, correct?
President Jackson, that's correct, sir.
Very good. Didn't need a quantification of it, but just needed to have that on the record. Thank you, sir. I'm going to take item 5BB out of order. The board will consider the adoption of the 2023-2024 budget, including the 2023-2024 staff compensation plan. The presenter is Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Before we look at the budget real quickly, I just want to take a moment and thank Amanda Bowles, Melissa McInerney, Patrice Lang, and Rebecca Flores. They've been up there working very hard to make sure all this happened, plus last several months, but then also Ron Wyatt in Human Resources. He's been at our beck and call, and I really appreciate it, and Sharita has just provided us all the support that we need, so I just want to thank those people first. I'm ready to talk about the budget. If Joel, if you can, I don't have a clicker, if you don't mind going to the next slide. This is the revised cost of considerations. The only change that you see here is adding the $31.2 million for the salary increase of 3% on greater of midpoint or base, and increasing the starting teacher salary to $62,000. Next slide. This information is exactly the same, showing the general fund revenue of almost $1.1 billion. Next slide. This slide has been revised to include the $31.2 additional million for the salary increase. So that changed our deficit to $138.6 million before federal stimulus funding, for a revised deficit after the federal stimulus funding of $73.6 million. The next slides, next three slides are just, we are required to adopt our budget by fund and function. So this is just the function levels for the general fund, of which you'll see a majority of it is in instruction. If you'll go to the next slide. The next area where we have quite a bit is in the plant maintenance and operations, which is 8.3% of the budget. And then the final slide, you will see here the remaining items by function. And one of the things we're required to do is indicate the amount that's used for accelerated instruction, and that is $12.8 million. We have to allocate money towards that before we can allocate any other money in the budget. And then the next two slides, if you just quickly show those, the debt service and then the food service fund have no changes. So this is the budget, unless you have some questions, that would be presented to the board for adoption.
I'm going to start to the left. Lucas?
I actually can't read anything that's on screen, so I'm going to be listening by Braille to what you guys ask.
Very good. Debbie Blackshear. No questions. Julie?
Debbie, Karen, sorry. Karen, can you go back and put up the slide? Okay, no, wait. Yeah, before all the by function. I don't see the presentation on here. Keep going, like all the way.
Are you looking for one of the slides from the previous, earlier?
Okay, stop right there, okay. Oh, okay. And then can you go, okay, now go forward. Okay, keep going. Sorry. Okay, that's the one I was looking for. Okay, I just need to see it. It's what we talked about. We talked about that it would increase the deficit by 31.2
million.
Correct. And that, okay. That's exactly what we talked about. Okay, thank you, Karen.
Scott? Natalie?
It's fast. I think I have no questions. Let me look at my photos I took.
Gilbert?
Can you go back to that first screen with the 3%?
I think, yeah, Joel, can you go back to the first? I think he's wanting you to go back.
That one. No, he had it.
Yeah, go back, go one back where you were. Thank you.
That one. And we don't have it on our screen yet, right?
No, you do not, because we just updated this PowerPoint.
As we talk, right, yeah, okay. No questions. Thank you, Karen, and your staff.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, so where does this leave our projected fund balance as of June 30, 24?
Just a minute. That, I think that, let me make sure I have the right numbers here. Just a second. With that.
And then the immediate question after that is how many months of reserves do we have as of June 30th, 24?
Okay, let's see. That would leave our fund balance, let's see, I want to be sure. Wait a minute, I've got the wrong amount. Just a minute, I'm sorry, I have so many different scenarios here. I want to be sure and pull out the right thing. Let's see. It would leave our fund balance at the end of 2024 at 4.4 months.
Okay.
Expenditures at the end of but at the end of 24-25, it would be at 2.94 months.
Very good. Okay, so the numbers confirmed what we thought it would be.
Yes, sir.
After you ran it. Very good. Lucas, did that answer any questions you had?
Yes, I have no further questions. What I understand is that it is what we discussed earlier. And I'm clear. Thank you.
Very good. Hearing no further questions, I will call for a motion to approve, and this is item 5BB, if anybody wanted to look up the actual motion. Debbie?
Sure. I move that the board adopt the 2023-2024 budget, including the 2023-2024 staff compensation plan. The Board of Trustees reserves the right to amend the 2023-2024 compensation and benefits plan after the start of the fiscal year as required by law or administrative rule, or if determined to be in the best interest of the district if additional funding is provided by the state legislature.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Is everybody satisfied that the extra language is what we want?
Exactly.
Okay.
Very satisfied.
Very good. Hearing no further discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion as presented and seconded, please raise your right hand. Lucas, is your right hand up? It is. Holly, please record that the motion passed unanimously. Lucas, where you are, it is now 6:53. Did you want to sign off at this point?
That would be wonderful, sir. Yes.
With your leaving, Coach Sarabia, I think, may be leaving as well. But
Very
we will.
good. And yeah, and thank you for this. I also wanted to make sure that I heard the other items that we've already discussed. So I appreciate the work and our collaboration all day today. It's been an honor to serve.
And thank you for giving us a full day plus some of your vacation time. Give my regards to your family and my apologies.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Okay.
Natalie said she'll do the clock.
Okay. We will now move to item 4D, The administration will provide an oral report on the status of the 2014 and 2019 bond programs. There are no speakers on this topic today. The presenters are Matt Morgan, Karen Smith, Paula Ross.
What agenda item? 5D.
Dr. Henry, I have 87 slides and I'm talking slow. I heard what you said. This will not be that long. I thought you might. I'll wait. Okay. I ran you off, Gilbert. Sorry. President Jackson, Dr. Henry, Board of Trustees, thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the 2014-2019 bond. As you know, let's see if I can prove this. The 2014 bond passed in May of 2014 for $1.2 billion. This bond consisted of 6 phases. Phase 6 included renovations in Elementary 57 and Elementary 58. Renovations were complete in August of 2020. Elementary 58 contract was awarded in June of 2021. It's now the Sue McMichael McGowan Elementary School, and it opened in the school year 23-24. Elementary 59, Elementary 58, thank you, Julie. Elementary 58 was approved in June of 2021 and will open in the 2023-24 school year. That's Dr. Carla Brosnahan Elementary School. It's located along Clay Road, just west of Fry Road. And I believe with the completion of this school, this will be the last project in the 2014 bond. The 2019 bond program was approved in May of 2019 for $1.762 billion. Originally, we had 7 phases in the 2019 bond, with phase 7 ending in August of 2027. We have taken the phase 7 projects and moved them to phases 5 and phase 6 in order to shorten the bond. So we are projected to finish phase 6 in 2026. The reason for this were inflationary pressures that we have been undergoing since the COVID. Phase 1 of 2019 also overlapped into phase 6 of 2014. We had a lot of projects that were going out to bid that were 2014 bond, but as we got into design on 2019, we realized that we were going to go do the work for the 2014 work and then come back in and tear it out and do the 2019 work. So we held those projects back. We combined bond funds from 14 and 19 for more complete projects. If you think about it, what we're doing in most of the elementary schools is the safety and security scope. The impact-resistant glass at high traffic areas, additional lockdown buttons, video phones, card readers on exterior doors, classroom phones, exterior door numbering. And to date, we completed the classroom phones in November of 2021, and to date, we have installed 7,349 classroom phones. So every classroom in the district has a telephone. We also hardened the main front desk by adding impact-resistant glass, creating transaction windows to provide additional layer of security for our receptionist. The installation of security fencing was completed at all elementary schools last fall of 2022. We also completed several middle school and high school fencing projects around portables. We'll be completing the remainder of the middle and high school fencing around portables this summer and fall. We addressed security for open classroom concepts by creating pods of 2 to 6 classrooms with doors, including intruder lock sets and impact-resistant glass on the side lights. This is Emory and Hemingway. Most of our schools that we've done, elementary schools, all look the same. They have been great projects. If you walk into one of our renovated schools, there's not a whole lot difference between the interior of McGowan Elementary and one of our new renovated elementary schools. The 2001 bond phase included renovations, baseball, softball renovations, high school band towers, replacements, exhibit center, science resource, furniture replacements, and propane tanks for transportation centers. We completed Cy Falls, Cy Ranch, Cy Ridge baseball, softball fields in January of 2021. We completed all but Cy-Fair High School band tower replacements in 2022. The Exhibit Center was completed in January of 2022. It included an 8,965 square foot addition, increased the arena's seating capacity from 398 to 1,096, new restrooms, new dressing rooms, and addition of 40 pins. This was our 2022 Ag Show. It turned out really well. The installation of 18,000-gallon propane tanks was installed in all transportation centers, and this project was completed by January of 2022. Phase 2 included renovations, more baseball, softball, the new administration building, the Visual and Performing Arts Center, a new transportation center, the Brodigan Center, a CTE addition, and Middle School 20. We completed Cy Creek, Cy Lakes, Jersey Village, and Langham Creek baseball, softball fields in January of 2022. We awarded a contract for the Visual and Performing Arts Center and the Mark Henry Administration Building in April of 2021. These are current photos of construction ongoing in the Visual and Performing Arts Center. We've got the auditorium seating in, we're putting carpeting in, finishes are going in the main foyer. We anticipate this project to be complete at the end of the summer. It includes a 1,500 seat auditorium, small theater, dance room, visual arts room, and lobby with areas to display student art. The Mark Henry Administration Building is complete. We've finished moving our last group of staff in the last couple of weeks. The last groups that moved in were the first floor. That would be human resources, payroll, and insurance. So we have everybody in the building. The only groups remaining at ISC West are fine arts, which will move over to the VPAC when it's complete, and then we also have the tax office at ISC West. So this building is about 225,000 square feet, includes administrative offices, boardroom, digital cinema studio, and conference center. I don't know if you remember what this was out here before we started construction, but it was a driving range and a large wooded area, and this is a time lapse of the construction process. And I honestly wish it had gone this fast. I'd have fewer gray hairs. I think Dr. Henry wishes it had gone this fast too. But it's been quite a transformation over the last couple of years. And just like that, Dr. Henry, we're done. Jarvis Transportation Center contract was awarded in September of 2021. It was completed in May of 2023. Staff has been moving in over the last couple of weeks, and I believe we're going to start running summer routes for the second session. It's located on the corner of on Jarvis and Woods Spillane Boulevard next to Cy Woods High School. It will accommodate 200 buses. It also includes a training center for training our drivers. Brodigan Center addition was completed in August of 22. This included a 12,000 square foot addition to the existing CTE building to include labs, shop space along with outdoor space for projects and demonstrations. I don't know what this school is. I don't know how that got in there. The contract for the Roy Sprague Jr. AIA Middle School was awarded in May of 2021, and it's scheduled to open for the 2023-2024 school year. And Gilbert left, but I can assure you that no major modifications have been done to this building after contract award to accommodate Mr. Sprague. It's located in Bridgeland, next to Bridgeland High School and Wells Elementary, and will complete the educational village site in Bridgeland. It's going to be a beautiful facility. Phase 3 included renovations, more baseball, softball renovations, and a Ben Bradley Center expansion. All the renovations are under contract and will be, in phase 3 of renovations will be completed this summer, August of 2023. This is Bridgeland High School's new baseball softball complex. This is Cy Park. And this is Cy Springs. These are the last 3 other than Cypher High School that we needed to complete. So all high schools other than Cypher High School have brand new baseball softball complexes. The contract for the Ben Bradley expansion was awarded in May of 2022 and will be completed in the fall of 2023. This includes a 22,000 square foot addition and interior renovation. We're adding additional holding rooms, more storage for records, more office space for officers, and a new dispatch center. Phase 4 includes renovations, which will be complete in 2024. Elementary number 59, the Cy-Fair Master Plan, and the Cy-Fair multi-campus renovations, and the repurpose of ISC and ISC West. Phase 4 renovations are all under contract and will be complete August of 2024. And we're currently in design on ISC repurpose, ISC West, and ISC repurpose. The Cy-Fair Master Site Plan, we get a lot of questions about this one because it is a large project. We broke this up into 3 packages. Package 1 was site mitigation. Package 2 was the boulevard from Maskey to Telge. Package 3 were athletic fields and tennis courts. We're also going to be renovating Lampkin Elementary, Cypher High School, Arnold Middle School, and Maybelline Carpenter Center. Package 1 was approved by the board in February of 2022. It includes a detention pond, vaults under a future parking lot, that's underground detention vault, sanitary trunk line from Maskey to the Telge lift station. And this project will be complete in July of 2023. Package 2 was awarded by the board in February of 2023, and we started construction in March of 2023. This includes off-site mitigation. It's a 19-acre detention pond north of Cypress, North Houston. It is for floodplain mitigation. It also includes a new boulevard from Old Matsky Road to Telge, tie-ins to the existing parking lots at Cypher High School, a new parking lot above the detention vault, student parking lot, and a band parking lot. Substantial completion of the whole project will be December 2023. However, the band and student parking lots will be completed in July of 2023 for the upcoming school year. Package 3 were the athletic areas. We awarded these contracts at the board meeting in March of 2023. It will include baseball, softball fields. Substantial completion on these fields will be December of 2023. It also includes football field, the new football field reoriented north-south, tennis courts, practice fields, and substantial completion on the entire project will be August of 2024. Construction on the football fields will start in December of 2023, and the practice fields will be ready for practice July of 2024. And the substantial completion on the remainder of the project will be August of 2024, ready for football season. Then we'll move on to Lampkin Elementary, which will be another elementary renovation, which will include our 2019 bond safety and security components, a complete boulevard to Cypress, North Houston from the new boulevard, relocation of the parent drive to the west side of the campus. Cypher High School is currently in design. We anticipate substantial completion on that project in August of 2025. Arnold and Maybelline Carpenter will kick off design in November of 2023. Construction start in March of 2025 with a substantial completion of August 2026. The contract for Elementary 59 was awarded in October of 2022 and will be opening for the 2024-2025 school year. This building is located in the Mira Mesa development along Mira Mesa Drive and West Road. It's going to be a beautiful facility. They're making quite a bit of progress out there. They're out of the ground. They're putting up steel and mason. Phase 5 will include renovations to the remainder of our elementaries, and we'll start getting into the middle and high schools and some of our support support program buildings. And we're also going to construct I'm phase 6. I'm sorry. Phase 5 was the last of the elementary campuses. We also get into a lot of support buildings and athletic facilities. We started design on phase 5 last month, and we're scheduled to complete phase 5 by August of 2025. Phase 6 will be the last phase of the bond program, and there'll be renovations to most of our middle and high schools, and those renovations will be complete in August of 2026. We're also going to construct a support services storage building on the Perry Road site, which should be complete in December of 2024. For transportation, we have completed the 12-year bus replacement cycle. 100% of the buses were replaced as of March 2022. The existing GPS hardware was replaced in August of 2022, and so that has been complete. And new bus purchases with 3-point seat belts is about 74% complete. Just a quick note on that, next year we'll be running about 675 buses for our routes. We have 762 buses with 3-point seat belts. So all buses on regular routes will have 3-point seat belts. Our police vehicle replacement schedule, we have completed phases 1 through 4, purchasing a total of 71 vehicles, and we're currently working on the procurement of 13 vehicles for phase 5. And now I will turn it over to Paula Ross for an update on the technology bond.
Thank you, Matt. There we go. Air gap. Air gap refers to servers or networks that are not connected directly to the internet. The goal is to ensure that our network, our system backups are physically isolated from our network. In the event that our network is corrupted or compromised, our backup data is protected. Last year, we reported on air gap, and we reported that 75% of our servers and data were protected. Today, we're reporting that all data has been replicated, and this project is 100% complete. Hub switch replacement. In the event of a network connectivity failure, our district-wide network is designed to provide high availability with connectivity to 2 data centers. We have geographically defined 7 sites within the district that are currently identified as hubs. These hubs provide connectivity to both of our data centers. The network switches that provide this connectivity to both data centers has been upgraded with newer hardware. Aruba Wireless. The district has a robust wireless network that supports more than 12,000 wireless access points. Today, with Bond 2019, we have 3 phases of our wireless network upgrade. Phase 1 is the wireless backend controller, which was completed earlier. Phase 2 was our ClearPass upgrade, which was also completed. And today I'm reporting on Phase 3, which is actually the replacement of removal of older wireless access points and installing newer ones. We have completed about 95% of our elementary campuses, 50% of our middle school campuses, and about 30% of our high school campuses. With the back-end Aruba wireless upgrade that I mentioned earlier, we were piloting something called network access control. Network access control will provide enhanced security on our network by eliminating blind spots so that our team will have visibility of all devices on our network. Our initial pilot for network access control has been running in monitoring mode for a small subset of campuses. The next step of this pilot is to enforce these policies this fall at the subset of campuses that are currently running in monitor mode. This will alert our team when an unknown, unregistered device is plugged into our network. Replace administrative devices. New replacement devices have been distributed to approximately 30% of our administrative users. The replacement of an administrative device is based upon our current 5-year replacement cycle. Horizons virtualization. This solution supports virtualized desktops and applications. We are currently testing the solution in several areas, but I would like to highlight 2 different areas. The first is providing students with the ability to execute a more robust software application using their Chromebook device. An example of this would be a student using a Chromebook to access CTE curriculum software or digital art, normally software applications that require a more robust hardware. Number two, we're providing remote access to our network in a more controlled and secure manner. For example, our district supports a wide variety of software applications. An example would be HVAC. By providing a virtualized access method, we can provide the HVAC support vendor access to his or her system without additional security concerns. Data center upgrades. Did I skip one? Data center upgrades. Several hardware upgrades and security-focused projects have been completed at the data center level. One project that remains is our F5 load balancer project. Load balancers aid in the distribution of network traffic across servers. Our load balancer environment is being upgraded and expanded to include additional security features to protect applications such as our finance system and our student information system. Enterprise Electronic Document Management. This project has completed phase 1, or the scanning phase for documents for the departments that move to the new Mark Henry Admin Building. We are currently conducting an audit and reviewing each department's online environment before proceeding to phase 2, which will begin implementing department workflow management. Last is data governance. Data governance framework creates a set of rules and processes for collecting and using data. We currently have identified 19 data domains. Approximately 40% of the identified data domains have been completed, including registration and enrollment, special education, planning, projections and res codes, attendance, and health services. We're currently working on approximately 16% of the identified data domains, which include bilingual, behavior and discipline, student assessments, and course catalog. At this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to Todd Sepulveda for an instructional technology update.
Good evening. I'm going to share the instructional technology portion of the technology bond. So last year I shared with you that we've completed phase 1 of the one-to-one project, putting $115,000 or putting a Chromebook in every student's hands. Currently we're in phase 2 of that one-to-one project, which is replacing the Chromebooks, all those that have AUE'd, and AUE stands for Automatic Update Expiration. We are currently replacing the Lightspeed sound systems in every classroom. At this time, we've completed elementary and middle school campuses. They are completed in high school. High school campuses are going to be scheduled to start in the fall of 2023. So we're really excited about that. We are also, and I need to move forward here. We are also replacing the Promethean panels. So currently, all levels of English language arts, so that's elementary and secondary, have been replaced. And we will complete elementary totally by the end of the summer. Secondary science, we will start replacing secondary science in the fall of 2023. We've also started to replace teacher laptops. Elementary has completely been replaced. All teacher laptops have been replaced. Secondary English language arts have been replaced, and we will pick up with secondary science in the fall of 2023. And then also every new teacher that comes online, they get a brand new laptop as well. And then we have the break fix that is going on, ongoing. And then lastly, the hover cams. So those are being replaced as needed, and as those go offline, we have stock and we're replacing those. So at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Karen Smith.
Can you give me that, or I can come down there? Thank you. Thank you. The 2019 bond authorization has $315 million in unissued bonds left after the last bond sale that happened in April. Some of the items influencing the interest in sinking tax rate. I'm not going to go over all these particular items, but these are all reviewed during the bond referendum process and help us determine, we use these assumptions to determine what our maximum projected increase in the INS tax rate will be. So some of the items that are primarily influenced that are like, for example, property value changes. Whenever property values increase, then that lowers the interest in sinking tax rate needed to be able to repay our bonds. Also, one of the things we discussed tonight, the underlying bond rating. And that does decrease the amount of our borrowing cost in conjunction with the permanent school fund guarantee. Also, we try very hard to structure the amounts of our bond sales to provide the least impact on our tax rate. And then also the optional homestead exemption, that does impact the INS side of our tax rate, of our property values also. So when possible, as I said, we try to be careful and minimize what would impact the tax rate, but it's important to know that we're required to have an INS tax rate, that we must have one that is enough to cover the debt service payments for the current year. As you can see here in the 2014 bond authorization, we projected or told taxpayers that we thought we might have as much as a 4.5 cents increase in the tax rate. Of course, we were very fortunate, and with property values being where they were, as well as being careful of the different sizes of the bond issuances, we were able to actually go down a penny on the tax rate based from what we told taxpayers with the 2014 bonds. So it was at 41 cents, and we went down to 40 cents. And then with the 2019 bond authorization, we told taxpayers we expected a possible increase of 3 pennies, and so far it has remained, it's still at the 40 cents. And this slide just reflects that the tax history over the last 10 years, and as you can see, the total tax rate has decreased since the 2019 bond authorization was approved by the voters. And I believe it's time for questions from any of the team, if y'all have any questions.
Going to my left, Debbie? Julie?
I just want to say thank you for the update. It's great to see these projects coming to fruition. And just a note I want to make, when we talk about replacing things like technology, it's because there's a life cycle. There's a very short life cycle on that technology. So the bond, the lifespan of the debt matches the lifespan of the asset. And so as those assets are reach the end of their lifespan, we replace them. And so that was built into the program, and that's so that our teachers and our students have the most effective and useful tools in their in the classrooms. So just want to reinforce that. Thank you.
Scott? Natalie?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you for a very excellent presentation that's very thorough. Next. 4E, the administration will provide a written report on the cooperative purchasing fees paid by the district for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Questions only. Looking to my left, Debbie, Julie, Scott, Natalie, thank you for preparing the material. The board will now review the following action items. 5A, the board will consider approving the minutes of the May 8th, 2023 regular board meeting. There are no speakers on this item today. You know, normally when we have two board meetings, we move items to the consent agenda. In this case, we don't really have a consent agenda, so we'll be taking these and voting on these individually. So may I have a motion to approve this non-consensus item as presented?
Mr. Jackson, I move that the board approve the minutes of the May 8th, 2023 regular board meeting.
May I have a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion passes. Holly. 5B, the board will consider approving the budget amendments for the period of April 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2023. This is questions only. There are no speakers on this item. We have all this information in our board book. Any questions? Hearing none, I will call for a motion to approve the budget amendments as presented.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the budget amendments for the period of April 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2023.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I would call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. Item 5C, the board will consider approving a resolution for the commitment of the district's fund balance. Once again, we have information in our board book. This is questions only. There are no speakers. Are there any questions for clarification of this, or is everybody satisfied with what was in the board book? I believe so. I will now entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move that the board approve a resolution for the commitment of the district's fund balance.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5D, the board will consider approving a list of qualified financial institutions, broker-dealers, investment pools, and investment advisors that are authorized to engage in investment transactions with the district. This is questions only. There are no speakers on this topic. Once again, as I have for each and every year, I have to recuse myself because I have a conflict of interest because I have an investment in one of the firms which is greater than the amount permitted by law. That also means I cannot handle this portion of the agenda item, so I will turn that over to Vice President Heineman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. At this point, I will accept a motion for this amendment, or for this agenda item.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve a list of qualified financial institutions, broker-dealers, investment pools, and investment advisors that are authorized to engage in investment transactions with the district.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Debbie. A motion has been made and is seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll now take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And there is four and one abstaining. Holly, thank you.
And at the end of the board meeting, I will present the required affidavit to be notarized and filed as appropriate. I received a text message saying that perhaps we did not vote on item 5A, the minutes. But it's my recollection that we did, Holly. And it passed.
We can do it again.
Item 5E, the board will consider approving engagement with Weaver and Tidwell LLP to perform construction audit services. There are no speakers on this topic. Questions only. Are there questions? I have one, which is an explanation. I requested that we put this item on the agenda. Our chief operating officer has retired. It is considered best practices that when the chief operating officer retires, that you have it's not a special audit, but it is I'm not going to use the term of art, but it's a specialized area of audit. And more than that, this is a very interesting audit because there's what I call a reverse audit. What I mean by that is the auditor not only looks at what happens here, but they go out to the contractor and look at what's in their files. This is, probably the best type of stewardship audit that you can have. I did request, Karen, was it 5 or 6 years ago, when we had a policies and procedures audit as it related to construction?
Yes, sir.
And what policies and procedures related to, there were unhappily a couple of frauds that happened in school districts as it related to wire transfers. And so the question was, do we have policies and procedures in place that would prevent that from happening here? And so that audit was completed, and policies and procedures were in place that the frauds that were perpetrated could in fact not happen here. And that's simply because we don't use wire transfers. But more than that, could it be done with checks? And once again, you have some specialized audit procedures where you check the authenticity of the companies that receive payment. So once again, a specialized type of audit, that's not using the proper audit term, but I think it identifies what we're talking about from a lay perspective. This type of audit is in the same framework. I will now entertain, if there's no other discussion. Yes, please.
I appreciate very much this opportunity. I think that, anytime there's such large amounts of money and a large system and a change of guard, it's great, even as a campus principal. Activity funds, just at that little level, there was always an audit and a clean coming in so that people could understand. And I feel, actually, I really feel like it'll be a really good learning process to see this reverse audit section where the businesses and our system, the records are there. I actually had a similar request I was going to make, and I guess I ask a question. What is our procurement software system? What handles all like the procurement contracts for the system? I think.
With our procurement software, we use.
Sorry, it has to go green.
There we go.
Good job.
Sorry. So we use the district's financial software to do purchase requisitions and purchase orders. For the actual contracts themselves, when we put something out for bid, it goes through a company called IonWave, which is, there were basically two competitors in procurement software like that, IonWave and Bonfire. Bonfire just recently purchased IonWave. And then for the actual management of those contracts, we actually have a committee working right now to implement a contract management software system. Right now, that's pretty much tracked manually or on Google Sheets.
Yes, because the request I have was one, now that it's year end, I had a couple of, I was going to do my request that sort of was like an audit in that way, because this is just construction, but really just trying to understand all the, everything that was procured and the process by which it followed. And so I'm going to put the request out in an email. I'm not sure if it's possible in the internal system or not, and to see how much of that information we could get. But for me, in these budget decisions, especially if we're going to enter into a committee where we're going to have to figure out if there have to be cuts into the next year, I really, really want to understand that fine level, how we're spending down at those. We get the report that's required by law to say by category. So anyway, that's why I was asking. I don't want it to be an onerous request, but I definitely need some information to understand how we spend and our internal procedures. So, and maybe even the same thing as the superintendent's coming in, that's them, giving them that opportunity to understand how we look in the procurement arena. So anyway, I think I'll do it by email. Maybe it's not totally, but it's in the same vein of this idea of really understanding how we operate financially and where we're spending our money. So thank you. That may be a little hard given that information, but we'll see how we can do.
Dr. Blessingale, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, part of this construction audit, we'll look at the construction procurement process, correct?
Absolutely.
So we're going to audit that process as well.
And that's something our auditors look at every year when they do our external audit. Since that's some of our high dollars that we spend, they always pull contracts to make sure that they have been properly procured.
Yeah, because I'd asked for some information, just in general, trying to understand this, and I know that actually the area where there were not companies listed was construction related, and so maybe it's because we kind of have a manual process, but that's great. I really look forward to that information. That's great. I really look forward to the information that we'll get through that audit. Thank you for proposing that.
Other questions, comments, discussion? I would entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item as presented.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve engagement with Weaver and Tidwell LLP to perform construction audit services.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5F, the board will consider a resolution approving the district's investment policy and investment strategy, the investment officers of the district, the independent sources of instruction related to investment responsibility for the investment officers of the district, and investment training hours. Once again, the information is in the board book. There are no speakers on this topic. Today, it is questions only. Oddly enough, in my distant past, I was a public funds investment officer, so I had to go through all of this training as well as the different steps. Are there any questions? Karen, do we have a prohibition against investing in derivatives?
Yes, sir, we do.
The reason why I always ask that question is about 20 years ago, there was a massive loss across the United States where different educational entities invested in derivatives, severely impacted the university fund out in California, and the loss was massive. I would entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve a resolution for the district's investment policy and investment strategy, the investment officers of the district, the independent sources of instruction relating to investment responsibilities for the investment officers of the district, and investment training hours.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. One other comment I would make. We are required as trustees to review the quarterly investment report, and that comes to us not in the board book, but in a separate transmission from Holly. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. We now move to item 5G. The board will consider approving a resolution and agreement supporting the application by KMP USA LLC to the U.S. Foreign Trade Zones Board and provide a letter of non-objection for such purpose. There are no speakers on this topic today. Questions only. Any questions on this item? Once again, we have the contract, and we do have a bit of explanation in the board book. Karen, I would ask you, would you briefly explain what this is all about? And
Absolutely. We received a request from KMP USA for us to approve a foreign trade zone. And the Port of Houston Authority requires that in order to give a foreign trade zone, that all the taxing entities that it would affect have to actually provide what's called it's a non-objection letter associated with becoming a foreign trade zone. So what our particular agreement is in lieu of taxes, we are made whole for any lost taxes as well as any lost state aid. And they will also reimburse us for the calculation fee that has to be done to look at that. Typically, because they already, this company already has a Freeport exemption, and the difference between the two is a Freeport exemption, back when the district approved it, once you approve a Freeport exemption, it cannot be removed. So it's automatic if somebody wants a Freeport exemption. It cannot be revoked. And that's for personal property, for goods that are detained in the state for 175 days or less. And it provides a tax exemption for businesses that store goods in Texas for sale outside of the state. This particular foreign trade zone does require specific approval that the districts have to grant. And so what it does for KMP is it relieves them, even they're willing to go ahead and reimburse us and make us whole, because it prevents them from having to pay the duties at the port and excise, federal excise taxes. So that's what the request is for, and then the agreement that you see there.
Very good. I would entertain.
I had a question.
Yes,
Sorry.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Karen, do we have any other agreements like this?
Yes, we have 3 other foreign trade zones, so this would be our 4th.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Natalie?
No, it's a great question.
Okay. Hearing no other questions, I will call for a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Trustees approve a resolution and agreement supporting the application by KMP USA LLC to the U.S. Foreign Trade Zones Board and to provide a letter of non-objection for such purpose.
Motion has been made. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Holly. We are now to 5I. I don't know that my voice is going to last all the way to the rest. We'll see. The board will consider approving a request for the Texas Education Agency low attendance day waiver for September 13th, 2022 and May 5th, 2023 in response to the decline in attendance rate at several campuses due to unsubstantiated threats to student safety. There are no speakers on this item today. It is questions only. Once again, we have detailed information in the board packet. Any questions or comments? Yes?
I will make one comment. This is an example of where a school district needs to apply for a waiver due to low attendance on a particular day, in this case because there were threats, unsubstantiated threats made on a particular campus or campuses. This is another example of where being funded by enrollment versus attendance, we wouldn't have to go through this process of requesting waivers for these specific days. Just have to.
I would entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move that the board approve the district submission of a Texas Education Agency low attendance day waiver for September 13th, 2022 for Cy Falls High School, and a second waiver for the following 5 campuses that were impacted on May 5th, 2023. Lambkin Elementary, Reed Elementary, Cook Middle School, Cy-Fair High School, and Cypress Ridge High School.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the item? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5J, the board will consider approving the memorandum of understanding between Harris County Juvenile Board and Cypress-Fairbanks ISD to participate in the JJAEP for the 2023-2024 school year. No speakers on this topic. Questions only. We have information in the board book, and what's interesting is the cost to us on a per-child basis that we pay to JJ, and when you look at that cost and compare what we receive from the state of Texas, there's a tremendous difference. If there are no questions or comments on this item, I will call for a vote to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the memorandum of understanding between Harris County Juvenile Board and Cypress-Fairbanks ISD to participate in the JJAEP for the 2023-2024 school year.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. Item 5K, the board will consider authorizing the superintendent to execute a memorandum of understanding with Lamar University for student-teacher placements. There are no speakers on this item, and this is questions only. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move that the board authorize the superintendent to finalize and execute a memorandum of understanding with Lamar University for student-teacher placements.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5L, the board to consider health as a requirement for graduation. We have 5 speakers on this topic this evening, and Natalie Blackshear will serve as the secretary. I'm sorry.
Sounded good though, didn't it?
Blassingame will serve as secretary for this matter. Our first speaker is Monica Dean. Madam Secretary, are you ready or not just yet?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
I am here to voice my concern again about the health class being a requirement to graduate. As stated before, TEA specifically states on their website that health is not required to graduate, but rather a school district may offer additional opportunities for students to select health education as an elective course. Districts may offer CPR instruction as early as 7th grade. In fact, the only stipulation TEA requires for graduation is CPR instruction. Some districts that have removed the health course as a requirement have seen a drop in the enrollment of this class. Why is that? Is it because families are deciding to take it in 8th grade or over the summer? Or so their student can focus on more valuable career path or desirable electives like fine arts or athletics? It was mentioned at the last meeting that health was more important than a financial literacy class. Please show me the studies to back that up. The district must make decisions based on facts, not feelings. Removing health as a graduation requirement is about giving students and their families choices in determining their own education path. I hope the board considers at the very least not requiring it to graduate so the focus is on the core academic subjects needed to succeed and allowing families to decide what electives they deem important, not the district.
Our next speaker is Judy DeHaan. Our next speaker is Robert Flannery. Our next speaker is Stacy McDaniel. Our next speaker is Alexei Swirsky. Are there any questions or discussion from the board on this item? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the board remove health as a requirement for graduation for the 2023-24 school year.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion on this item? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of approving the motion as presented, please raise your right hand. All against the motion as presented, please raise your right hand. Motion does not carry. The vote is 3-2 against the motion as presented. 5M, the board will consider approving the list of advanced courses for exemption purposes 2023-2024. There are no speakers on this topic. Questions only. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move to approve the advanced courses for exemption purposes for the 2023-2024 school year. There's a typo on it. So.
Okay. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. We're now to 5N. The board will consider approving the attached list of facilities for off-campus physical education, Category 1 for the 2023-2024 school year. No speakers on this topic. Questions only. Linda, please explain what Category 1 is, and is there more than one category?
Is it on? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, there are two categories. There is a Category 1 and a Category 2. The one that is in our policy is a Category 1, and this is really more of Olympic caliber type activities. It is activities that might lead to that type of action. It's a minimum of 15 hours per week of highly intensive, professionally supervised, that's a big key there, of supervised training. And the facilities and the instructors are really, they're supervised, they're not supervised, but they're evaluated by us. We go and we visit to make sure that this is it's truly happening. And the allowance for this really is that kids can miss 1 hour per day, and they really cannot miss any other classes during that time period.
Very good. Thank you. Any other discussion or comments on this item? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the attached list of facilities for off-campus physical education Category 1 for the 2023-2024 school year.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5-0. Golly. The board will consider approving the Navigating Life for Students Who Are Deaf or Hard of Hearing and the Methods for Academic and Personal Success MAPS innovative course offerings for special education. No speakers on this topic. Questions only. Once again, we had information on this in the board book. Any questions? Hearing none, I will call for a motion. Thank you, to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the Navigating Life for Students Who Are Deaf or Hard of Hearing and the MAPS innovative course offering for special education.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It carries, Holly. Thank you for the assist, Natalie. 5P, the board will consider authorizing the superintendent to execute the renewal of the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County for specialized services at the Academic Behavior School, or ABS, West. No speakers on this topic today. Questions only. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, I call for a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move that the board approve the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County for specialized services at the Academic Behavior School West.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5Q. The board will consider approving the renewal of the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County for school-based therapy services. No speakers on this topic. The matter is questions only. Hearing no questions or comments, I will call for a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County for school-based therapy services.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries, Holly. 5R. The board will consider approving a request for a Texas Education Agency waiver that allows the district to train staff on various educational strategies designed to improve student performance in lieu of student instruction for the 2023-2024 school year. No speakers on this topic. It's a matter of questions only. Any questions?
Do we, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Macias, can you just please let everybody know, we know what this is for, but can you just give us a one-sentence explanation of what this is?
Yes, earlier this spring, you approved the instructional calendar for the 2023-24 school year. And part of the calendar includes 4 professional development days that are within the calendar. And the state requires that we submit a waiver to them requesting these dates because they also count as instructional minutes.
I will now entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the request for a Texas, I move the board approve the request for a Texas Education Agency waiver to allow the district to train staff on various educational strategies designed to improve student performance in lieu of student instruction for the 2023-2024 school year.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Holly. We're now to 5S. The board will consider approving the Memorandum of Understanding and Agreement with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, THECB, Texas A&M University, related to the Advise Texas College Advising Corps program. No speakers on this topic, questions only. In the board book, we do have a rather nice explanation of what this is, although I did have to Google it to make certain I understood in further detail. I'll entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
I move that the board approve the memorandum of understanding and agreement with the THECB, Texas A&M University, related to the Advise Texas College Advising Corps program.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. I will call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Done. Holly, that one passed. We're now to 5T. The board will consider approving the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County Resources for Children and Adults, HCRCA, for the services of 19 youth specialists. No speakers on this topic today. It's a matter of questions only, no presentation. Any questions, comments? Yes. Julie?
Franklin, I know you're way up there, so but that's okay. You may be able to just shout from there. You mentioned in your earlier presentation that I thought I heard you say that Harris County did agree to sharing 20 youth service specialists with us. Was that for this coming school year? Did I hear what I wanted to hear? Did I? Because we could amend this to be 20 if we could.
Harris County is willing to bring on board one additional one to bring us up to the total of 20. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Turn your mic on.
She said it's not included in the budget. So if I recall, it's $42,000 is our share.
Correct.
And Harris County picks up $42,000. Is that correct? Oh, and we just passed the budget, so you're saying we'd have to amend the budget to add $42,000 to the budget?
I think we're just saying it's not part of the budget, and you're correct, it is $42,088.
Yes.
The youth service specialists are going to be paid out of ESSER funds. That was already planned for previously. The additional 2, or 1 or 2, was out of ESSER funds, correct? And so we have that out of the ESSER funds, that additional amount that was requested. I believe it was 1 or 2 this year.
Okay.
So this needs to be a sustainable position. So
correct.
Okay. So, okay. Well, let's hope that in the fall, when we amend the budget, after we receive additional state money, we could consider adding this and take that to amend this agreement with Harris County. Would that be possible?
Yes, ma'am. The last time, yes, ma'am, we did so. We did kind of the same process.
We did when we got to add the 19th one, didn't
Correct.
we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So I think the number stays. I think the number stays at 19. I will entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move the board approve the 2023-2024 interlocal agreement with Harris County Resources for Children and Adults, HCRCA, for the services of 19 youth service specialists.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It passes, Holly. Thank you. 5U, the board will consider approving a resolution to join and participate in the interlocal agreement with the Region 5 ESC and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute all necessary documents related to the interlocal agreement listed. No speakers on this topic. Questions only. Do I hear any questions, comments? So we do this, we've done this before, but I think it's always appropriate. The question is, what educational service center are we in, and are we using a different ESC than the one that we are part of?
So we are in Region 4 ESC. The proposal is to do an interlocal with the ESC in Region 5, primarily for technology purchases. We do cooperative purchases with our own ESC, but Paula Ross has some specialized needs, which I'm sure she'd be more than happy to come down and tell us about.
Thank you very much. So our educational service centers offer different services, and technology would like to take advantage of an agreement with ESC 5 because they will be offering an internet peering service that we might like to take advantage of in the future. And a peering service will give us a direct connection with Google, Microsoft, and Amazon Web Services without commodity internet.
Very good, thank you.
Certainly.
We often have these agreements with other ESCs, but always, whenever we go out of ESC number 4, I always like to highlight for the viewing public, we have all this information in our board book. I will entertain a motion to approve this non-consensus item.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the resolution to join and participate in the interlocal agreement with the Region 5 Education Service Center, ESC, and authorize the superintendent or designee to execute all necessary documents related to this interlocal agreement.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. And the motion carries on this, Holly. We're now to 5B. 5B has already been addressed. We will now move to 5W. The board will consider awarding bids and contracts and or authorizing purchase orders as recommended in the posted agenda item. We do have 2 speakers on this topic this evening. Our first speaker is Mary Ann Jackson.
I am against using tax dollars for new student devices. As a taxpayer for over 25 years in this district, I have seen enough harmful effects of technology on children, and the high cost to taxpayers is unwarranted. Since 75% of the families who live in the district do not have children attending Cypher schools, I believe our voice matters. For the past few years, I have been meeting with families in Cypher and throughout Texas. One common denominator with all these families is the one-on-one devices. Too much information is hidden from parents, unscrupulous vendors are slipping in personal surveys, and big tech companies are mining students' data for profit. In Austin, I recently shared a pros and cons handout on one-on-one devices. I brought a couple handouts with research on this topic for you and gave them to Holly. Are any of you familiar with the harmful effects of technology on students? One-on-one devices have negative effects on the young.
Children need movement, human interaction, and proper amounts of sleep. However, excessive screen time affects many children's physical and mental health. They do not need to spend most of their time at school on devices, then go home and be on devices. Instructional time is being wasted away by allowing students to play on games and watch videos on their devices. Families share that their children have failed classes because they chose to play games on their devices instead of completing assignments. It is obvious to many why students are not being successful in the classrooms today. It is obvious how harmful materials like pornography is getting in front of young minds, why students are distracted from their schoolwork, and why there is an increase in cyberbullying, why students feel isolated, and why so many young children are addicted to their devices. Is that it? Invest the money in classroom teachers. We know.
Time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Williams.
I guess it's good evening now. I started with good morning originally. My name is Jen Williams, and I'm a special education teacher in Cyfair. I'm speaking today on agenda item 5W18 regarding student and staff devices as well. Although I greatly appreciate the devices and thank you for funding them for our students. They're a huge asset to our kids. We all know that teachers are grateful for what you have approved for a raise, but we're still underpaid and overworked. I mentioned in the previous meeting that there is far too much on our plates. We're asked to do more and more and more every year. Well, this is an opportunity to lessen our burden. Please consider allocating a device for all of our paraprofessionals that work within our special education programs. Our amazing paraprofessionals who, again, are thankful and still severely underpaid and often overworked, could help collect data in real time while supporting our students. This will help both the general education teachers and special education teachers while ensuring we are keeping the most accurate data on our students. Thank you for your time.
Vice President Heineman, would you please read items 5W1 through 5W22?
Okay, got it. 5W, the board will consider awarding bids and contracts and/or authorizing purchase orders as recommended in the post-agenda item. We just did that part. 5W1, art and miscellaneous school supplies. 5W2, athletic, all activities, student accident insurance renewal. 5W3, bananas for nutrition services. 5W4, commodity processed food for nutrition services. 5W5, dry grocery for nutrition services. 5W6, farm to school produce for nutrition services. 5W7, fresh and frozen bread for nutrition services. 5W8, frozen and refrigerated food for nutrition services. 5W9, fruits and vegetables for nutrition services. 5W10, group term life, accidental death and disability insurance renewal. 5W11, hazardous waste disposal. 5W12, modernization of elevator equipment at the Berry Center. 5W13, multifunctional device copier lease, maintenance, and related services. 5W14, pictures and photography services. 5W15, processed produce for nutrition services. 5W16, school liability, privacy and information security, and automobile insurance renewal. 5W17, software for STAR test analysis. 5W18, student, staff devices, accessories, and software. 5W19, software license, equipment, services, and maintenance renewal agreements and/or expansion. 5W20, transport cabinets for nutrition services. 5W21, vending, beverages, and snacks. 5W22, whole produce for nutrition services.
Thank you, Vice President. Since there are multiple items on here, the way we're going to handle it is I'll ask a motion to approve. I'll ask for a second. Once a motion's been made and seconded, I will then ask if any board member wants to remove one or more of these items. So that's how we'll proceed. So first, may I have a motion to approve this non-consensus item?
Mr. Jackson, I move that the board award bids and contracts and/or authorize purchase orders as recommended in the posted agenda item.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Does any board member wish to remove any one of these 22 items to be considered separately? Hearing none, I will call for a vote on this motion as presented and seconded. All in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Motion carries. I would make a comment. Conversations with my colleagues, we are all concerned about the amount of time that students spend on computers. The state law does require students to be tested on computers. It does require parents to be more vigilant, and it also requires teachers to be more vigilant. I mentioned in the past I visited with a parent and referred the parent to counsel and also to technology. And the situation did occur where a bad actor was able to be invited into their device via a cell phone that the student had hooked up with the device. We did, in fact, have a lengthy discussion about additional steps that technology can take to try and keep bad actors out. But I think this is an ongoing quest by technology. The state has indicated these are here to stay, and it just requires all of us to be additionally vigilant. We are now to item 5X. The board will consider nominations for the Region 4 Position F Large District Member Seat on TASB Board of Directors. In early May, prior to the board meeting, Ms. Heineman indicated that she was going to resign her position from TASB. I opted not to put it on to the May board agenda for various reasons. We do have it here in June. If anybody has an interest, please visit with me. I will post this to be voted on in August, should anybody wish to take this position. Any other discussions, comments? Yes?
I would like to share that if any of my colleagues are interested, I'd be happy to share the experience and what I learned in my 1 year of service on the TASB board. The best way to really understand how an organization works is to be a part of it, and to, it's just like serving on this board. We really understand how a school district works, and so I would encourage any of my colleagues to consider taking this on. There is 1 more year left in the term, so it would be for 1 year, but then obviously could be renewed. So we are fortunate because of our size that we are guaranteed a seat on the TASB Board of Directors. And so I would encourage my fellow colleagues again to consider it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Our current Commissioner of Education served on TASB, oddly enough, at the same time that I was one of 42. Item 5BB, the board will consider the adoption of the 2023-2024 budget. We have already adopted the budget, so we'll move to 5CC. The board will consider a level 4 appeal, Burton and Tobias, of a level 3 decision, which will not be heard this evening. This item will be considered during the August 2023 regular board meeting. We already had information regarding this in our board packet. We will now proceed with the citizen participation portion of the agenda. 7A, per BED local, patrons may address the board during the regular board meeting under citizen participation on any matters of interest or concerns that are not posted agenda items. Individuals may only register to speak 1 time per meeting and must register in advance. Just a reminder, patrons who have registered to speak today may see the order of names listed on the screen behind me. Before your name is called, please move forward and sit in one of the 2 reserved seats on the front row. We have 11 who signed up. However, there are 2 at a minimum, 2 who have already left. And so we will take it in this fashion. Natalie, if you will serve as secretary for us. And this time I didn't give you the last name of Blackshear.
Just my first is good. He didn't rename me. I love the ring.
So our first speaker is Shani Adebayo. Our next speaker is Monica Dean.
It's already on. As another school year comes to close, I want to ask each of you sitting up there on the dais to reflect upon Cy-Fair's slogan, bringing out the best, and ask yourself, did you bring out the best for children when you brought in the No Place for Hate campaign and signed an equity resolution? Canceled dances and concerts for children, especially for the seniors of 2020, masked the children after the mandate was lifted, required children to sit in a classroom masked, surrounded by plexiglass, staring at their Chromebooks while listening to their masked teacher. How about allowing campuses to be made into experimental vaccine clinics, or promoting these experimental shots to the community, handing out gift cards at the Berry Center? Did you bring out the best for children by stocking the library shelves with sexually explicit books so innocent children could access them, and yet they still remain on the shelves as we speak and online? How about allowing an after-school club to invite a drag queen to speak? Did you bring out the best for children by exposing them to harmful material on the Chromebooks or tenets of CRT and lesson plans? How about not holding children accountable for their grades, absences, violating the dress codes, and allowing little or no consequences for out-of-control discipline? As parents voiced their concerns, we were shut down, mics turned off, or gaslit for questioning the district for simply wanting answers in what's best for our children. So as some of you finish up your tenures, put away your awards, and some run for re-election, know that you will be held accountable. I ask you, what legacy are you leaving? Did you bring out the best in children or harm them in the process?
Our next speaker is Tamika Donovan.
This is for Mr. President Jackson and Mark Henry. My name is Tamika Donovan, and I am writing this grievance on behalf of the 35-page letter that I've sent to your boards and that I've sent to your district with no response. On the behalf of depriving my son of his education, who's not a dropout, never chose to drop out. This is not who this kid, young man is. Instead, who they chose to make him out to be without a split second of giving themselves the opportunity to know or understand him and the situation. Instead, the choices were made to gaslight and remain uniform with an excuse ready following a cover-up. If the use of a monument stands for something, why lie, bully, and discriminate a child and his family to cause it to be nothing? How can Cy-Fair ISD present that they are a monument from the bylaws and the way they're written when the actions cause them to be unethical, representing this monument of nothing / something? My son and all other students has to wear these IDs around their necks stating, if you feel suicidal, call this number. However, the lead by example, Cy-Fair ISD, is the negative enforce that's causing the mental, emotional impact to inflict the actions of the suicidal decisions for kids, for the people. That's bothersome. If you change the bylaws and add positive force, then we will save other innocent lives by stopping the bullying and the mental force from the antagonizing school and their staffs that they're inflicting. I'm sorry. This that Marvin Wade Washington Jr. and his family is experiencing should open the eyes to a world, unity, and most definitely to Cy-Fair ISD. No one has the right to dictate
Time's
another
up.
human being's legal rights.
Our next speaker is Mark Golaby.
give these to.
And it's only at 15 seconds.
Thank you for this opportunity. At a recent event, a board member made a comment at not seeing this material or a similar statement that left me kind of baffled. I can only assume none of you have seen this material, and that might be by design. In this way, when the excrement hits the rotating air mover, you can claim plausible deniability and throw the librarians under the bus for this vile, vulgar material in your Cy-Fair libraries. I'm here to end your delusion. You've been handed 3 examples. Not only examples of detailed sexual acts, but of graphic portrayals of suicide techniques at a time when teenage suicide is unfortunately epidemic. You are planting this savagery into the children of Cy-Fair. When teachers are being arrested, it seems weekly, for inappropriate contact with students, you are housing books detailing sexual acts with minors, details that may prove too tempting for an unbalanced adult and too provocative for a young child seeking identity and acceptance. Yet, here on your campuses are these very ideas being promoted at every level of the Cy-Fair school district. Some, in sophomore thinking, like to pretend we voice these concerns because we want to ban books. This absurdity can be dismissed in that no one is asking these books be taken out of bookstores or confiscated from public libraries. It is concern to define appropriate reading material for young minds in our public schools. It seems consensus that Hustler magazine does not belong on periodical shelves in our schools. And I was unable to locate a copy of Lady Chatterley's Lover in the Cy-Fair collection. It's as vulgar and vile as these books, so I would think getting Cy-Fair board approval would be easily obtained by this willing group of board members. Finally, I introduce to you Mr. Bisbing. Just so you know, Mr. Bisbing was given 20 years for possessing child pornography. I just want to make sure that y'all are aware of this, as you've been warned many times of your exposure to the possible prosecution of having these materials. You can no longer behind some pretense that you've never seen this content, and as teachers are taken away on ever increasing numbers, you too are not above reproach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Henry. Our next speaker is Mary Ann Jackson.
"40 years ago, I began my professional teaching career. Back then, I never thought that I would be attending board meetings or speaking to the public after retirement, but here I am again. I have serious concerns with Cy-Fair's curriculum, the reading, dual credit English, SEL, health, sex ed, to name a few. Speaking at board meetings because my local school governing body isn't protecting children isn't a pleasant situation for me. Knowing what I now know, I just can't sit back and let the insanity continue. My heart goes out to families dealing with educating their children. So why have I been addressing this board since 2021? In 2020, after the overzealous lockdown in our country, I noticed many parents on social media begging for help to unmask children. That abuse was dead wrong. I will never forget what the leaders in Cy-Fair did to the families over those couple of years. In 2021, voters chose 3 new CFISD school board members because of divisive declarations on the district website and curriculum materials which supported Marxist sentiments. Now in 2023, principals don't want to remove books with trauma-causing pornography from their schools. How did these books ever get into Cy-Fair schools? Student discipline is out of control, dress codes are non-existent. Childhood innocence seems to be of no value to district leaders. There is a globalist UN agenda in play in Cy-Fair, and it's obvious to many of us. Parents and taxpayers need to protect the children. I use these various helpful websites to help me stay informed: TexansWakeUp.com, FamiliesEngaged.org, and ConservativeCFISD.com. I am one of many community members who want our public schools to improve greatly. I'm against school vouchers and ESAs. I want our public schools to get get back to the basic academics. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julie Ricks. Our next speaker is Alexei Swirsky. Our next speaker is Christina Woods.
Thanks for being here so long today. Thank you for your service. I'm here asking for transparency in the selection of volunteer members of the district's Library Materials Committee. Bethany Scanlon, wife of Trustee Lucas Scanlon, was appointed to this committee even though she already serves on the SHAC. There were 800 eligible committee applicants, yet Ms. Scanlon was chosen to serve by a trustee. Here's a few of the divisive behaviors she's engaged in on behalf of the district. 28 book reconsideration requests at the middle and high school level, demanding the names of those that serve on the campus committees that rejected her requests, even contacting Ken Paxton's office in order to out these committee members, many whom are district employees, co-opting and even stealing the names of pro-public education organizations and groups, holding community forums with 3 specific board members serving as panelists, as though these meetings are aligned with the district. Todd LeCompte, who's a board candidate, is the moderator for Ms. Scanlon's community forums and was also selected to serve on the Library Materials Committee. Certainly the board can see how these appointments might look to the public. Clearly there was an abundance of possible committee members without partisan and divisive tendencies, or that have a personal agenda or ideology that they intend to force on the district. Let's keep CFISD focused on the needs of our students, not on the distractions created by adults. Thank you.
And finally, exactly, I would like to thank everyone for being here today, and I would also like to thank those who are watching from home. May I have a motion to adjourn this meeting? Motion has been made. Is there a second?
She seconded already, Debbie, in succession.
All in favor, raise your hand. We're adjourned. I thank everybody for being here.